Today, Top 30 is the only company in the world able to design, produce, set up and manage a top-level competition. Everything within the same company. Everything with the trustworthiness and professionalism that an official competition requires. Everything. Top 30. Top 30. The heart of climbing.
Welcome back here to Singapore on the beach, Solano Beach in Singapore and the Sentosa region of Singapore. What an eventful evening we had last night for the World Youth Championships for the lead circuit. We're about to get things started with the speed here, so definitely stick around because it's a very eventful day to come. Also, after we finish here, remember that Arco is going to be kicking off as well, so you can get over and watch that one as well. We're also going to be bringing you the Rock Masters finals as well later on today. I'm Daniel Finn, and I'm going to be with you all the way through the day today. Hi, welcome back. Now, we had a bit of an issue with the start lists this morning because the officials aren't exactly sure how many we've got and what's going on, but I have got the first couple of start lists for you here. So I'll start reading them out for you now so you can hear who we've got first out. I can tell you that we're starting with male Youth B speed, and our first climber is Brendan Mitchell of the USA. So that's what we're going to be seeing in a few moments' time. And also of Singapore, a Singapore athlete as well, Yuzuri Inbanu Heisel as well, about to be coming out on the speed wall just over to my right now. The route setters have finished cleaning, and as you can see behind me, all the athletes are getting ready to get set. So I'll give you another little read through of the start list in a few moments' time. Welcome if you're joining us, and I'll see you in 2. Okay, so reading through our start lists now. If we're starting with the male Youth B speed, I'll read through. We have Brendan Mitchell up first. Well, I have just been told that we are we've turned that round. We are starting with the female Youth B speed. I noticed a couple of you spotted that in the chat room there. Well, yes, we are. So I do apologise for getting you all excited about seeing Brendan. Not to worry, you will see him in a few moments' time. And we still have a US athlete coming out almost straight away. Our first athlete is Mina Aramide. And then we will have our first US climber of the day, Katrina Louis. Female Youth B speed start us today. Then on to Hadis Nazari, Anissa Shayafitri, Margarita Marcinova, Nanda Dia Kayangintas, Mineson Kim. You saw her competing in the lead competition as well. A few athletes crossing over. Novi Kaya Wadhani coming out 8th. Caitlin Sargent from RSA coming out 9th. Seungin Kim coming out 10th. We have 27 female athletes in female Youth B speed. So 27 to start us off. Don't worry if you've just joined us, no climbing has started just yet. We're about to get started with that one. I'm going to carry on reading down the list for you now as well. Ngui Daryl of Singapore coming out after Seungin Kim. Afsana Miramadi coming out in 12th. Grace McKeon from the US, another US athlete, coming out in 13th. Moya McCarthy Allen from New Zealand then, and another New Zealand athlete, Sian Moffat. Kayla Liu of the USA then. This is our 16th athlete to come out. Lim Zin Hu of Singapore, then out on 17th place. Nicole Maya Jaramillo of Ecuador in 18th. Evgenia Lapshina coming out 19th. Daria Khan. Then Maria Musienko. And all three of the ones I've just talked about, Evgenia, Daria and Maria, are all Russian athletes. 22nd athlete to come out will be Yara Spate from Switzerland, and following her will be her teammate Andrea Kumin, who we saw again in the lead over the past few days. From Venezuela next, Leslie Romero coming out. Anybody joining us from there? Staza Gajo as well from Serbia. We saw her last night. Phenomenal effort there from the 15-year-old. Chiara Ragora from Italy coming out 26th. And finally Anastasia Kloshkova of Russia. So those are our 27 starting athletes for the female youth B speed. Well, hi there, chat peeps. How are we all getting on? Signing in, signing up, and ready to watch here. I can tell you now that I have just had a meeting and an interview with Marco Scorelli, the president of the IFSC, and at some point in the near future you will be able to see that interview. We were talking about the Olympics in 2020, so you'll be able to see that at some point in the future. And one of the most important things that we were talking about with the Olympic movement is getting support from you guys in the chat room. Now, I can tell you that the best possible thing you can do to help move sport climbing into 2020 is to get yourself onto Facebook. I know all of you are bound to have Facebook accounts. Get over onto Sport Climbing 2020. If you type in Sport Climbing 2020 in Facebook, get onto that page and click like. That is the best possible thing you can do in terms of getting us to the 2020 Olympics. We need to show that we've got a huge amount of support. And that is a request that comes straight from Marco, the president of the IFSC, saying please do get onto Facebook and like Sport Climbing 2020. Go do it now. We've got a few minutes before we're about to start the climbs. See Dr. Fluff in the chat room there saying, get with it, Dan, get onto Twitter. It's all about Twitter. It is all about Twitter, so I'm going to drop that in there as well. Get onto the 24/7 TV Twitter page and to the IFSC TV Twitter page as well. I don't think I'm too far behind. I'm on Twitter. Go and find me. We'll have a chat about what you think about the 2020 idea. Still waiting for our climbers. They're just warming up over to my left-hand side. I can see Graham Alderson, our IFSC technical delegate, and I can also see Commander, who is the organiser for next year's World Youth Championships. I'm going to be chatting to her a little bit later on today, so we can talk about Canada next year. Are we psyched about that? Not to get too far ahead of ourselves. We've still got a lot of stuff going on here.
La pluie, c'était pas de ma faute. Non, mais je pensais que vous avez comme niveau.
Ah, we cannot go out.
She's 403 and 417 is Moffat from New Zealand. Armid is from Iran. And apparently the one from New Zealand is having some difficulties. And she's still at it at 33 seconds. She's still climbing up to the top. Oh. And she's done.
Well, we are away, as you are undoubtedly seeing now on your screen. It's going to be a quick one, I think. We started quick. We've just had Sion Moffat climb and also Mina Aramide starting us off. We've got our next two climbers out now, which should be Katrina Louis and Kayla Liu. Two US athletes, and here they go.
Next up we have Louis from USA, and we have Moffat from...
And they're already finished there. As you can see, we're going to move quite quickly through our climbers here. The belays are very swift at doing the changeover for the climbers on the speed wall, because the climbers are exceptionally swift themselves at getting up to the top and finishing up. Got a Singapore athlete now coming out, and that's Lim Xin Hu. And we've also got another athlete, number 405, which is Hadis Nazari, on the left-hand side. They're just getting ready, and on the right-hand side, Lim. Here they go.
All right, next up we have 419 Sing Hui Lim, all the way from Singapore, and 405 is Nazari.
Well, that was 20 seconds on the right-hand side there. I don't know whether you caught that. 20 seconds for Lim. And we didn't actually have a clock stop for Hadis. There you can see our officials at the bottom there. Yes, guys, let's just reiterate what's going on right here. Welcome if you're joining us. This is the Youth Speed World Championships, and you're joining us for the Female Youth B category at the moment. We just started off with the Female Youth B category. Back again from yesterday after the lead. Question in the chat room, how hot is it there? Current temperature in Singapore is 31 degrees centigrade. And for those of you that are working in Fahrenheit...
All right, selfie 3 is 406 from Indonesia, and next, the one reaching the top is Dear Jaramillo from Ecuador.
You're looking at 88. So 31 degrees centigrade or 88 degrees Fahrenheit. Chilly Billy, we have been here for about the past 4 or 5 days. We've already had 2 days of qualifications for the lead competition. Then we had the semis and the finals last night.
We have Marsanova from USA.
Followed by Lapshina, all the way down from Russia.
That was Margarita Marsanova. Margarita Marsanova up against Nicole Meya Jaramillo. USA, I can give you a couple of the US climbers that are in this category. We've still got Grace McKeon to come out in this category. And that's it in this category. Before we move over onto the other category as well. We've got 6 to bring you. So, next up, from
Also, it is Dia Kayanintias from Indonesia, and
Indonesia, Nanda Dia
From Russia.
Kayagintas. And next to her, we have the That was the Russian athlete there, Evgenia Lapshina. And that was Nanda De Kayangintas of Indonesia.
We have Kim, 409 from Korea.
So starting us off now, we're going to have Minasun Kim from Korea, number 409. And next to her will be Daria Khan of Russia, the second of 3 Russian athletes to come out here. See a lot of you in the chat room asking for times. I will do my best to give you the times as they finish there, but the results will be updated as soon as possible. You'll be able to get them either scrolling next to your screen or also on the IFSC website with the exact times. Connor, you're after a fun fact. Right, okay, you can have a fun fact. Let me go over to Dan's fun facts. Right, here we are. More Singaporeans are born in the month of October than any other month of the year. How's that? More Singaporeans are born in the month of October than in any other month of the year. Random.
Next
Anyone in
up,
the
we
chat born in
have
October?
Kim
Are you
from
Singaporean?
Korea, number 409.
So here are our climbers.
And 423
Absolutely
Zinchenko
powering
from
it up
Russia.
the wall now. On the right-hand side is our Russian athlete, which is Daria Khan. Score of, I think, it looked like 12 seconds.
Can I have the attention for those who are in this area? I'm sorry, because we're having our power lines over here. Could we get you out of the cordon lines? Can we get the volunteers to direct them, please? Thank you so much. So we'll just have the competitors over here. Can we get the...
You can see our officials there at the bottom of the wall, next to our lead wall
we're
from last
getting the
night,
power
and
stripped
all the
over
competitors
here.
that are going to be here as well, next to the officials.
Except for the competitors, can we have the rest of you be at the white canvas? Thank you.
It looks like they're actually moving some of our athletes. Maybe they're getting them out the sun. I've had to for a moment. And we're off again with our next 2
And
climbers,
Karya
Maria
Wardani
Musienko
from
of Russia
Indonesia.
and also Novi Kayawardani, number 410. Here we go. We will keep working on getting those times for you. Welcome if you're joining us in the chat room. We are here for the World Youth Championships of Speed Climbing at the bottom of the wall. Just bidding goodbye to number 410, which is Novi Kaya Wardhani of Indonesia. We're about to be joined by Caitlin Sargent, number 411 of Republic of South Africa. And also we're going to be joined by number 424, which is Yara Spate from Switzerland.
And
there
on
they
the
are.
left we have Sargent all the way from South
We've got
Africa,
the Swiss
and on the
athlete out in
right
head
going
here.
up incredibly fast is Kumin
Incredibly
from
fast.
Switzerland.
Let's see what kind of time you think we're looking at here. And there it is, 13.63 there. And over to the left-hand side as well. Waiting for Caitlin to try and get up. We're still waiting for Caitlin. Caitlin Sargent of RSA. And for Caitlin, that is a score of 44.67. Very fast score for Yara Spate of Switzerland. Our next two athletes up are going to be number 425, which is Andrea Kumin of Switzerland, and also Seong-hin Kim of Korea, number 412.
Next up, we have Kim from Korea.
And look at the speed
He's in
here.
blue on the left, and on the right going up
Absolutely
also
phenomenal
incredibly fast
there.
to the one before is Romero
On the
all the way
right-hand
from
side.
Peninsula.
An incredible push forward there. Number 426 was actually Leslie Romero of Venezuela. Just coming down now. That was absolutely exceptional. What a start. Oh, there you can see 10 seconds there on that speed wall, which I can tell you now is incredibly fast for a speed run. The male senior world record is 6.26 seconds, but that is not far off the senior female world record either. If you want to see that world record being made, you can get yourself onto the IFSC YouTube channel. Have a look there, and you can see the current world record for the women's.
Very fast.
And number 427 now is Stasa Gejo. She gets a score of 12.47, which is a fantastic time again. And that was our Singaporean athlete, Ngwei Daryl. See our athletes waiting to get onto the wall in a few minutes' time. Chris, yes, we are still in female Youth B at present.
Up, we have Mira Mahdi from Iran.
He's the one on the left, and on the right we have Rogora from Italy.
Category competing right now is female B. We've had a couple of extremely fast climbs there. You can see one there with 12.23 seconds. Still making a climb on the right-hand side now. Score of 48 seconds, number 414, which is Afsana Miramadi. And next up, I know a lot of you are joining us from the USA. As you can see, the chat room is then getting flooded with support. There is Grace McKeon, number 415 on the left-hand side, going up against...
Next up, we have McKeon from USA.
Qualifications competition on the right.
This is very close, guys. It's
We
building
have
up intention. Now, can Grace pass some of this
That's a
wall?
close competition
So
right
close
there.
between our two athletes
They're
here.
up
Number
and
429, which is Anastasia Klochkova. 12.70 seconds against 13.26 seconds there from Grace McKeon, but still an exceptional effort from both athletes there, and very good times indeed for their first climb of the day. And for any of you joining us from New Zealand, yes, you can see Moya getting ready there. Moya McCarthy-Allen, number 416, is about to join us. Climbing next to her, I believe, is Mina Aramidi, which is her second climb today. So we're back with 403, Mina Aramidi. Second climb up against Moya McCarthy-Allen.
From USA.
Now Mina Aramidi knows that she has to try and pull something out of the bag here to try and qualify for the semi-finals. 19.98 seconds there for her. What we tend to see in the Senior World Cups is our athletes trying to make a secure climb on the first one to get a decent enough time, and then on the second climb that they get, they really push themselves in the hope that they can improve on it, but also running the risk of falling off. With a score of 44.80, I think. There we are watching Moya McCarthy-Allen. Yo, when does Group A start? After this, yo. We have to be patient. Okay, Dr. Fluff, I have to tell you now, I think your caps lock key is broken. Need to address that. So, from the US, now flying up that wall is Katrina Louis. Number 404, 17.74 seconds there. Not a bad effort whatsoever. From her, it's 17.74, and just next to her, we are still watching our next climber come out, Sian Moffat from New Zealand. If we're looking for her as well, there she's coming on there. Guys, remember to get yourself over onto Sport Climbing 2020 and click like on that one. I've been talking to Marco, who is the president of the IFSC today, asking what you guys can do to help us get to the 2020 Olympics, and that was the first thing that he said to me. Get yourself over onto the Facebook page. We want to be able to show that we have a huge following, that we are increasing that following as well. And also onto the 2 Twitter pages. You can find everything on Twitter these days. USA123. Are you on Twitter, Dan? Yes, I am.
And
find me on
Liu
Twitter.
Nazari in the speed up. Liu looks like to be taking
Here we are,
the
our
lead.
next couple
Come
of
on,
climbers.
girls, you can do this.
418, flying up the wall
And
now.
she's up, they're up.
She's going to be
catching up,
Kayla
and
Liu.
she's
I
done
know
it.
probably
Round of
180 from her,
applause.
so I'll try and find that in a few moments' time.
And she's done it too. Well done, Nazari.
17.69, but look at that, 11.68 there from Kayla Liu. Phenomenal effort.
I thought you were like...
Well, sitting next to me is a man we all know very well. It's Graham Alderson. Graham Alderson, how are you finding the day today? Is our IFSC technical delegate? I'll hand you over the mic.
I'm finding it very hot
Compared
actually,
with
Dan.
the
Compared with the last few days, it's been so overcasting.
very close to each other.
It's the weather's incredible today. It couldn't be
Come on,
more
Bobo, you can
perfect.
do it. Get to the oh!
It's beautiful, but of course that's got to be a bit of a problem for some of our
But don't worry,
climbers,
you'll
surely,
do
in the
better
heat
next
out
round.
here, having to work as fast and as hard as they are.
Oh, the heat would
has
definitely
reached the
hinder
top.
them, but
Well
at least
done.
the sun's off the wall for the rest of the day and has been since we started climbing. So at least the wall's not been in the direct sun for very long. But yeah, it must be incredibly hard preparing in these conditions. Ridiculous, something really.
Well, I'm sitting in the shade. Both of us are in the shade, and we've actually managed to have our own fan, which is currently the most exciting thing that's happening for me here, other than this incredibly exciting climbing that we've got going on. If you are joining us, we are here for the female youth B category speed climbing at the World Youth Championships 2012 in Singapore. Graham, we just saw a climb on the wall with a score of
we have Mejia Jaramillo on the left.
10
On
seconds.
her right is Masanova from
10
the USA.
seconds from Youth B.
10
a
seconds
slight step,
from
but don't worry,
Youth
you can
B.
do it.
Oh wow, that's
and
incredible,
she's
and that's
done
on
it.
the first run. So I'm
Jaramillo is at the
assuming
top.
that she's going to qualify for the finals. So you'd think she's going to go past her by maybe as much as half a second or even a second by the finals. So that's really fast.
Do you want to know who it was from as well?
Tell me.
It was from our Venezuelan athlete, which is Leslie Romero.
Well, the Venezuelans in the Adult World Cups have got a really good record. I mean, they've got a couple of girls and a couple of guys, are up there amongst the best. So it's no real surprise that the Venezuelans are doing well, and their youth as well, because they've got a good
And they're up
history,
once
good
more.
development
On the
program
left
over
is the
there
Russian,
for speed climbing. So no surprises really.
Lapshina on her right is there.
Now, we moved quite quickly through our speed climbing World Cup.
Whoa.
Well, here for the World
And she's done it.
Championships
Round
as
of
well.
applause,
don't we? I mean,
everybody.
the lead climbing has taken place over 3 days, and the speed climbing is taking place today. Now, is that because it's more in honour of the sport being a fast sport, or is that just because it does happen so fast?
I think the clue's in the name of the discipline, speed. The lead routes, you have a time limit of 6 minutes in the qualification and then 8 minutes in the final. So a lot of the good climbers in particular are hanging on there for close to their maximum time. When you get 10 seconds compared with 4 minutes, that's why it goes so quickly. It's speed climbing. It's incredibly fast.
On 11, the lead is Khan from
Well
Russia.
said.
On her right
Well
is
said,
Kim
sir.
from Korea. And keep going, Kim.
So we're currently on the wall
And
now
Khan has hit the top once more. Well done.
with another 10-second climb, 10.96 there from our Russian climber just coming down. Are you surprised that we're seeing all these 10 seconds in Youth B?
Not really. I mean, it's a standard wall, isn't it? The record wall. So they've been training hard, and the Russians obviously having a virtually unrivaled record in speed climbing. So no, I'm not surprised at all.
Did you see the Speed World Cup where the world record for female seniors was broken?
No, unfortunately, I didn't see that.
I had the privilege of being sitting at the bottom of the wall watching that happen. And not only did she break the world record, she did it 3 times in one evening and didn't medal.
What?
Once
Oh,
again
that's
on the
incredible.
left is
So
Musenko
she
from
did it
Russia. On
in
her right is
the semi-final,
Raya Wadani from
quarter-final,
Indonesia.
stuff like that.
Yep, all the way through from the quals, and I think both climbs that she did to start off with broke, and then again in the semis, and then just obviously had a bad finals at the end of it. She'd broken the world record 3 times and came 4th.
Did she fall, or did she just... Was she a bit burned out, possibly?
Quite possibly. I think there was just a couple of fluffs. There was a couple of stumbles on the wall where she nearly went, but managed to hold on and then pushed up again. But that had obviously affected her time, so she couldn't finish anywhere near what she was capable of doing.
Oh, once you break your rhythm, it must be incredibly hard to get back into it. So yeah, you see it quite regularly, though, don't you? Somebody just makes that very small error, and they just lose rhythm, and then they're going from stopped again. In fact, they're actually almost falling off, so yeah.
Well, if you want to see that being broken, definitely get yourself over onto the IFSC. I'm going to say goodbye to Graham Alderson as he goes off to be an official again.
See you soon, Dan.
I'll see you soon. Thank you, Graham. Yeah, what I was saying, if you want to go and see that, get yourself over to the IFSC's YouTube channel. You can see there Yulia
on the left, we have
Levochkina
Spain.
of Russia
On our right, there's
breaking
Caitlin, all the way from South Africa.
that world record. It's definitely worth seeing. If you guys are into speed climbing, you will just be amazed. So get yourself over there. Again, got to keep shouting it out to you guys. Get yourself onto Facebook and liking Sport Climbing 2020. Get yourself onto Facebook as well, onto the 24/7 TV page. Give that a like also, and also get onto the IFSC and the 24/7 TV Twitter pages as well. Dr. Fluff, I have seen what you are saying, and I have seen you say it several times. I will try, and also Danny, I will, as soon as I can. And I've also seen that other one as well from Juanita from Colombia. From Colombia. So yes, I will try and do as much as I possibly can. At the moment, though, I do have to stay here because we are talking through our climbers. Always try and do the best I possibly can for you guys in the chat room. I know you want to be able to communicate to these guys, which I suppose is one of the exciting things about having a web feed like we do. But we'd like to see it out on TV, surely. Surely we'd like to see it out on TV. I mean, you wouldn't be able to communicate quite as well as we can, but I'd love to see it out on TV.
And right behind us, Kim
There's
from
a Swiss
Korea.
climber now.
Keep going, girls, you'll do it.
Rather fast again there with the time of 13.60.
And they're off on the left is Romero from Venezuela, and on her right is Daryl from Singapore.
Incredibly fast athlete. Now this is the one that's we're going to have to watch this athlete. That's 9.92 seconds. Breaking the 10 seconds that she just set.
Well done.
Pushing into 9.92 seconds in female youth B, guys. This is an incredibly impressive performance here from our Venezuelan athlete, Leslie Romero. One to watch out for. Moving on to our next set of climbers now, just coming out onto the wall, getting set. We're back with Staza.
And they're off
on the left-hand side,
is Guido
and on
from
the
Serbia.
right-hand
She's
side,
jumping her way to the top.
4,
She's not
which
even
is
climbing, she's practically
Afsana
jumping. On the right, we have
But look
Miramani
at
from
Staza.
Iran.
Staza was doing
Going
phenomenally well in the
strong.
lead World Cup as well last night, but here she is in speed as well with a score of 12.45 seconds. What an incredible start there to today. I hope you're all enjoying the World Championships thus far. I'm certainly enjoying being out here. The sand is so hot, I can't even stand still on it. I have to keep moving around. see
And
a
they're
good
off. It's a
Singapore
close fight
athletes as
between
well.
Rogora and McKeon from
Competition.
Italy
Here's
and
Grace
USA
now, Grace
respectively.
McKeon on the
And
right hand
jumping
side,
up to
really
the top.
trying to make
And
a
it's close,
strong
it's
effort
tight.
at this
Who's
now,
gonna reach
powering
there
up the
first?
wall. Currently on 12
And
seconds.
it's Rogora, followed closely
She's
by
got it in
McKeon.
12.99
Well
seconds, and next to her, our Italian athlete with a score of 11.92 seconds. Chiara Rogora.
Those are off. On the left, we have Kloshkova from Russia and McCarthy Allen on the right.
Very, very fast time there as well for Anastasia Klochkova from Russia. Question in the chat room there from B. Norton asking me how long before we think it's going to be over into the juniors. Well, I think straight away after this one we should have the male youth B speed, and then I think we're going to go through A until then eventually we end up getting over onto the juniors. So I'm hoping not too long, guys, because I know a lot of you are up either really, really late or really, really early. So I hope that that doesn't take too long to get onto the juniors for you as well. Remember, we're going to get into the semis and the finals later on today. It's all today, guys. Worcester. That's a lovely comment. Thank you very much. USA 123, past your bedtime. Only 1:30 a.m. TRC.
We have the climbers, the competitors for male youth B to report to the wall, please. Can we have just the competitors for male youth B? Can we have all the climbers for male youth B, please?
Right, guys, that does mean we are about to get things started, I do believe, with male youth B. So, the halfway split, again, just like we had earlier. The halfway split in our category. We have 29 athletes in the male youth B speed. I know a lot of you are waiting to see some of these athletes. Brandon Liu as well. Kayla's sister, brother, sorry. So the first athletes out are going to be number 527, Ji Hui. Yeah, it'll be Yu Ji Hui from Singapore, and also Brendan Mitchell, which is number 511. Are going to be our first two athletes out. I know that there's a lot of support for the US guys in the chat room as well, so keep that support coming in, guys. I love seeing you guys chant for these athletes. New Zealand, I am going to cheer for both Dan and Finn as well, because that's my whole name. If you are joining us, welcome. My name's Daniel Finn. I'm going to be cheering for Dan and Finn from New Zealand. 2 athletes. Well, Connor, I can already tell you now that I've put in a request already for Kayla Liu to come across and have a chat with me. Yeah, I'd imagine that it will be the Group A girls first, and then the guys. That seems to be the structure that we're working with here. Juanita from Colombia, I know that you are asking for an interview with the Colombians, but the thing is, the Colombians aren't out until a little bit later. I've just had a little look at when they are out, and when they are, I will interview them. So don't worry, plenty of time yet today. We are about to get things started with our male youth B speed category. I'm not entirely sure what our hold-up is down here on the floor. I would imagine it would be to do with gathering all the scores for our first category that's just had their climbs before we set off with our second. So guys, just to keep you updated on exactly what's going to be happening here, when we get through into the next round, we will be into our finals rounds. So it works a little bit differently to what you've been expecting in the lead competition we've been seeing at the moment. We go into our final rounds. Originally we take 16 athletes from each category through into into the first final round. Then the second final round will be down to 8. Then the next final round will be down to 4 athletes. So they are semis, but they're also just called the final rounds. We're down to 4, and then it'll be 2 and 2. So it'll be the 2 battling out for the first and second place that have won each of their races. And then the other 2 will be like the smaller final, which is for the 3rd and 4th place. And we're already away here with our first 2 climbers, Brendan Mitchell and Yu Ji. There you can see Brendan on the left-hand side, and Yu on the right. Brendan has unfortunately fallen. Don't worry, he still has another climb yet to come. And I think also Yu Ji also fell of Singapore. So neither athlete having a top there. Don't stress, guys, still one more climb to come, if you are focusing on that one. So our next 2 athletes coming out are going to be 512, which is Yusri Ibnu Hazel. Yusri Ibnu Hazel, number 412, and also Finn Fairbairn, which is number 528. And here we are, already starting. There's Finn on the right-hand side, and the Singaporean athlete Yusri on the left. Yusri really powering ahead of Finn here into the final section of the wall now. Let's see what kind of time we're going to get here.
Almost there.
Finn's still climbing, only just behind there. 18.13 seconds there. And for Finn, we are with a 27.32 seconds. Our next 2 athletes to come out are going to be Daniel Nuth of New Zealand, number 513. You'll be able to see him on the left-hand side of the wall, and also Ryan Tay Fang Yong of Singapore on bib number 529 on the right-hand side of your wall as well. And guys, you're currently watching the male Youth B speed category. This is Youth B. You guys are really throwing me in the chat now because you're talking about either Daniel or Finn, and it keeps throwing
Next
me.
up we have Nuth and Ryan from New Zealand.
Well, here we are,
and
back
Singapore,
on the wall.
respectively.
There is Daniel Nuth on the left-hand side, and next to him, the Singaporean athlete Ryan Tay Fang Yong.
Almost there.
It's looking like it's going to be our Singaporean athlete. The score of 15.61 seconds there. We're into our 20 seconds currently at the moment with Daniel. Okay, so next up, we're going to have 514 and 530. 514 is Antonio Martinez of Venezuela, and 530 is Guangfeng Li of China. Well, guys, I'm still waiting to talk to Kayla. I've asked somebody to go and find her for me, but she hasn't popped over yet. Try and find them later. As we move into our final rounds as well, I'll be having a chat to the climbers as well there. So stick around for that as we move through our day here. We'll probably be having a little bit of a break in between finishing our qualification rounds and going into our final rounds. But there are our next 2 climbers coming out, Antonio Martinez and Guangfeng Li of China.
hurry up.
Well, there you can see just how tall the wall is from the bottom and the amount of work that goes into building these complex structures just to hold these kind of tournaments. We're down on the beach here in Siloso. This is Siloso Beach in Singapore. And you're waiting for Oliver Marks. Well, I can tell you now that there is 3 more to come. And he'll be on the same side of the wall as Guangfeng Li, number 530, in a few moments' time, so keep your eyes glued. Lol, the height of the speed wall we're working with at the moment is the 15 category. Those are Graham Alderson's legs there. Very important part of climbing, Graham Alderson's legs, because without them he wouldn't be able to get around and organise the technical side of these sorts of events. Well, here are our next 2 climbers. As you said, number 514 and number 530. It's Antonio Martinez and Guangfeng Li of China. And here they're off.
Next up, we have Martinez and Li from Venezuela.
It looks like Guangfeng's pulling ahead here from Antonio Martinez. Really powering up the wall here. Antonio Martinez a little bit further behind, but a score of 9.43 for Guangfeng Li and 14.6 for Antonio Martinez. I can tell you that Guangfeng Li, with that score of 9 seconds, is only 3 seconds roughly off from the current world record for men's speed climbing, which stands at 6.26 seconds. Guys, question for you now in the chat. Do you think you could run 15 meters in 6.26 seconds? That's what I want to know.
Next up, we have Brosler and Sean from USA and
You're looking at
Singapore,
515, and
respectively.
also we are looking at 531. Sean Miguel Tansoto from Singapore, and next to them, John Brosler of the USA. 16 seconds there for John Brosler. Guys, I'm not going to tell you the female record. The reason I'm not going to tell you is because the record being broken is up on our IFSC YouTube channel. So get yourself onto YouTube, type in IFSC, get on our channel and type in Speed World Record, and you'll be able to see it happening. And that was by Yulia Levochkina. And I want you to watch it, it's exciting.
Next up, we have Swart and Hassanpur from South Africa and Iran.
Ah, Scott's back with us in the chat rooms. Nice to see you again, Scott. Yes, they did get to climb this wall for their practice. We've had our practice rounds earlier today. Well, there you are, 11.142. 11.142. Tristan John Stewart, of the RSA there with 11.42 there. That is a really good score. Let's hope that we can see him through into the finals, final lists there as well. So I hope that answers your question, guys.
Next up, we have Liu and Marks from USA and South Africa, respectively.
Guys, I can tell you now that we've got Brandon Liu,
Marks,
who's
you can
Kayla's
do it.
brother, on the wall at the moment, and Oliver Marks of RSA, Oliver Marks, who also climbed on the lead wall. But unfortunately, that's Oliver coming off there. And so did...
I don't know if he came off or...
Wait to get that confirmed, give me a second. Remember, all of our climbers in this category still have another climb yet to come. I can tell you in the chat room that twice now I have been over to the American camp, because I know a lot of you want to get interviews with them. Later on I will get some of the Colombian athletes as well for some interviews, but twice I've been over to the American camp and left my desk to try and get interviews with the Americans, and I can actually see the guy that I've asked to find them just standing around over there, so I don't know what's going on with that one, guys. If you've got any mobile phones, call up the Americans and ask them to come over if you want to speak to them.
From Iran and South Africa, respectively.
So, moving too fast for me to see the bib number right now. Over on the left-hand side of the wall, I think that's number 520, which is Sajjad Mostajaboda. And next to him, number 534, Yaya Curtis. Which means that our next athletes on the wall are Todor Sharkov, number 521, and next to him we are looking at Michael Retov, which is 535.
USA, respectively.
And you see Michael Retov here, 11.80. Not bad at all. This is the Youth B category that we're looking at the moment, and next to him, just finishing up with a score of 22.16. That was Todor Sharkov from Bulgaria. Next two athletes coming out now are going to be Hogi Kang, number 522 of Korea, and next to him will be Alfian Muhammad, number 537 of Indonesia. And they're away, here we are. A lot of support from both camps, I can hear just behind me now. Oh, and unfortunately, we have just lost one of our climbers. We are still with our Korean athlete though, getting up towards the top of the wall now. There he is with a time of 13.77 seconds. That is number 522, Hogi Kang. And from Kang to Pang, we move on to Runlin Pang of China now, climbing on the same route that we just saw Hogi Kang climb on. And Vladislav Myzinkov of Russia is going to be out on the other wall, number 538, in a few moments' time. So stay tuned for that.
Balance for umbrella yesterday because all water.
And here they go. Already a stall there. I think we might have had a false start, so we're bringing the athletes back down again. And we're going to start off with them again in a few minutes' time.
And now Oh, those bottles? Yeah. Stay, guys, connect it right.
Next up, we have Pang. Oh, technical difficulties. We apologize for the inconvenience caused. Next up, we have Pang and Mitsnikov from China and Russia, respectively.
And here we are again, and away. Look at the speed there, 8.73 seconds for our Russian athlete on the wall there. That was a phenomenally fast climb from Vladislav Myzinikov.
Next up, we have Alipur Shina and Zakrikov from Russia and Iran.
Another incredible climb from Daniel Zakirov of Russia, number 539 there. Another one in the 8 seconds bracket.
Maybe not here, maybe there's a beach we can go to. One thing I thought...
Well, welcome if you're joining us. We're here at the World Youth Speed Championships in Singapore.
Next up, we have Kujik and Diachkov from Russia and
Another
Croatia.
Russian athlete. Now look how fast these guys are moving. It's Maxim Diachkov there. And next to him, number 525, that was Borna Kujik.
Now we have Pobi and Fossali from South Africa and Italy. Once again, we have Jiehui and Mitchell. Michelle. New Zealand and USA.
Well, next up is going to be Yusri Ibnu Hazel from Singapore and Ryan Tae Fang Yong.
Now we have Ibnu Haizul and Ryan both from Singapore.
Well, here we are with Ibnu Haizul and Ryan, two Singaporean athletes racing to get to the top. Welcome back if you are joining us. Do apologise for some of the technical difficulties that we've had here. I can tell you what that was. Our cables that we've run along this beach to bring you this live internet feed, we've had to power our internet as well down here on the beach, and we've just had one of the athletes trying to charge their mobile phone off our power, pulling out the internet and disconnecting all of you guys, the thousands of you that are watching in the chat room. We've now got that sorted. We are back with our climbers. If you have missed some of the first climbs from the climbers you were trying to join us to watch, don't worry, there's still a second climb to come from about the point that we did lose connection. Number 513 and 530 now getting set to make a start. 513 and 530, and that is Daniel Nuth and Guangfang Li.
Now we have Nuth and Lee from New Zealand and China.
No, I've gone back. Number 531 now joining us. Sean Miguel Tan Soto of Singapore. Next to him will be Antonio Martinez from Venezuela, number 514. You can see him on the right-hand side. Just a bit ahead there now. 9.79 seconds and 11.25. 9.779 for the Italian athlete. Sorry, Venezuelan athlete, Antonio Martinez. Next two athletes out are going to be John Brosler, number 515. 515 next from the USA, and next to him will be Abul Fazl Hassanpour, number 532. See Abul Fazl on the left-hand side there, and next to him Daniel Nuth.
Now we have Hassanpour and Brosler from Iran.
Sorry, John
USA
Brosler.
respectively.
Well, that was John Brosler. So our next athletes
Just for your
are
information,
number 516
the provisional results for qualification
and
female youth
number
will
533,
be
and that's
up
going to
at
be
the
Oliver
notice
Marks,
board.
number 533 from the Republic of South
Provisional
Africa,
results of
and
qualification
it's going to
female
be
youth B speed will
Tristan
be up
John
at the notice board. Thank you.
Swart of the Republic of South Africa as well. So we've got two South African climbers now battling it out to try and make a place in the finals. Oliver Marks on the right-hand side. Tristan John Stewart on the left. Welcome back if you are joining us. We are here live from Singapore for the World Youth Speed Championships. Tristan John Stewart approaching the top of the wall now. His teammate Oliver Marks a little bit further down, 22.17 there for Tristan John Stewart. Still waiting for Oliver Marks. Here he is, number 533. And there he is with the time of 40.65. Oliver Marks. So next out are going to be number 517 and 534. So that'll be Brandon Liu of the USA and 534 Yaya Curtis of South Africa. And here they are. See Brandon on the right-hand side. Brandon is away. Really making an effort here, firing up the wall. Number 517, Brandon Liu. Brandon Liu now nearly at the top, trying to beat the times that the Russian athletes have just set. That is 6.52 seconds. That can't have been right. Maybe there's a false start there on the timer. The world record for senior men's is 6.26 seconds. Yaya Curtis there, getting up the wall, 6.52. I'm not sure what's going to happen there with Brandon's scores. I'll be amazed if that's right. I mean, it felt fast, but it didn't feel quite that fast. I don't think it was a false start, guys. I think maybe the timer might have not been set at the same point. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Anyway, we're back with our next two climbers. If he has, then that's phenomenal. I mean, it did feel fast, but I'm not sure whether it felt that fast. Michael Retov with 535, and next to him we are with 520. This is Sajjad Mustajaboda. And that was it, 10 seconds there for Brandon's teammate, Michael Retov. Well, guys, I can solve that argument over the world record right now. Get yourself over onto IFSC, to their website, ifsc-climbing.org, and get on there, and the current world record, official world record, is on there. Here we are now with our two athletes, 537, Afian Mohammed, and next to him, 521, Todor Sharkov. 11.6 there. Okay, so our next athletes coming out are going to be number 522 and number 521 and number 538.
Now we have
I do apologise, it is 522. 522 is going to be Hogi Kang. And next to him, just setting off there, you can see the speed that the Russians are setting with 8.34 seconds there, and how fast that felt. Number 538 was Vladislav Miznikov. So have a look there. Yeah, guys, if you're asking over here, yes, there is. We're still in the Youth B male category for our speed here. We've had our Youth B female, and this is our Youth B male category. Next two athletes are going to be number 523 and number 539, and we are away with them. And you can see now the speed that Daniel is firing up that wall. Now, does that not look a little bit faster than Brandon? And only 7.73 there. So yeah, we're still in the qualification stage, and look how fast that felt, 7.73. Still in UB.
We have Ali Porshina and Yashkov from Iran and Russia.
We have number 524 and number 540, El Porshina and Dyachkov. 8.43 for the Russian and 11 seconds there for El Porshina. Next up is number 525 and number 541. And 541 is Ludovico Fusali, and number 525 is Borna Kujic. Well, next two athletes are now out. Waiting to turn around and get started on the wall here. Ludovico Fusali, number 541. And next to him, Borna Kujic, number 525. Sorry, number 524, in fact. El Porshina.
Now we have Kujic and Fusali from Italy and Iran.
And here we are. Again, very fast climb here from both of our climbers. A 9.32 and a 10.01 here for our Italian athlete Ludovico Fusali, and for Mehdi Ali Porshina.
Support of the athletes holding the area in front of the wall. Number 534, Curtis Jaya from South Africa, reported the holding area for athletes. Thank you.
Next two athletes about to come out now. One to watch out for, number 542, Russian athlete Alexander Shikov. And next to him, we will be seeing Borna Kujic, number 525. And here we are, we're about to start. Borna and Alexander. Alexander on the left, Borna on the right. And here we are, you can see there the speed that we're moving at from Alexander. Absolutely flying up that wall. Now this is what we're talking about with the speed difference. 7.3. I think that's 7.38 there. And this is what I mean about what we were talking about with Brandon a few moments ago. Brandon was extremely fast, but I don't think there was any way that was possibly 6.5, I think it was that we were talking about. We're still back on the wall, though, with Borna Kujic. So, as I've said, one to watch out for as we move through this tournament for the male Youth B speed, Alexander Shikov. And a score of 40.78 there for Borna Kujic. Right, we can see some of our climbers gathering at the bottom of the wall now. Quick turnaround, we get set to have our next few guys coming out, and that's going to be the Youth A female category. So remember to keep watching because they're just going to get faster and faster as we move through the competition. Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to Singapore, where it is exceptionally hot. So, Singapore, and we're after fun facts. Juanita from Colombia, yes, I know about the Colombians and wanting to have an interview there. Singapore has more than 3,000 kilometers of roads. Stretched end to end, they can cover the distance from Singapore to Hong Kong. It's a dance fun fact. One of our roads over here can stretch the distance from Singapore to Hong Kong, which is not really far. Right, now just while we're waiting for our next set of climbers to come along, I'm going to clear up a bit of a discussion that we've been having in the chat with a couple of you. I've noticed Kazakhstan, you've been talking about the speed world record. I can tell you now I have Graham Alderson sitting next to me. Now I'm saying the speed world record as it stands here is 6.26 seconds. That was set in the male seniors category by Quixin Zong from China. I'm going to hand you over to Graham Alderson to confirm why that is our world record.
It is the world record because it was set on an official IFSC speedery on an official homologated IFSC speed wall. So anything that's not set on one of those routes or one of those walls does not count as a world record. So yes, 6.26, set last year at the World Championships in Arco. So I think that clears that one up, Dan.
Right, well, those results will be updated for you as soon as possible as well. And thank you for Graham Otterson for clearing up some stuff for us there as well in terms of what we would call our world record, because it is set on an official route from the IFSC. And the official routes are what we climb on. Well, back over on the wall now, we're about to move on to our next category. Well, here's a slope hand for you. This is what an official wall looks like. Talking about that a few minutes ago. Do they have to climb side by side? I don't really know. I imagine at the gym they could climb on their own if they felt like it. Over here we like to do them side by side. But yeah, just to reiterate that, they're actually racing against the clock here, not against each other. They want to try and find the best times. I'd imagine that having somebody next to you racing would spur you on to get a faster time, but here they're after the best time on the clock. So about to start with our female youth A category in speed. That's going to be Samantha Stainton of RSA. And it's going to be Di Nui of China on the right, and they are off already. And Di Nui is powering ahead here of Samantha Stainton. You can see her quickly approaching the halfway point on the wall. Getting very close now. Only a few moments away, and next to her we've got Samantha Stainton, but she's just passing the 2/3 point. That's 17.29 seconds there for Di Nui. And number 377. Which is Samantha Stainton, making a score of 33.83 seconds.
And we have Britova from Russia and Carr from the USA.
We're up with our next two climbers, and this is really a test of speed here between these two athletes from Russia and from the US. And it's going to be the US with 11.63, 12.5 on the other side of the wall there. But what an amazing start. Elena Britova, number 378 from Russia there, and Megan Carr from the USA. Next two athletes are going to be number 393 and number 381. And that is going to be Yusri Nadra, number 381, from Singapore. And we are looking at number 393, which is Margarita Zakharova of the Ukraine.
Now it's Nadra and Zakharova from Singapore and the Ukraine respectively.
Well, our next two athletes coming out here are going to be 382 and 394 394 Valeria Baranova of Russia, and 382 will be Noni Karolina. There's Baranova on the right, Karolina on the left. We are away. Oh, full start there, guys. So we get a bit of a change around. Well, sorry guys in the chat. I know that a lot of you are asking questions at the moment. I was just away from the chat, just sorting something out. I actually missed the entire conversation there, but we are about to get started here again. There they are, Noni Karolina and Baranova on the right. Baranova is not waiting around at all here. Noni is down at the bottom of the wall. I think she fell off almost instantly, but Valeria is now right at the top, and there she is with 11.10 seconds. Fantastic effort. Our next two climbers, 383 and 395. 383 and 395. Bailey Dickinson and Nina Latch. From the USA, Bailey Dickinson, and from Austria, Nina Latch. Well, there she is, Bailey Dickinson, and there's Nina Latch of Austria. We're about to get things started. And they're off. Neck and neck at the moment. Nina Latch trying to pull ahead, but she's paused. It looks like possibly
from the USA and Austria respectively.
Nina Latch actually stopped there completely. Bailey Dickinson's away though.
Oh, appears to be technical difficulties.
And the clock wasn't on, so Bailey has just climbed that wall without it actually being timed. What a shame. Because she really powered up that wall then. I imagine we have to hold on for a few seconds while we just get that technical issue sorted. Well, I was thinking that was actually a false start, but I'm not entirely sure exactly what happened there, whether there's a technical problem or not. But yeah, you can see we're covering what's happening on the grounds. Well, here we are at the Youth World Championships in Singapore, waiting for these next two climbers, Bailey Dickinson and Nina Latch. Seeing what's happening here. I believe they're going to take a time from the ground there, as the main clock didn't go off. I thought it was a false start. I didn't know that it was, but I don't know what exactly has happened there. But it's looking like our next climber is out, and that's not Bailey Dickinson. It's 384 now, which is Kyra Condi of the USA, next to Nina Latch again. And they're away. Here we go.
And it's Condi and
Alexander Elmer
from the USA and Austria.
They have done a switch around. It's Alexander Elmer, number 396. And Alexander Elmer takes it with 10.64 next to 11.95 from our next US athlete, which was Kyra Condi. So it looks like they have pulled those two previous athletes off the wall. I'm not exactly sure what's happened there, but they have got another climb yet to come. Our next two athletes are going to be 385 and 397. There they are, Jacqueline Wu and Svetlana Matovlinova. Well, here's Jacqueline Wu and Svetlana Matovlinova. And they're away. This is fast now, guys. We're going to stay with them.
From the USA
Here we are,
and
neck
Russia
still. No,
respectively.
Svetlana's pulling ahead just a little bit. Jacqueline Wu trying to pull back here, but Svetlana's really powering towards the end. It looks like that's going to be it at 10.67 seconds, 11.83 from Jacqueline Wu. Still one extra climb to go, but that was fantastic first climb from both of our athletes here. Well, here's Li Ling Li of Singapore and Anna Emmets of Russia, number 398 and number 386, and here they are. Anna Emmets instantly starting off. The Russians are looking so strong here. The four Russian athletes in the previous category performing exceptionally well. That was 10.61 seconds there for Anna Emmets. Chapa's back. It's nice to see Chapa back as well. Question in the chat room from Juanita in Colombia. Dan, do you climb? Badly. That's my answer to that. I can climb stairs pretty well. And ladders. Here we are, we're
And
off.
once again,
Another fast
Dickinson
start,
and
Anna
Lach
Emmets and Li Ling Li.
from the USA
Still
and Austria.
neck and neck. Oh, sorry, we're our next two athletes out now instead. I think it's gone back there, so 12.24 seconds would be for Bailey Dickinson, and it's going to be Nina Latch there as well. So we have had that as a reclimb there as well. Well, I can tell you all in the chat room. I know, Connor, you wanted us to do some interviews with a couple of the US climbers. I can tell you that Kyla's gone back to the hotel, even though we've asked 3 times for an interview now. And Brendan is still in isolation. So we can have neither of those athletes. Closing ceremony, Teddy, will be later on this evening. So, Connor, there's your answer. Joseph, I know about the Colombians as well. Well, we're getting into the category very shortly. We'll have some Colombian athletes, so once they're finished, I'll try and get an interview with them as well. We are going to be bringing you up the next climbers now. Oh, there they are, Teresa Svoboda and Polina Shelpakova. Somebody from the Czech Republic, Teresa there, and Polina from Russia. This should be pretty fast, guys, so keep your eyes on the screen. Well, I've got a couple of you asking how hot it is over here at the moment. It's currently 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Centigrade over here, we are looking at 32 degrees centigrade. And it's very humid as well at the same time. So Teresa Svobodova of the Czech Republic and Polina Shelpakova about to start, and we're taken away from the wall, and now they're going back to the wall again. So here we are, Teresa and Polina. Teresa on the left, Polina on the right. This should be fast, guys. We're about to start with this one. Hope you're all excited. Here we go.
And it's Svobodova and Shelpakova from the Czech Republic and Russia.
Not waiting around for a second. Teresa's still right towards the bottom, but Polina's right up to the top already. And that's a score of 10.53 seconds. Still waiting for Teresa. She's now on the 2/3 of the way up mark on the wall. Okay, so there we are with those two athletes. We're about to get set with our next two. Try and keep updating the results from us here on the IFSC site as well. If you're looking for them, you can get over there. You can look at start lists and the results so far here. I'm going to have to ask you all for the meantime to stop asking for requests for interviews because it is slightly driving me mad. We're back with our next climbers, and that's what it's all about.
Singapore
Michela
and
Fatti
Italy.
of Italy, and Tang Sin Yin Vanessa of Singapore here as well. Michela Fatti's ahead here, and here we are with 13.70 for her, 13.70 for Michela, and 17.65 for Tang Si Yin. So here's Binbin. I managed to have an interview with her earlier today, having a talk to her about the Singapore team, and here she is, Binbin Zhang of Singapore and Andrea Ebner of Italy. Binbin on the left and Andrea on the right. Can we get some support?
And it's time from Singapore and Ebner from Italy.
And here we go. It's looking like Binbin's pulling ahead here. This could be a chance for Singapore as we move into the finals. Very close now, Binbin. They've all got a climb still to come, remember. That's a score. Although Binbin hasn't actually stopped her clock there. Unfortunately, right at the very last, 18.80. What a shame, right at the top. Just missed out on the touch. Scott, why do speed climbers need to be in ISO? I'm not entirely sure either, actually. Why do they need to be in ISO? There's Graham Alderson behind me. Graham Alderson. Who's busy, I'm afraid, at the moment. So here's our next two climbers, and a very quick start for them as well.
It's new from China and South Africa once again.
Oh no, sorry, no it isn't. We've got a Korean climber. No, sorry, it's an RSA climber there, number 317 I can see, or 377. I think it's Samantha Stainton again, yes it is. There she is on the wall at the moment, still climbing. So we are about to have another change around again now. Our climbers are starting to make their second climb on this wall. They have seen some incredibly fast climbs so far today. And this is Megan Carr and Elena Britova about to start on their second climb. Let's have some support in the chat room. I know a lot of you here are joining us from America. Elena Petrova slipped on a foothold there, managed to hold on
Russia
though. Elena
and
Petrova is
USA.
still now trying to pull back into the lead. This is just how fast the Russians are, guys. Elena Petrova looks like she's going to, and she does just 12.41 against 12.71, a 30 tenths of seconds. There, 3/10 of a second faster than Megan Carr, despite slipping both feet off the wall and almost campusing for a couple of moves before pushing up to take that one there. People asking how hot it is out here at the moment in the chat room as well. I see Larry's joining us. It's currently 32 degrees centigrade, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It is very hot indeed. Nice blue sky. Here are our next two climbers, Margarita Zakharova
And it's
Yusuri
Nadra and
Nadra
Zakharova from
of
Singapore and the Ukraine.
The Ukraine athlete Margarita is powering ahead here though. Not waiting around, Yusuri Nadra trying to pull it back, but Margarita is still pushing into the lead, and there it is with a 12.22 second run there for her against a 14-second run from Yusuri Nadra of Singapore. As I think one of you in the chat room was talking about that a few minutes ago as well, about the isolation and everything. Don't actually think there is an isolation zone. I think it's the warm-up area, but as one or two of you were saying in the chat room, and just chatting to Graham now has just said, the name's just sort of stuck as the isolation zone, but it's actually just the warm-up area, and that's what we mean now. And that looks like a full start there for Valeria Baranova and Noni Karolina. So they come back down, and we get set to go again.
And it's Karolina and Baranova from Indonesia and Russia.
Another incredibly fast time for the Russian athletes, 11.22 seconds there. Noni Karolina is now pushing up.
And it's Lark and Dickinson from the USA and Australia.
And Bailey Dickinson and Nina Latch are back on opposite walls now this time. And Bailey takes it. Nina Latch with 12.25 and Bailey with 11. Kyra and Alexandra now on their way. This is going to be fast.
Condi and Elma
Kyra
from the
Condi
USA
trying to
and
pull ahead of
Austria.
Austrian climber Alexandra Elma, but Alexandra's still holding the lead at the moment. Kyra trying to pull it back. Alexandra Elma still there. 10.65 seconds to 11 from Kyra. Kim, nice to see you in the chat room. It's almost straight after this. We are literally going straight from our feed here over to Arco to bring you the speed and the Rock Masters. So it'll be later on, I suppose, today for us. I'm not sure whether that'll be in the morning where you are.
It's Zhu and Motovilova from the USA and Russia.
Adrian and his team are already out there, and they'll be uploading already what you haven't seen. So you'll be able to get that on the IFSC YouTube channel as well. Make sure you go over and have a look at that one. Nice to see you back with us, Kim. Anybody who doesn't know who that is in the chat room, well, we've got two famous mums in the chat room at the moment. We've got Alex Fritz's mum, Denise, and we've also got Kim Puccio, Alex Puccio's mum. So do say hello if you're just joining us. Yeah, there you are.
Siemens from Russia and Lee from Singapore.
Anna Emmett pushing incredibly fast there, 10.54. Don't think we've seen a break into 9 yet from any of our athletes, but we've still got the female juniors to come, remember guys, and also the male juniors. So the times are only going to get faster. Heidi just saying to me, Dan, some of the males, the males on B broke 9. Yes, they did. I was talking about this particular category that we're watching now, which is the female youth A category. I was interested to see whether any of them will be breaking the Air 9 barrier. Well, we're off with our next
Anna Sharapova and Svobodova from Russia and the Czech Republic.
There, unfortunately, for number 2. There's Polina Shapakova and Teresa Svoboda there from the Czech Republic, still making her climb. Polina did stumble towards the bottom of the wall. Next two climbers take to the stage, Michaela Faki and Tang Si Yin Vanessa of Singapore. And they're away.
Vanessa and Fasi from Singapore and
trying
Italy.
to come back, but Michaela Faki is holding on to a firm lead here, nearly a whole body length ahead of Tang Si Yin. She's going to do it in 12.87 seconds there compared to 16.58 from Tang Si Yin.
And it's Zhang and Ebner from Singapore and Italy once again.
Well, here's Bingbing Zhang and Andrea Ebner of Italy. Italy and Singapore. Singapore on the right-hand side. Bingbing just behind Andrea Ebner now.
Ui, penat weh.
Just to give you guys an update on how we work here, once we've had our qualifications, which we are currently watching, we will then have our finals, the final rounds, which there are roughly 4 altogether. It's quite a few. We go from 16, the top 16 times from the qualifications. That is then down to 8, and then 8 down again to 4, and 4 to 2 sets of 2. And then we end up having our grand final and our lower final. And our grand final is for the 1st and 2nd place, and the lower final is for the 3rd and 4th place. And it's just constant rounds and very, very fast. So look forward to watching that a little bit later tonight. Well, it'll be tonight for us, or afternoon or evening for us. Not sure about you guys. Waiting in the chat room. We're waiting for another change around now as well. I can see there are some requests in the chat room for another one of Dance Fun Facts. So yeah, right, the Dance Fun Facts. Singapore consists of only 1 main island and 63 other tiny islands. Most of these islands are uninhabited. The great unknown awaits us off the edge of Singapore, where I sail my ship into the surf and be seen here no more. Hey, did you a poem? So here we are with the female Youth B qualification results as they stand at the moment. Leslie Romero at the top there from Venezuela with a 9.92. Underneath her from Ecuador, Nicole Major Jaramillo with a 10.84. Anastasia Klochkova, 10.87. Give me 1 second, I'm just going to bring that one up again. There we are. Leslie Romero, 9.92. Nicole Maya Jaramillo, 10.84. Anastasia Klochkova with 10.87. Look at how many Russians we've got here. A nice little clump in the middle. And at the bottom there, Stasa Gajo, which is amazing because she did exceptionally well all the way through the lead competition as well. She's going to make it through here as well in the speed. So here's the female Youth B qualifications. Evgenia Lapshina at the top there with 12.61. No surprise there. Another Russian. Grace McKeon though, in 11th place, 12.99. And all the way down there, the all-important 16th place is Katrina Louis of the USA, 17.75. That makes her through to the first round of our finals rounds a little bit later this evening. Our next athletes are out now. We are now on to our male A qualifications. For speed, it's going to get fast now, guys. Brace yourself. And they are away. We've got a Canadian athlete, Robert Stewart Patterson, who is
now we have Stewart Patterson and Brown from Canada and South Africa.
Bit of a stall at the end there, but there it is, 10.15. And that's his first climb, guys. We've got another one to come from him yet. And it's the other Robert as the 2 Robs battle it out. Forget the 2 Ronnies, we've got the 2 Roberts. 4.92 from South Africa. Here we are with 25 seconds and 19 milliseconds. So having a look at our group here. A very quick turnaround. And here are our next two athletes out now. A gentleman that I had a nice little chat with earlier today, Dario Hanning, and Di Nui. Give me 1 second. That's not Di Nui. It's Brandon Van Houten.
Now we have Henning and Van Houten, both from South Africa.
Trying to battle it out here, Brandon Van Houten taking the lead. Dario Hanning trying to come back, but this is not a fast time. It's not what we're used to seeing in the male A category. Still trying to get up the wall here. Brandon Van Houten, and here it is, there's the tap there. Dario Hanning coming up behind him. And there it is from Dario as well. Still phenomenal to see them moving up a 15-meter wall in the time that they do. Our next athletes are about to come out with one of the longest names I have ever seen, Dayeng Sediet bin Karamrul Barin on the left-hand side.
Now we have Bin Kamarul Barin and Thomas from
Pitzel.
Malaysia and the USA.
Thomas Pitzel from the USA, who has done that there in 9.72 seconds, which is exactly what we want to see. And the man with the longest name in the world actually pushing onto Thomas Pitzel's side of the screen. That's how unfair that is. That name is absolutely insane. But he finishes there as well.
Now we have Army Joe and Mano Salvas from
Incredibly fast time here from the
Colombia and Ecuador.
Josu Manosalvas. Sebastian Armijo of Colombia now climbing up the wall. Not a bad effort at all here. But he is pushing into the 28-second category. Again, another turnaround coming up now.
Now we have Wen and Yipes from Chinese Taipei and Ecuador.
And another incredibly fast climb from our next climber from Ecuador as well. And near slip there as well. From our climber on the left-hand side of the wall. Ecuadorian climber number 497. We are now looking at Roberto Yepes. Chapa, I'm so sorry that your cat is complaining. Usually with the cat that I have back at home, my cat, I just sort of throw it in the garden when it does things like that. And here we are.
Now we have Dominic
With our
and
next
Bach
two
from
climbers, the next
USA
US climber number 477
and Ukraine.
fighting against. Oh, but unfortunately a Ukraine athlete has just slipped off the wall. From the US though, 9.46 seconds. And that was for Brandon? No, I think it was actually Dominic.
Now we have Rusdianto and
Sterbuckov
Sterbuckov from Indonesia and Russia.
Athletes. Incredibly fast one again from Russia, from Maxim Sherbakov. Andriy Rusdianto from Indonesia there next to him. 9.53 there from the Russian. Already our next two climbers are out. Canadian athlete Tristan Gosselin and Andreas Pazmino of Ecuador.
Now we have Tristan and
they're away,
Pazmino
Tristan
from
Gosselin
Canada and
trying to pull
Ecuador.
forward Andreas Pazmino. The Ecuadorian climbers are exceptionally fast here. They could be giving the Russians a run for their money as we move into the finals. 10.17 and 12.54 for Tristan Gosselin. But I'm thinking we're going to see some of the Ecuadorians and some of the Russians in the finals. I'm still thinking that we might have quite heavily dominated Russian podiums here at the moment, though. I'm definitely thinking that. And here we are with Wenqi Wu and Alexander Bolshakov from Russia.
Now we have Wu and Bolshakov from Chinese Taipei and Russia. .33 seconds to 7.83 from the Russian athlete Alexander Bolshakov. Are you guys getting what I'm saying yet about this whole Russian-dominated podiums that I think we might be seeing here? I think the Ecuadorians are the only ones that are really going to give the Russians a run for their money. Anybody thinking different? Anybody want to suggest who else we might see on a podium? Now we have Roji and Faizulin from Indonesia and Russia.
I know a lot of you are giving some support from where you are back at home. 12.21 seconds there, 7.53 from Alexander Bolshakov. No, those are our next two climbers. It's not Alexander Bolshakov that was just on the wall. That was actually Roji and Ruslan Faizulin, and again the Russian athlete broke into the 7-second bracket. Another Russian athlete now, George Artamanov.
And we have Mohammad Azim and Artamanov from Singapore and Russia,
from
respectively.
Singapore, but there is the Russian flying up the wall again with 7.68 seconds. What an incredibly strong Russian team they have brought out here with us for the Singapore World Youth Championships. Phenomenally strong. Congratulations to the Russians on having some incredible teams.
Now we have Gregory and Lugetsky from Singapore and Russia, respectively.
So currently, guys, while we watch Sergei Luzgetsky powering to 7.53 seconds, closely followed though by Singapore athlete Tazy Yi Gregory in the 8-second bracket. Well, while we watch this exceptional lift in the speed of these climbs as we go through our competition here, the speed qualifications are currently starting over in Arco as well. And that's what's going to be uploaded onto the YouTube
site a little bit later on. So that'll be on the YouTube channel a little bit later on. You'll be able to get over to the IFSC.tv YouTube channel and watch the speed qualifications from Arco on there as well.
Now we have
Our next two climbers are out. That was actually a
from
false start, so they're going to have to come down again. We're going to reset and go again for that one. Sungwoon Cho, we saw him in the lead, and Thomas Guevara of Venezuela now. Now we saw an exceptionally fast climb from a Venezuelan girl earlier today. Broke the 10 seconds bracket in the female Youth B category. That was Leslie Romero. Definitely want to watch out for as we move through into the finals. Is it going to happen again here with Thomas?
We have Cho and Guevara from Korea and Venezuela.
Thomas Guevara, a couple of slips there on the footholds, but he's managing to pop it up. 9.10 seconds. Still, I believe, good enough to get him into the 16 that go through into the finals. It's quite interesting for me, actually. Every time somebody asks for a fun fact, it's a different person. So somebody must be liking the fun facts in the chat room. Our next two climbers are out now. Our next two climbers are out. About to start. And we're off again there. No false starts here. Powering up the wall here on the right-hand side is Joshua Bosler of Germany and Hanwoo Kim of Korea on the left. 9.38 seconds, just a tad slower, but not much at all in it with the Venezuelan athlete that we've just seen climb. Let's hope that it's still fast enough to see him through into the first section of finals. And Hanwoo Kim of Korea just on the left-hand side there. Another strong climb there as well. Ash, I like your fun fact. That's a great fun fact. Singapore is hot. No, let's have another dance fun fact. Are we all excited? Are we tense for dance fun fact?
Now we have Satyawan and Mai Muratov from Indonesia and Kazakhstan.
And that is a phenomenally fast climb there. 7.13 seconds, Amir Maimuratov of Kazakhstan. And that's why one of our guys that was in the chat room earlier today was going on about the Kazakhstan speed climbing. That was phenomenally fast there. That was a very impressive time, and this is only the male youth A category, and that was
now we have
less than a second
from Singapore and
just less than a second slower than the world record for speed climbing, which is 6.26 seconds. 7.98 seconds there from Gianluca Grichting of Switzerland, and Bing Han Kwek of Singapore on the other side as well. But that is amazing, isn't it? He was only just Alessandro Santoni of Italy on the right-hand side, and Collier Skin on the left-hand side. Collier's pulling it back here. They were nearly back to neck and neck, but Alessandro Santoni of Italy takes it with 8.6 seconds compared to 9.26 from Collier Skin, which is still very, very fast indeed. Quoko asking for the Arco speed qualifications. We're actually at the moment staying with us for the meanwhile, and then we will go over to Arco a little bit later today, but you'll be able to see the qualifications on the IFSC YouTube channel.
Now we have Wilbur and Kritz from USA
a little bit later,
and Czech
Jan
Republic.
Kritz of the Czech Republic, very fast here. 7.77. Wonderfully fast. Jakob Wilbur of the US next to him. Doing rather well as well. Definitely picking up here. I know that you all want to talk to Jakob Wilbur, so let's go over and talk to him right now to get you guys off my back. I'm going to go over and have a chat with him. Jakob Wilbur, where's he gone? He's actually going back into the isolation or warmth area, I think. I can already see the next two athletes warming up, so I'm not going to be able to go and talk to Jakob right now. He's disappeared back around the back, so I'm afraid, no guys, you're going to have to continue
now we
waiting.
have Stuart Patterson
See some Team
and
USA here though. How are you getting on, guys?
from
Good.
Canada
You see
and
Jacob climb?
South
Yeah.
Africa.
You guys are really putting on quite a good show, aren't you?
I should hope so. His foot slipped, but you know, we're getting there.
So have we got any confirmation yet about whether we're going to see any of you guys in the 16 that are going through into the finals breakdown?
We have the B girls all in the, they're all going to the finals, and I think the B boys, right? All the B boys and the B girls, yeah. So
Great, okay.
not too bad. We could do better.
Great.
I think all the A girls also made it.
So you've got all of your B girls and all of your A girls going as well?
And B boys.
And B boys?
Yes.
We'll get around there and start having a go at all the A boys, because at the moment they're not. Why aren't they in there as well? If everyone's going to go into the finals, they should be there as well, surely.
The round's just not over yet.
All right, it's not over yet. That's a great answer. And it isn't over yet, so I'm going to go back.
Now we have Henning and Van
chat to you
Houten,
guys,
both
'cause
from
I can't
South
get around
Africa.
to see any of the athletes at the moment. They are going around the back of the wall. NZ Mum, when will the video footage appear on the YouTube channel? Does it take a few days? Not normally, no. It's usually exceptionally fast. It can take up to a few days, but no, it doesn't usually take too long at all. Deng, see that? It's Thomas Pitzel of the US, and next to him, put a line between the L and the D, and we've got Deng Sidahat bin Karamrul Bahrain. I got through it. I think I got through the name. Waiting to see those guys climb, and I think we're going to say goodbye to Chapa, because Chapa is getting her face scratched off by her cat. It's sad to see you go, Chapa. But good night to you. Thank you for being with us. So support pouring in now for Thomas Pitzel. Any support for Dane?
We have Ben Kamaru Bahrain
Thomas is
and Thomas
powering
from
here.
Malaysia
Thomas
and
can get that.
USA.
A slip, but he's held on. And there he is, 10.38 seconds. Not bad at all. Little bit of a slip, but he's done exceptionally well there. So our next two climbers are up. Thomas Pitzel is now just leaving. We are here with Josu Manoslavas. It looks like we're going to have a false start there. Sebastian Armijo coming down. Colombian athlete and Ecuadorian athlete. Now both of these guys have been very, very fast earlier today. Stay glued. Ryan, nice to see you again.
We're down here on Siloso Beach in the Sentosa region of Singapore. We're on a beach. It's gloriously hot.
And now we have Army
But we've
Joe
managed to
and
get
Nano
internet and
Salvas
power
from
and everything
Colombia
we need
and
down here to bring
Ecuador.
you live coverage of the World Youth Championships. 9.27 seconds there from our Ecuadorian climber. Our Colombian climber still going. But Josu Manosalvas is possibly going to be through into the first final section now with that score of 9.27, that time of 9.27 rather. Obs, really good question there. Do you think the amount of climbers popping off has to do with the heat? I would have to say, yeah, I think it probably does have something to do with the heat. The walls haven't been cleaned since we started. They are much bigger holes, but the chalk is going to be really building up there now. It's going to start to clog together, and the heat is going to make those holes slippy. It could have something to do with it. Our next two climbers are now out. It's Roberto Yepes and Ying Shi Wen, another Ecuadorian climber, so keep your eyes on these guys, because I think these guys are going to be the ones to give the Russians a run for their money when we move into the final a bit later on today. They're climbing really well today. Maybe it's because they're used to the heat. I don't know. But if the heat is something to do with it, then the Russians, I don't know what's going on there, because they're known for it being rather cold over there, and it's not stopped them here one second
Next
at
up,
all.
we have Wen and
Roberto
Yepes
now
from Chinese
flying
Taipei
here
and
up this wall.
Ecuador.
He's leaping there. He's doing really big dynos onto the next hold. He's not securing the footholds, and it's given him a 9.07 second score. Ying Shi Wen, the 14-second score. I am hoping and thinking that they are going to clean the walls before we head into the juniors category qualifications, because we have had 4 different groups now with roughly 30, well, up to 30 climbers. You know, there's been either 27 or 25 athletes in each group. We've had 4 sets of them now climbing these walls, and it hasn't been cleaned. Our next 2 climbers are out now as well. It's Dominic, I think, on the right-hand side. Just change that for you. 9.04 against 9.63. It is Dominic Labage of the USA and Oleski Buk of the Ukraine. As I said, we were just chatting to the Americans a few seconds ago over there, and phenomenal effort from the US team, and it's seeming like all of their guys are making it through to the 16 of each category, which is great to see.
Competitors in the female junior speed category come to the athletes holding area. I repeat, can the competitors in the female junior speed
Oh no, that is
category
tough.
come
Dan,
to
if you had to
the
put me on a
athletes
US
holding area
climber,
right now?
who would it
Thank
be?
you.
That is tough. Some of the girls earlier today were really exceptional.
Now we have Rusdianto and Shkerbakov
Maxim
from Russia
Sherbakov and Andriy
Indonesia.
Rustinato now on the wall. Russian climber there, 8.14 seconds, which will move him forward into the finals, the first finals. Heidi, that is a fun fact. I'm going to add that to my list of fun facts. Everybody ready for a Heidi fun fact? Heidi fun fact. There's only one official speed wall in the whole USA. There's only one official speed wall in the whole USA. How have you guys got so good then? When did that happen? Well, USA 1, 2, 3, you can thank Heidi
Now
for
we
that.
have Tristan and Pazmino from Canada and Ecuador.
And our next climbers are out, a Canadian athlete and an Ecuadorian climber. And again, the Ecuadorian climbers are pulling up 9.13. As a whole, I would say that the climbers from Ecuador aren't quite as fast as the Russians, but they're definitely the ones that as a team are giving them a run for their money.
So here we are with our next two climbers about to start off now.
Now we have Wu and Bolshakov from
away.
Chinese Taipei and Russia.
Slip there. There's a Russian athlete slipping. Alexandra Bolshakov. And again, Alexandra have. Now, these walls are definitely going to have to be clean because Alexandra really pushed some times earlier today. 11.51 there. That is an unusual climb. I think his earlier one was in the 7 category. That's twice he's slipped now on the holds here. And when Wu of Canada as well, just next to him. Did you see the slip there? As we just started off from Alexandra Bolshakov, twice on the way up there. Now steady, Ryan, steady. I'll deal with the Singapore fun facts. Any climbing fun facts you want to throw out there? I'm more than up for them.
Now we have Roji and Faizulin
We're
from
powering away with another
Indonesia
Russian
and
athlete,
Russia.
and he is powering away with us with Ruslan Faizulin, 7.32 seconds. He's saying that Singapore is 47 this year. Singapore is 24/7 this year because the 24/7 crew are here. We're also in Arco. We're all over the world today and bringing you live coverage of IFSC.tv. Welcome. And it's going to be with you all day today, guys. We're going to be with you all day over onto Arco as soon as we're finished here as well. Anything you miss of Arco, do not fear. It will be uploaded onto the
Now we have
YouTube channel.
Muhammad Azim
George
and
Artamonov
from Singapore
against
and
Mod
Russia.
Razif Mohammed Azim. Oh, George stalled right at the last move there and still gets a score of 8.62 seconds. George actually stalled at the last move and he's still pushing past the 9-second barrier. You say 1, 2, 3. At the moment, I think, as a personal opinion from me here, that yeah, that the wall is definitely playing a part right now. We're gonna need to get that wall cleaned. Sergei Luzgetsky now and Tazy Yi Gregory of Singapore. Tazy had a good climb earlier today.
Now
so
we have Gregory and
Sergei
Luzgetsky from Singapore and
powering
Russia.
ahead though, the Russians. Oh, the Russians. 7.05 seconds and 9.42 from Tazy Yi Gregory. 9.42 is still exceptionally fast. Sergei Luzgetsky, though, is moving into the category of either owning a jetpack or being pulled up the wall by your belayer. That's how fast he's moving right now. Currently watching the Youth A male group of the Speed World Youth Championships here in Singapore. We're down on the beach, on Siloso Beach. How are you guys all doing? As we start with our next climbers, Thomas Guevara and Sung Woon Cho. These guys were really close earlier, and they're going to be close again now. Look, as you can see,
from Korea
neck and neck still,
Germany.
halfway up the wall. Thomas Guevara and Sung Woon Cho. Oh, Thomas has fallen. Sung Woon Cho. 9.47. Thomas actually managed to hold on there, and he's still pulling a score of 11.97, which I can tell you now is faster than Sean McCall climbed at the Speed World Cup in Chamonix.
Once again, we have Kim and Boslo from Korea and Germany.
Joshua Bosler and Hanwoo Kim there. Joshua Bosler at 9.76. It's going to be close in this category, I think, to see who's going through into our 16. There's going to be a bracket of 7s and then a bracket
Actually, no, we have got a couple of 8 seconds in there as well. We might have 1 or 2 9 seconds making it through. How long for female junior? Not long now at all. We are winding down towards the end of our male A category. So again, Juanita from Colombia, how long time for female juniors? Not long at all. We are going to be moving into that category next after we're finished here.
Now we have Satyawan and Maimuratov from Indonesia and Kazakhstan.
Question in the chat room about who sponsors 24/7 TV. We are not sponsored. We work 24/7. Yeah, BB, I would have to agree with you on that one. The left lane is slippy. It's the one we've just seen one of our Russian athletes and run into problems with. Our next two athletes are out, Jan
Now
Luca
we have
Grichting
Quek
and
and
Bing Han
Grichting
Quick.
from Singapore and Switzerland.
Climbing up the wall now, Switzerland on the left-hand side, and Bing Han Quick. Singapore chasing up though, 10.61 and 11.72. Just spotted in the chat room as well, somebody pulling a sad face because of the way that I just said Colombia. I do apologise for that. If I put an N on the end of it, it might have been because I was getting myself confused with one of our climbers. Tim's hitting us up with a Singapore fun fact. Sentosa in Malay means peace and tranquility. See, the problem is you're probably going to be using my fun facts, which is going to make it hard for me to do Dan's fun facts. We've had a Heidi fun fact and a Tim fun fact so far. Question from Maddie, will I be commentating for future World Cups? I can tell you that I'll be with you at the World Championships in Paris very shortly. So hopefully you guys are really looking forward to that. It's going to be amazing. That climb for the Italian climber on the left-hand side there was phenomenal. Alessandro Santoni, but he slipped off. He started so fast and then slipped off. Collier Skin, though, making it to the top there. Just to give you an update on the names at the bottom of the screen, we've had nearly 800 climbers here over these past 4 days. So we do apologise if some of the names go wrong. There are rather a lot of them. And we get the start list as soon as the judges can get them confirmed.
USA and Czech Republic.
Athlete right now on the left-hand side, Jan Kritz, 8.39. That's going to put him into the 16. Yeah, and Jacob Wilbur as well, 9.75 seconds. Could see him through as well.
Hello.
Right, I am going to go for a bit of a roam. I'm going to have a bit of a chat. I'm going to go find our roaming cameraman. Where is our roaming cameraman? Let's see if we can lock them down. Moving around. Walking down now as they get set for the female junior category. I hope you guys are psyched about that one. That's about to start happening here. Just walking around to the back of the wall, trying to find some different athletes from what we've just seen on the wall. couple of seconds time, getting it into the warm-up area around the back here.
Wall climbers in the female junior speed category gather at the wall right now. I repeat, all competitors in the female junior speed category, please gather at the wall right now. Thank you.
Let's start off by having a bit of a chat just in front of this section here, so we can wait for our roaming cam to come and join us. I am joined with Jacob Wilbur. Jacob, how are you feeling?
All right, I guess.
Just all right?
Yeah, I think I could have done a little better on that last climb.
Well, do we think we're going to see you through to the 16? Do you know yet?
I don't think so. There's a lot of Russians out there hitting average 7s. I don't know. We'll have to see.
And
okay, so
dinner from the USA and Singapore.
US team who are doing exceptionally well. A lot of you are going through to the finals. You're not sure at the moment whether you're going to be going through to the finals. If you don't, you're not going anywhere, are you?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so if you don't, and when we're here later on for the speed finals, maybe you could pop over when your guys are climbing and we'll have a chat about them as they're climbing up the wall, because you know the personal information about that as well.
Right.
So maybe we'll have a bit of a chat, you and me. How's it sound?
Okay, yeah.
Grand. So talk to me about your training. What kind of stuff you do over in the US?
Well, it's especially difficult in the summer. We do a lot of camps, all day climbing, one rest day every 3 or so days. It's pretty intense.
And do you often train with Collier? Because Collier, you're here with us as well. Collier, say hello to the world.
Hello. I didn't do too much training with him this year, but last year we trained for over 3 weeks together. So,
well, guys, let's just rotate round a second here and do it this way so that the world can see. So what were you saying there? Sorry, Collier Skin. You're doing some training. You are training together.
Last year we did train a lot together. This year, I was a lot
Nichliko and Russell from Russia and USA.
Okay, guys, well, I'm going to have to leave you there for the moment, but if we get into the finals a little bit later, I'd love for both of you to come over and have a chat. Hopefully you don't come over and have a chat, because you might be in those finals. So I'll see you in a little while. I'll see you soon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers. Thank you for that.
You for a lifetime.
Orton and Saigonova from the USA and Russia respectively.
Saigonova over here. As well, the two athletes climbing up the wall now. We've lost our Russian athlete, but our US athlete is still on the wall, trying to make it through to the finals and score a 14.50 here now. I will have a brief look around. If I see anybody else that I can grab for a quick chat on mic, I will do. As we wait for our next two female athletes to come up onto the wall here. As our male youth A has finished over here at the moment, moving to a female juniors category, and then eventually our male juniors category. And once the qualifications are finished, we'll be getting things set up and ready to go into our final rounds, which are going to be quick, guys. They really are.
From Venezuela and France.
I'm not going to interrupt the guys at the back of the wall because they're still doing some warm-ups. I think these are the guys warming up for the junior category, getting ready to come out in a few minutes' time. Once the girls are finished at the front for the female junior category, we'll go into our male junior category, so I'll leave them to it for a couple of seconds. Just walked past the US coach. But our next two female athletes are about to get set on the wall over here. And they are away already.
And Lagzaifa and Kruzova from Iran and the Czech Republic.
Well, I'm off into the field now to talk to you about what's going on with our female juniors. So we've got two new climbers just setting up now, and that is number 369 there, and that will be Natalia Stepnova, and 359
Pazan
just
and
next to her,
Stepanova,
and that's going to be
Russia.
Flor de Luna Pazan. And taking the quickest way up there, Natalia Stepanova is now topped. Well, I'm over in the warm-up area at the front of the stage now. I'm seeing the next climbers coming out. Number 360, and that is going to be Federica Mingola of Italy. Next to her, 370, another Russian athlete, Anna Zaikina. So Anna Zaikina on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side, number 360 from Italy, which is Federica. So Federica and Anna.
Should be here at 4, 15 minutes.
And they're away. Anna taking an instant head start on this one.
Mingola and
Federica trying to catch up again, but there is no stopping the Russians in this
Russia.
competition. They do not slow down for a moment, and Anna is definitely not doing so here. She's there with 10.67 seconds on the clock, and just followed after her is Federica with 13.67.
They don't need to warm up a lot.
That's what I just told her.
Yeah.
Like they said you're already warm.
So we are waiting for our next two climbers to come out now. Number 361, and that is going to be Sol Sa. We saw Sol Sa in the lead competition here, Korean athlete. She's on the left-hand side of your screen at the moment. Very strong Korean athlete. And next to her will be 371, which is Yulia Kaplina of Russia. Number 371 on the right-hand side of your screen right now. They get ready to start. On our 15-meter wall, the clock gets ready as well. And they're away. Yulia just making a slip. She started there, but it's not cost her anything. She's pushed straight ahead. Solsa desperately trying to catch up, but there is no catching
from Russia.
the Russians there at all. Yulia tops out with 9.98 seconds on the clock there, which is pushing the barrier for the women's speed even further. 16.17 for Solsa. As we wait for our next turnaround, it'll be another Singaporean athlete, number 362. Number 362 is going to be Janice Ngli. And next to her, number 372 from Poland, Alexandra Rodzinska. So Alexandra up against Janice. Janice on the left-hand side, Alexandra on the right-hand side. Both athletes take their starting positions. And they are away, and she is powering ahead.
And Rodzinska from Singapore and Poland, respectively.
Lead is still trying to get caught up here by Janice on the other side of the wall, but there's no stopping her with a 9.55 for the Polish athlete Alexandra Rodzinska. That is going to see her into the 16 places for the start of the finals, I would imagine. And a fantastic effort as well by Janice Ngli. Our next two athletes are out. .373 from France now coming out. Anouk Jauber, a name that we know from the World Cup season. And 363 from Singapore there.
Shana from Singapore and France.
There is no stopping Anouk Jauber right now. She's powering up there with a score of 9.57. Only 0.02 of a second slower than Alexandra Rodzinska. Only 0.02 of a second in between the two of them. And there's an 18.05 there for our Singaporean athlete Shana Sukui Lee. And that marks the end of our first rotation on all of our athletes' first climbs of the day here at the female junior speed. I told you it'd be faster than the previous ones that we've had. They are getting quicker all the time. We're about to have another start and the next round for our female junior speed. And here we are, those athletes are just now coming out. Number 307, which is Faith Sullivan of the USA on the right-hand side. Faith Sullivan. And number 364 from Singapore on the left-hand side now is Redena Chan Jing Si. And they're away. 307
Redena Sullivan from Singapore and
not
the
waiting
USA.
around at all is Faith Sullivan. Can she catch up to some of the other times that have been set today? Let's see her make an impressive start on this one. With 12.03. It is a little bit slower than what we've seen so far. We are waiting for the Singapore athlete now, Redena, with a 21.76, and that ends our first pair to finish their two climbs at the World Youth Speed Championships qualification round. We are with another US climber now. We move on to Shannon Russell. Shannon Russell, number 365. She's on the left-hand side there, number 365. And number 308 on the right-hand side here, Svetlana Okolinich-Niko. And she is away. Svetlana pushing into
Russell
the lead,
and
catching up. Well, not catching up, but definitely trying to hold suit. No, she's paused. Unfortunately, Shannon has slowed down, and Svetlana has showed no sign of it whatsoever. 10.13 there for her. And for Shannon, a score of 13.36. Our next two climbers to come out will be number 366, Anna Saigonova, and number 309, Ashley Norton, another US climber. And there they are. Ashley's going to be on the right-hand side. Anna Saigonova is going to be on the left-hand side, number 366 and number 309. Saigonova already wanting to start there. She went straight to the start position. And we are away.
Norton and Saiganova from the USA
here,
and
trying
Russia.
to keep up as we're moving through with Ashley's now doing quite well. Just slipped on her feet there for a second, but it's going to be Anna. 10.21 seconds against. Unfortunately, you don't get a top. She didn't quite hit the button there, Ashley, and you can see in her face the disappointment. Unfortunately, that is the end of her second climb there for Ashley Norton from the USA. And next up here, our next two climbers, we are looking at number 310, Francis Gullion, and we are looking at number 367, Esther Bruckner from France. Esther on the far left side. On the far right, we're looking at Francis Gullion of Venezuela. We've seen some fast climbs from Venezuela so far today. Can we see
Gullion
some
and
more
Bruckner,
here?
Venezuela and France.
Trying to match, but it's looking like we're pulling ahead from the French side of things here with Esther Bruckner. It's going to be Esther Bruckner, and it is with 9.94 next to 10.91 from our Venezuelan athlete there, Francis Gullion. Next two athletes out are going to be number 358, Cobra Lakzaifa, and next to them we were going to be dealing with number 369, Natalia Stepanova. Oh no, it's not, sorry, it's number 368. It's Eva Krizova here from the Czech Republic. Still neck and neck present. No one pulling it
from Iran and the Czech Republic.
Can somebody pull ahead? It's going to be a slower time than we used to have seen, though. Both athletes are already into the 12-13 second category. 14-15. That's 15.22 for our Czech Republic athlete, and unfortunately, no touch there for Cobra, which means her clock is still running. Now we are with Natalia Stepanova, number 369 on the far left-hand side of the screen, and number 359, Flor de Luna Pazan of Colombia on the right-hand side here. This marks her second climb for today. Flor de Luna Pazan. We're about to get started here. We are away. Flor de Luna.
Pazan and Stepanova from Colombia and Russia,
The Russians,
respectively.
can you, today? It's just no stopping Natalia. Look at the speed on this one here. 10.33, so not as fast as we have seen. But there is no waiting around there at all. We're still waiting for Flor de Luna. Well, she managed the dyno, but she ends up with a score of 31.78 altogether. And as she gets down to the ground, we wait for our next two athletes to come out. And they are getting set. It's Anna Zaykina of Russia. And next to her, it's going to be Anna against Federica Mingola, again of Italy. And while that is happening, I'm going to make my way over to the Colombian lady that just climbed.
Mingola and Zaykina
Flor de Luna,
from
who's just
Italy
standing next
and
to me
Russia.
at the moment. Flor, can I have a moment of your time? There's a lot of people in the chat room asking to speak to the Colombian team.
Translate to her if you want.
That would be perfect. Who am I talking to?
Well, that's her.
Who am I talking to?
No, talk to her.
No, I know, but I want to know
Manuel.
who you are.
Manuel, yeah.
Manuel is here talking to Flor de Luna for me as well. I just wanted to come over and say how she enjoyed the World Cup, the World Championships here, the World Youth Championships.
Okay, ¿cómo se has disfrutado los campeonatos? ¿Cómo lo has pasado? ¿Cómo te ha parecido?
Uy, lo he pasado súper bien igual. Pues como la primera vez que hago velocidad y me fue muy bien, pues pienso yo, me gustó mucho.
She's having a great time in the championships. It's her first time in climbing speed climbing wall, and she thinks she did a great job and she enjoyed it a lot.
So what kind of climbing do you do out in Colombia at the moment? Is it mainly outdoors or is it mainly in gyms?
¿Qué tipo de
Sa
escalada en
from
Colombia?
Korea
Si
and
es sobre
Catalina
todo
from
outdoor,
Russia.
porque si es en gimnasios.
De las dos, pues de las dos, obviamente. Cada cual puede ser gimnasio es como para complementar para ir a la roca, pero por general la meta principal es ir a la roca.
She said both. I mean, like her goal is just rock, but she trains at gyms.
Great, thank you. Well done, Flor de Luna, and I hope to see you again at more future events. If you could tell that for me, that'd be fantastic. Thank you very much, Manuel. Thank you for the guys talking to me. I gotta bid them goodbye. Oh, just briefly, anything to say to anyone in the chat room? Can be in Colombian.
What was that?
Anything to say to the people in the chat room? Can be in your own language. I don't want to say it in English, so she can speak.
Que le digas algo a la gente de Colombia, que vayan a Colombia, les quiero oír.
Que Colombia es lo máximo, que vayan a Colombia y que disfruten Cali. Bogotá también tiene unos muros brutales. Y que gracias a Colombia por haberme dado la oportunidad de venir.
That's Flor de Luna. Thank you very much, guys. Take care.
From Singapore and Rudzinka from
I can't
Poland.
let you go without definitely speaking to you. I'm going to have a brief chat now. Oh, it is hot down here, isn't it? But I'm here with Commander, who is our organiser for our next World Youth Championships over in Canada. Commander, how are the organisations going for next year?
Well, we started 6 months ago, and so hopefully we'll finish before the event starts.
Well, that's not optimistic enough for me, I think.
We are in a very small community, and the entire community is so excited to host the World that we have volunteers just waiting in line for stuff to do.
That's fantastic. I'm really looking forward to seeing that next year over in Canada. So can you tell us more about the location and where you're set up and what kind of thing we're going to expect to see over there?
Well, I think everyone should come to Canada just so they can watch grizzly bears fishing salmon out of their ancestral stream as eagles fly overhead. But
We have Shana from
we're
Singapore
situated
and
on
Rupert
Vancouver
from
Island,
France.
which is on the west coast of Canada. Our facility is in a little community called Central Saanich, and we're based in a public high school, and we're 22 kilometers north of a great tourist city called Victoria.
So you're just around the corner from Victoria as well, which is another very important big city as well. What I would like to know, is there anything that you're going to be taking from this World Youth Championships that you think will help you next year at the next World Youth Championships?
Well, I've been watching the organization carefully, and I've learned a lot already. What I really most want to take is the graciousness of the Singaporean people. We've been welcomed everywhere we've gone, regardless of whether they knew we were here for a championship or not. And I've never felt so welcomed in a foreign country.
And the other thing you have to want to take with you as well, surely, must be IFSC TV.
Absolutely. We're already waiting to hear what your specifications are. We can't wait to host you.
Fantastic. Commander, getting set for next year's World Youth Championships, which is going to be over in Canada, and that is going to be on Vancouver Island. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Vancouver Island in Canada next year for the World Youth Championships. Commander, good luck, and I look forward to seeing you there.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Commander, thank you very much. So that was Commander. So guys, it looks like we're getting set for our male juniors category now. So I'm going to have to make a bit of a walk around away from the front of the wall. I'll be going back to the front of the wall in a couple of seconds' time. I quite like where I was. It was in the shade. It was cool. So I'm going to get back there in a few moments' time. Just come. And here we are with our male juniors. We're about to get started with our male junior speed youth world championships. I'm jumping a fence and breaking into the front part of the wall again. I'm just going to have a little walk around here. I might have a chat to Staza if Staza is willing to have a conversation with me. I'm going to come and sit down here. Staza, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
So you have not only competed in the league competition and done incredibly well throughout that, you are also competing in speed.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're just sort of showing off now, right?
Yeah.
Do you manage to do much training back at home? Obviously, you must have a quite rigorous training schedule.
Well, I don't have a speed climbing wall in Serbia, so I have to travel to other countries to train. I don't have much trainings for speed. And I
haven't even got a speed wall where you are?
No.
So how often do you get to go on a speed wall?
Well, I don't know, 4 times a year.
4 times a year. And are you now making it through into the 16? Are we seeing you in the 16 for the finals?
Yeah, I'm 9th place for now.
So you're in 9th place out of 16 and you only get to train on speed climbing 4 times in a year?
Yeah.
That is phenomenal. You've definitely got a natural talent. Who's sitting next to you right now?
That's my dad and my coach. Yeah.
Can we have a brief chat to him as well? I'm just going to move around this way as well. We don't see many of you guys coming into the World Cups. Are we going to see you walking into the World Cups as well?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. We have only few competitors in Serbia which can go to World Cups, which they have quality to go. Not many, normal climbers.
Okay, so are we going to see an increase in that? Are you going to get back and start getting the word around about coming over to the World Cups?
Yeah, I think so.
Are we going to hopefully see you there?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you promise?
I hope.
Brilliant. And anything for you as well? What's it like to have Stasa doing so well? You must be extremely proud.
Of course.
Yeah. Stasha is really champion for us in family and town and country. We are a small climbing country. Now in progressing sport climbing in Serbia and try uraditi to do good job with younger climbers for future.
Well, you've done an amazing job here, so I can only congratulate with Stasha's performance here. In general, it's been amazing to watch you guys. We really hope to see you at the World Cups.
Yeah, thank you. Stasha's is not choice because father and mother are climbers, and
you're making her get on that wall. You don't have a choice, do you?
No, I didn't. I have grown with equipment, climbing, with rocks, everything, so that's
definitely in your blood, I think. It's a natural thing. You just seem to look so natural on the wall. And we were talking all the way through the commentary last night. I mean, that was an amazing night, right?
Yeah.
So I look forward to seeing you more. Then thank you so much for talking to us, guys. Take care. I'm going to move back over to the male juniors now. I just wanted to have a chat with Stasha. That's incredible. 4 times a year she gets to train in a different country, just 4 times a year. She's currently sitting in 9th out of 16 in her category in speed. We're getting set for our male juniors, about to kick off as well now in a few moments' time. Hopefully you're all reading me loud and clear in the chat room as well. I don't want to interrupt the male climbers too much because they're just sitting down and getting pumped and ready to get on this wall so they can show us what they've got when we move into the male juniors category in a few moments' time. I'll have a little brief look back at you guys in the chat room and check you're all doing okay.
Okay. Dia ada extra bed tak? Bring. Thank you. Bukan faster. Thank you. You're welcome. You say you're welcome. You're welcome.
Well, hi there everyone back in the chat room. Just come over and had a quick little look at you guys, seeing how you're all doing. Just confirming that it's 16 to finals. Yeah, we moved from the qualifications to those 16 places, but it's a finals breakdown series that then goes down to 8. I'm going to pass it over to Graham for a second here. Hang on.
What we're going to do with the 8 finals and the rest of the final rounds is we're going to run them. The 8th final for female youth B, followed by the 8th final for male youth B. Then we will have the quarter final for female B, followed by the quarter final for male B. Then we will have the 8th final for the 2 A categories, and then the quarter final for the 2 8 categories. Then we will have the 8th final for the juniors, and then the quarter-final. Then we will run all the semi-finals. Then we will run all the small finals. Then we will run all the finals. This means that we can manage the climbers in front of the wall. If we have 96 climbers milling around for their 8th finals, it will take a long time. So this is a decision from the jury president.
So the decision from the jury president there is to not run category by category, but to run position in finals by position in finals. So we're going to be doing quarterfinals first, as it were, as you would call it, with the 8th finals. 8th finals, then quarterfinals altogether. Then
we'll run 8th finals for the Bs, followed by the quarter-final for the Bs. Then we'll run the 8th final and the quarter-final for the Youth A's. Then we'll run the 8th final and the quarter-final for the juniors. Then we'll run all of the semi-finals for all 6 categories. Then we'll run all 6 small finals for the 3rd and 4th place playoff for all 6 categories. Then we'll run the grand finale, all the finals, by which time we'll be working on the spotlights, I would imagine, so we should have a good show.
Okay, well, just clearing that up for you guys there. That's a lot to take in. Write it down for me, and I'll say it again as often as I can. That's how we're going to be running later on today. Oops, I wouldn't know just yet. I haven't seen much. I'm going to pop over just now. I'm going to pop over just now and have a look at what's going on with the male juniors. I have just been chatting to Graham Alderson about what the
Up next we have Goncharik and Solji from Ukraine and Iran.
We're on the 2nd race for our juniors. So how can we say so far whether it's faster than male A? Because we've only just started. It's only our 2nd race here. So I'm jumping a fence again and getting round to the bottom of the water. I like being in part of the action, and I can hear all these people chanting around me as well. So that was the 2nd race of our male juniors. That was a 6.66 and an 18.93. That was a 6.66, guys. That's very, very, very close to the world record. Maybe Quicksing Twin is Quicksing Zing is going to be a bit stressed about now as to whether he's going to hold on to that 6.26 record. So our next climbers are coming out now. We have number 431, which is going to be Dylan Vogt of RSA, and Czech Republic 453, which is Janja Liga of the Czech Republic. Now this is, I think, a little bit slower, just a tad slower than what we have seen in quite a few of our earlier categories. 15.75 and a 15.14 for the 2 athletes there. Our next 2 athletes up will be number 432, Konstantin Pale from Russia, which is definitely something to watch out for. This is a Russian junior right now. And next to them is Mr. Josh Levin of the USA. You can see him on the right-hand side. Josh against Konstantin. And they're away. Konstantin powering into the lead. Josh trying to pull it back, but Konstantin is not to be stopped right now. He's powering in, 6 seconds at the moment, 7.01 seconds. Josh Levin with a score of 9.09. So 7.01 seconds there for the Russian athlete Konstantin, and Josh Levin, not a bad climb whatsoever with a 9.05 there. Managed to chat to Josh over the past few days, talking to him about how he's finding it being out here in Singapore. He seems to be very excited about being here, which is great to see. We have had a talk already. Our next 2 climbers coming out then in the semi-finals for the men's juniors is going to be Guangdong Li, which is 433, and next to him will be number 455, Nicolas Giraldo of Colombia. So a Colombian athlete, and Guangdong Li of China. Li on the left-hand side here, and a Colombian athlete on the right. Li not doing bad at all here. Oh, just a stall before the end there. We've seen that happen a couple of times today, but 8.83 seconds.
And unfortunately, our Colombian athlete comes off the wall there, but he's still smiling, which is great. His clock's still running. 8.83 seconds for our Chinese athlete, Guangdong Li. And our next two athletes will be number 434, Carter Wise of the USA, coming out. He'll be on the same wall that Lee was just on, so the left-hand side, I would expect. And next to him, we're going to be having Sigrid Bim of Indonesia. Sigrid Bim is on the right-hand side, and just next to him, we've got Carter on the left. Bim on the right, Carter Wise on the left. And they're away.
Now we have
So
Wise
Carter
and
just neck and neck at the moment with
USA
Bim.
and Indonesia.
Can Wise start pulling this back at all here? Bim is he's definitely pulling it back. Carter Wise pushing into the 10.33 time zone compared to 12.52. So over 2 seconds faster there in the end than Sigrid Bim of Indonesia. Is it going to be enough to see him through into the final 16 as we move into our extreme climbers here? Just stole a chair from some of the German team, which has made me really happy. I've got a little seat now, and we'll set up. Next climber to come out now is going to be Chang Bao Hui, bib number 436. And next to him is going to be 458, Severin Curtis. Severin is on the right-hand side now. Oh, but our Singapore athletes really making a push here. Chang is flying up here, 9.10. 9.97, huge round of applause from the crowd down here. I'll see if I can find Bin from somewhere around here. What are you guys shouting?
What?
What are you guys shouting?
I'm from Russia.
Did you think that was good?
Okay.
Okay, 9.97, a lot of support from Singapore athletes. I'm trying to find some of them right now. I'll try and see if I can find Bin anywhere. I was talking to her earlier. She's got impeccable English, so I can definitely have a chat with her. See if I can find her anywhere around here.
Juglet and Strickland, both from
Two
USA.
US athletes now flying up the wall. 8.89 seconds and a 9.73. Phenomenal effort there from number 459. Number 459, which is Ryan Strickland. And he was up against... Who am I talking to here?
Daryl.
Daryl. One of the Singaporean athletes, right?
Yeah.
Have you competed already?
Yeah.
Are we going to see you in the final?
Yeah.
Ah, so you made the 16 as well?
Yeah.
Fantastic, that's really good news. Has Bin made it as well?
Yeah, she did.
Well, when we can find her at some point later today as well, we'll have a chat with her. But congratulations, Daryl.
Thank you.
What does it mean for you being here in Singapore and hosting the World Youth Championships in Singapore?
It's just like seeing the world, like the world standard. Yeah, it's like really eye-opening. Yeah.
Do you do a lot of
Now we
training
have
as a
Hanzala
group?
and Alipur Shina
Do you do a lot of training as a
from
group?
Singapore
Like what are
and
your
Iran.
Yeah, but actually, we didn't.
9.06. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you for that because that's I think the fastest climb we've had from a Singapore male athlete yet so far today.
Yeah.
Which is a brilliant score, 9.06 against 9.13 from the competitor just to his right from Iran, which is number 461, and that is Reza Beji Aleposhina Lee. And we're about to have another two climbers out. Sorry, we were talking about how much training you guys did together.
Yeah, we haven't trained really a lot, like maybe like 1 month back, that's all.
So only a month ago you had a training session, and since then you haven't trained?
No, we started training 1 month ago, and then we, like maybe every week,
Now we have Aponte and Lee from Venezuela and China.
Right, okay, I've got to interrupt you now because of the Venezuelan athlete. Thanks, Daryl. Good luck tonight. Oh, 9.97 there from the Venezuelan athlete, and the entire crowd just the whole crowd just had a little sigh at the end of that one there, because we were really expecting that to be a really good score. Then just a slight stumble towards the end. Number 441 there, which is Kevin Aponte from Venezuela, was up against number 462, which is Beiji Li from China. So it's looking like we're going to have two Indonesian climbers up against each other now, number 443 and number 463. Number 443 is going to be Azhar Wan Akbar. We saw him in the lead. Number 463 is Lami Yusuf. Two Indonesian
we have
climbers.
Wan
Slow to
Akbar
start
and
as Lami
Yusuf,
Yusuf,
both
but
from
Akbar
Indonesia.
is flying here. Up to halfway. 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10. So they've broke the 10-second barrier. Not too fast. A 13.28 for Akbar and a 16.11 for Islami Yusuf of Indonesia. So one of the slower climbs that we've seen here in the male junior category. We have our Italian athlete back again, who made a fantastic start a few moments ago. Unfortunately came off the wall. And our Korean athlete as well, number 464, which is Sungjun Che. Number 444 is Stefano Gazolfi, a name that we know well. Interesting to see Stefano Gazolfi over here as well in the speed.
Now we have Gisolfi and Che.
And it is a fast start for Stefano Gazolfi, but
Korea.
keeping there all the way through. Pros the gamba from downstairs at the bottom of the wall. Sungjun Che, 9.04 against 9.75, which means that number 464, Sungjun Che of Korea, takes that one. Ah, Bin Bin's turned up. I'm going to come around this way and have a chat to Bin Bin while we wait for our next couple of climbers coming out. Hi, Bin Bin.
Hi.
Well, we had a chat earlier today, didn't we? But it was a pre-recorded chat, so the whole world didn't get to hear, and we are now live. How was your climbs today?
It wasn't very good, not to my expectation.
Okay, not to your expectation, but are you making it through to the 16th?
Yeah, I'm 16.
From Switzerland
16th,
and
but you're holding
Russia.
on to that because you're done now, which means that you're definitely going to be in the finals.
Yep.
I've just got to pause you for a second because unfortunately there was a fall there. 11.48 seconds. Number 446, a face and a name that we know very well, Franz Krakenberger, because of his fantastic climbing pants. Number 465 from Russia as well there is Anton Polyakov with a score of 9.06. Right, Vivian, what were we talking about? Talking about you being in 16th place, but the fact that you've made the finals. Are you now hungry to get through to the finals? You're going to push even harder?
Yes, I will try. I wasn't my best timing during the qualifying round, so yeah, I hope to get better timing up there.
So what are you going to do between now and then?
Get some food.
All right, I'll leave you to get some food. I was just talking to Daryl, sorry, about hang on,
Now we have Justin and Vadakovsky from Singapore and Ukraine.
It is scary sometimes to see the athletes from Russia and the Ukraine. 7.96 seconds there from the Ukraine. 466. Which guy are you pointing to me at now?
Ukraine. The yellow jacket?
In the yellow jacket from the Ukraine?
Yeah, Ukraine.
Right, I should keep my eye on him,
He's
right?
probably the top 10 in the world. Yeah, he came to on-site gym the other day. So
Right, so what, have you done some training with him?
Yeah,
Who am I looking at right now?
the yellow jacket, Gontarek.
It's Gontarek. Right, no, that is the name that I definitely know. Yaroslav Gontarek. I've got him. I found him. Yeah, he's going to be in bib number 430, so we'll wait for that to happen in a few moments. Two more climbers out now. So you've had some training with Yaroslav?
No, actually we just passed by, dropped down to look at the row record route.
Did you see him climb?
No.
Did you not see him climb? You see him earlier?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to let you go and get some food now, Binbin. Thank you for chatting with us. I'll speak to you a little bit later, and good luck for the finals.
Now we have Chen
We are
and
away. Our Russian
Videnchuk
athlete
from
number
China
467
and
is
Russia.
Vyacheslav Verdenchuk, and he's got 7.18. A very annoyed climber, number 448, on the other side of his wall, is Rizi Shen of China. See the frustration on his face there as he lands at the bottom of the wall. next two climbers, another Singaporean climber. .449 we're looking at now. Chu Jiajuan. Number 468 on the other side.
and
On
Moro
the right,
from
who's making a
Singapore and France.
heck of a lot of headway right now is Guillaume Moro of France. 8.37 on the wall there. And a 13.04 for Xue Jijuan of Singapore. Nikita Shuyushkin is about to come out for Russia as our next climber, and Nikita Shuyushkin will be up against Dmitry Timoviv, I believe. Hang on 1 second. No, of Poland. Number 469. It's going to be Marcin Dzensky. And they are away.
Up next we have Shuyushkin and
Look at the speed now from the Polish athlete. What a shame he stalled.
and
The Russians now
Poland.
pulling ahead. Ah, unbelievable. 7.69 against 7.80. And our Polish athlete, Marcin Dzensky, stalled just about halfway on the wall there, and he was moving so fast that he still managed to secure a 7.80 score on time there. Our last Russian athlete was just out, Nikita Shuyushkin, so we start again at the beginning now for the second set of climbs. Well, number 470 on the right-hand side of your screen is Dmitry Timoviv. He's the last to come out in the split. So we have an odd number split here. And number 451 is Su Hisang Shin. Zhu Sang on the left, Dmitry Timoviv on the right. And they're away.
Now
Dmitry
we
is
have Chen
pushing
and
straight
Timothy
ahead now
from
of
Chinese
Sun
Taipei
Xiang.
and Russia.
And Dmitry Timoviv with 6.83. 6.83 seconds for Dmitry Timoviv. And that, bear in mind, was the first climb he's done today, which means that he's got a secure first climb of 6.83 seconds, and the second one can be even faster, and he doesn't have to worry too much about falling off, because his best climb at the moment is his first climb, which is 6.83, which is still one of the fastest we've had all day, securing him a place in the 16 that make it through to the final breakdown. I will go through with you again in a short while to talk to you with that one. Our next two climbers are about to come out. It's Yaroslav Gontaric very shortly. I was just talking to Bin about. Our next two climbers out should be Calvin Curtis of the Republic of South Africa, and next to him should be Amadreza Songi. Of Iran. There they are, just getting set up now. Number 440 there. On the right hand side. Looking at Calvin Curtis. And Amadreza. He stops there for a second by some officials at the bottom of the wall. Not quite sure why. And they're
Now we
away.
have Curtis and Songi from South Africa and Iran.
But he's being beaten at the moment by Carl. Yeah, he's pulling it back. Ahmed Reza's going neck and neck with him now. We're into the 13-14 second bracket, so possibly not making it into the final 16, but a 16.33 there for Carl and a 17.60 for Ahmed Reza on the left-hand side. Two athletes come down and we are set for our next athletes, which will be Yaroslav Gontarek of the Ukraine, and it's going to be Jan Jeliga. Yaroslav Gontarek on the right-hand side, and 4.53, the Czech Republic, that's Jan Jeliga. For some reason, Yaroslav Gontarek reminds me of Danny from McFly. I don't know if you're familiar with that band. Yaroslav.
Now we have Gontarek and Jeliga from Ukraine and Czech.
Oh, a slip. A slip and a pause, and then starting again. But 8.58, it really looked like Yaroslav Gontarek was going to break some sort of record then. Well, the point where he slipped, he was about 5 meters, possibly, from the top of the wall, probably even a bit less than that. And, drink, thank you very much. And it was looking like he was on like 5 seconds, so we could have definitely seen something exciting just there. So our next two climbers are about to come out now. We are back with Josh Levin over on the left-hand side, number 4.54, and on the right-hand side, number 4.31. 4.31 is Dylan Vogt.
Now we have Vogt and Levin from South Africa and USA.
Right now he's flying ahead. 4.54 with 8 seconds now on the clock. 8.66. Fantastic climb there. What a good effort from our US climber there, Joshua Levin. Our next two athletes up are going to be number 4.54. No, that was Josh Levin's number 4.55. Nicolas Giraldo of Colombia. So we've got a Colombian athlete coming back now as well, and up against him will be Konstantin Pale of Russia. Again, the Russians have been the ones that have been holding out all the way through this competition so far. They've been the ones to beat. It's looking like, as I said earlier, I think we're possibly in a position to see quite a heavily dominated Russian podium across the board from the A, B and junior categories on male and female. But don't rule out the US athletes that are in there as well at the moment, and some of the Venezuelan athletes as well. Oh, there's a full start. It was just a tad ahead of the start time there. I saw that myself from down here on the ground. Konstantin Pale just started a little bit too soon there. Being told off by one of the judges. Then we're back to the wall. Taking starting positions, and we're away. We're
Up
off
next
again.
we have Hel and Geraldo from Russia and Colombia.
Falling. But as I said before, it's not a race against each athlete, it's a race against the clock. The clock is the all-important thing at the top of the wall there. And at the moment, number 4.55, we are with Nicolas Giraldo. 18.58 seconds. Which unfortunately I don't think will be enough to get him into the first round of the finals here, that all-important 16. Next two climbers are coming out again for us now. We have a Chinese athlete on the right-hand side of the wall, and that is going to be Guangdong Li of China. And next to him, we've now got Sigrid Bim on the left-hand side. So we've got Bim and Lee. Bim on the left and Lee on the right. Lee did a fantastic climb earlier. He's doing it again now. He's not waiting around. 7.58 seconds. Not a bad effort whatsoever there from Guangdong Li. rolling truly into our male juniors final. Few athletes now. Our final few athletes to come out for the qualification stage of the World Youth Speed Championship here in Singapore. Number 434 on one side here, the US athlete, really pushing himself
We have
ahead
Wise and
of
Curtis.
South African athlete now, number 434 on the wall that you're looking at, as we said, is Carter Wise. 9.74 there. Unfortunately, number 458, Severin Curtis, actually hit a point halfway up the wall and came off. Next two athletes to come out are going to be Chang Bao He of Singapore. So we've got another Singapore athlete coming out now. You can see some of the natives next to me. I'm hoping are going to make a lot of noise in about 5 seconds time so that the whole world can hear them. I'm literally going to point the mic at you. I want to see some support. Number 459 from the USA. Now we're looking at Ryan Strickland. So let's have some support for there as well. And I want to hear the Singapore's giving some support down the mic and up at the wall now for our next athlete. Are we ready for this, guys? Should we get some more people in for some more support?
Now we have Bao Hui and Strickland from Singapore and USA.
There it was in the background. And he does it in 10.82. Not a bad score at all, guys. Well done. Nice supporting. But Ryan Strickland, 8.49 there, which makes quite a good run, actually, and could see him into that 16, the all important 16 of our first round of finals. So number 437 on the right hand side of your screen. All right, you're watching. Number 437, we are now looking at Charles Andrews Jubelt of the
Now we
USA.
have Andrews Jubelt
Next
and
to him in
Ali
the reigning climber, number
Poshina
461, who's pushing into the lead here is Reza Ali Poshina. And Reza gets it with 7.88. 9.57 there for Charles from the USA. Still a good effort. I like seeing some of the lead climbers crossing over to speed. It's really interesting. There has been that whole debate recently in lead climbing about whether we should have time being a factor of lead climbing at all. The competition in Briançon, particularly, people talking about it being almost like a speed cup because it came down to such an issue with time, with some of the ties we had there. But it's great to see people like Stefano Gazolfi, Franz Krakenberger coming over here.
Up next
to do
is
speed as well.
Hanzala and Lee from
Another
Singapore
athlete,
and China.
439 on the wall. We're looking at Mohammed Hans Allah, and we are looking at number 462. Wow, that's a fantastic score, 8.81 there for Mohammed. And number 462 that we were just looking at there on the left-hand side, you were looking at Beiji Li of China. His final score was 11.68 seconds. I hope you're all doing all right in the chat room. And you're not too exhausted from watching all this intense climbing. It's been a long one. We have been streaming for the past 4 days here, and as soon as we're finished here tonight, we're jumping straight across over to Arco, currently doing their speed qualifications as well, but they're doing it in the past, which is the weird thing.
Up next is Aponte and
Number
Yusuf from
441 on the
Venezuela and
right-hand side
Indonesia.
right now, making an incredible climb there is Kevin Aponte of Venezuela, 7.99. This is what I'm talking about these Venezuelan athletes making it through into the finals. I'm sure we're going to see them up against the Russians as we move through the competition. Our relays at the bottom here are getting much quicker at changing around our climbers. So we've got our next climbers about to come out. So our next two climbers, number 464, you are now looking at Sungjun Che. Number 464, Sungjun Che.
Now we have one Akbar and Che
of Indonesia.
from
Next to him, you are now looking at Azhar Wan Akbar
Sungwoo flying ahead though, 9.33 there. Wan Akbar now with 13.09 on the wall. And our next two climbers to come out are going to be our Italian climber again. That I was looking forward to seeing him compete. It's going to be Stefano Gazolfi. And just next to him, a Russian climber, number 465. We are looking at Anton Polyakov. And I have to find shade, because if I don't find shade soon, I'm going to melt.
Now we have Solvi and
So just moving around the
Polyakov
back
from
here,
Italy
trying
and
to
Russia.
fast if I can. Fantastic climb there from both athletes. Stefano Gazolfi with a 9.42 there. Just passing some of the volunteers. How are we, volunteers? Are we good?
Yeah.
Why does everybody always freak out when I put a mic in front of them? Are we good?
Yeah, good.
Are we good?
Yes, we are.
There we go, see? There's my volunteers giving it some support. I'm loving it. Right, moving on to the front of the wall now. We're here with the most fantastic pair of pants we have ever seen. We're going to be with Franz Krakenberger. He's on the right-hand side for you now, and the Ukrainian athlete number 466.
Now we have Krakenberger and
Sergei
Barkovsky from Switzerland
Look
and
at the speed
Ukraine.
of the Ukrainian athletes here. It is something to marvel at. 6.89 seconds there. Franz Krakenberger, predominantly a lead climber, still climbing a 15-foot wall in 11.02 seconds. But the speed of the Ukrainians and the Russians is out of this world. So we've got another Singaporean climber coming up. It's Justin again. He just looks across at some of our support over here at the wall, saying, I think he's saying I'm pumped, or is it that I'm pumped or I'm not so pumped? I'm not sure. I think maybe he hasn't warmed up enough. I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen now, or maybe he's too excited and he can't contain it. Franz.
Up next we have Justin and Vedanchuk from Singapore and Russia.
There as well. Franz, you come and have a chat with me? Come and have a seat. I'm joined now by Franz Krakenberger. These are the coolest climbing pants that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I've got them since 4 years now.
Are they comfortable?
Yeah, very comfortable.
Well, you've just finished your second climb here on the speed wall. What's it like doing lead and speed? Is it a very, very different switch for you, or do you find it quite easy to cross over?
Yeah, I find it quite easy to cross over because I don't train speed and I have no goals for speed, so just for fun.
You do it as a kind of fun activity as well. There's quite a few of the lead climbers that like to do speed. It's just a fun activity. Do you do it as a sort of training exercise as well when you are training?
No.
Oh, no?
I never train speed.
So what kind of lead training do you do mainly?
Do a lot of on-site training and on the boulder gym. A lot of boulder training as well.
Are we going to see you coming over to some of the bouldering World Cups?
No more bouldering World Cups this year.
No, not this year, I mean in the future. Is it something that you're planning on?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Great, that'd be great to see you over there as well. And what about the World Championships? You're going to be joining us there in Paris?
No.
Oh, really?
No.
You're the first person that I've asked that hasn't said yes so far. How come? Is that, if I can ask?
It's a lot of... I've got a lot of comps and have to do a little break. Maybe.
So it's a personal thing for you. You just want to take some time out yourself.
Yeah.
Are you going to go out on sighting anywhere?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So you're going to have like a personal time to go and do some climbing on your own?
Yeah, do some training, do some rock climbing.
Well, Franz, congratulations on your performance both in speed and the lead here. Thank you for being here with us in Singapore, and I look forward to seeing you at future World Cups. Franz Krakenberger, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
One last thing, is there anything you'd like to say to anyone back at home?
Huh?
Anything you'd like to say to anyone watching back at home?
Yeah, thanks for watching and thanks for support.
Thank you very much. Franz Krakenberger, I wish you all the best. And I'll let him go now because I know his friends are waiting for him. But it looks like we're having our next couple of athletes coming out
already now. And I think these are our last two athletes to climb in the qualification round. So I hope you're all paying attention and you're all excited. It's two Russian athletes. It'll be Nikita Shuryushkin, which is number 450, and Dmitry Timofey, which is number 470. Now Dmitry is exceptionally fast, but so is his teammate Nikita. Dmitry or Nikita, who do you think? It's looking like it's going to be Dmitry. Look at the speed of this athlete as he climbs. 6.64. And every time when he gets up, he just turns around and does this little shrug at the audience as they give him a round of applause. Like, yeah, 6.64. Yeah, and I think that's probably a personal thing for him about wanting to do better. And the athletes constantly trying to drive themselves to excel. So that marks the end of our qualification rounds, guys. If you're looking for any results or you're hanging around waiting to see what's going on, who's going to be climbing next, get yourself over to IFSC-climbing.org, and we will be updating you in just a few moments' time with thank you, Graham. Graham just giving me the timing schedule for what's happening for the rest of the evening. Get yourself over to IFSC-climbing.org, and we will try and update you ourselves personally as well with the results too. Okay guys, well here we are with female junior qualifications. This is the running as it stands at the moment. Just read from Sheila that Esther Bruckner there sitting in fourth. She's 18 today, so happy birthday to her. I will sell that to her personally if I see her later on. But look at that, the first four all within the 9-second category. And then our remaining 5 on this page all within the 10-second. And look at the amount of Russians that are on that page. There are 6 out of that top 9 are all Russian athletes. Female junior qualifications, second page here now. This is down to number 16, which is Eva Kruzova. 15.23 seconds are our start lists. So yeah, 16. Eva Kruzova, as I was just saying, in the 16th place there to get through to the next round. So unfortunately, Flora de Luna Bazan, who we had a bit of a chat to at the bottom of the wall earlier today, doesn't make it through there in 20th place. And here, male junior qualifications, waiting for the updates on that one at the moment. So try and bring that to you as soon as we possibly can. Remember to get yourself over to the IFSC-climbing.org page as well. So we're going to have a look from the very, very start at our results so far. Stay with us. This female youth lead kicked us off earlier this morning. Here we have our top athletes. I'm just going to, 1 second.
Hello.
Leslie Romero, Venezuela at the top there with 9.92, the only athlete to break into the 9-second barrier on the first page there. The rest are all over 10 seconds. There's one of our B layers. Guys, you will be pleased and excited to
We would like to see in call zone all the competitors qualify for the
16th place. Katrina Louis, Astis Nazari, just a bit above that as well. Female Youth B qualifications. So unfortunately, these athletes you're looking at now in the 21 or to the falls at the bottom, they're not going to be making it through into the Youth B first finals in just a few moments' time. Back to a guy with the rope as we're watching him do his thing. Male Youth B qualifications now. This is what we're looking at here. Oh look, the Russians are there again in the top 4 places with times. The only athletes to be above the 8 or in the 8-second bracket there. John Brosler and Brendan Mitchell though from the USA there with Guangfeng Li of China. Antonio Martinez, another Venezuelan accent in there as well. Brandon Liu in 10th position. Down to Michael Retov in 14th, and at the bottom, Borna Kujic of Croatia in 16th
in the
place,
competition area, we want to see only the female B and the male B who qualify for the final round.
Only 16, remember, guys, going through. They are cleaning the routes. Here we are with Female Youth A qualifications. Oh look, the Russians are here as well, but so are the US athletes. Kara Kondi, Jacqueline Wu, Megan Carr holding the fort there with 2 Austrians as well, Alexandra Elma and Nina Latch. But with the 10 seconds though here for the Youth A category. And here we are on the second page, the cut-off point now is Bin Bin, as we were just talking to her a few moments ago from Singapore, and also Yusri Nadra makes it in as well from the Singaporean team. So 2 Singaporean athletes, 2 Italian athletes just above there, Andrea Ebner and Michelle Fabi as well, making it through into the first final in a few moments' time. Male Youth A qualifications. Do I need to say it again? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Russians in the first page. And I think every first place so far has been Russian. We also have a Kazakhstan athlete who was phenomenally fast earlier today, Amir Mambatorov. And onto the second page we go now. Here we are, second page, equal 9th places there. Alessandro Santoni with 8.60 seconds. USA athletes again there, 2 more. Kolyaskin, we had a chat to him, said he was making it through, and Dominic Labage as well. Roberto Yepes of Ecuador. Ecuador put on a great show, and they're currently holding the 16th place position with Jose just there. So they are going to be taking 3 at least, I saw then. I think maybe 4. There might be one on the first page as well. Ecuadorian athletes making it through into the first final tonight. Female junior qualifications again now for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's another 5 again. 5 of the 9 on the first page are Russian again. But also 2 French athletes there, Anak Jaubert, and Esther Bruckner. From the USA, Faith Sullivan and Shannon Russell there, so they're still holding up as well, and Janice Ngli, Federica Mingola of Italy, another USA athlete, Ashley Norton, Solsa of Korea, great to see her, very good lead climber making it through, and Eva Kruzova from the Czech Republic holding the 16th place position with a result there of 15.23 seconds. And last but by no means least, here we are down here with Flor de Luna Pazan from Colombia and Singaporean athlete Radena Shan Jingxi with 21 and 30 seconds. I don't think I could climb that wall in 30 seconds. Men's junior results not quite through to us yet, so we'll bring that to you as soon as we possibly can. Right, I've been away from you all for so long, I'm getting withdrawal symptoms. So I just wanted to see how everybody is in the chat room. Apparently Hark's a little drunk. Don't promote that, we're on the youth competition here. They're currently cleaning the holds. But how is everybody doing in the chat room? Have we enjoyed the speed qualifications just? Are we excited about going into the finals, the selection of finals a little bit later? And remember guys, that as soon as we finish here as well tonight, you've got Arco coming straight away to you. It should probably be a pretty good time for you guys as well. Almost 10 AM in London, so it's morning. Well, good morning to you. It's not that time over here, I can tell you that now. Over here, we are nearly at 5 o'clock on the afternoon. We've been broadcasting since earlier this morning. Cheering for Ashley Norton from Florida in the chat room there as well. Nice to see you, Matty. Really tired, but good. That's exactly how I feel. Really tired, but good. I don't know how soon they're going to start up again because they are cleaning the wall. I was hoping that we'd have a little tiny break in between going for the final, but we are tight on time for getting over to Arco and seeing their show as well. I was going to go for a swim. That's not going to happen now. So 4 a.m. in Mexico from Hark, that is commitment. Thank you so much. Larry James Hall, the company's on today until we finish, which is pretty much the only answer I can give. I wish I could give you an exact time, I can't. We are here until we finish. Oops. Yes, this is a question that I get quite a lot. Are you a climber? Yes, but a bad one. I think that it's a general thing though, isn't it? It's like anyone is a climber. I was talking to the president of the IFSC earlier today, Marco, who was saying it's one of those 6 basic things that human beings do. Now, I was trying to remember what those 6 things are, so that is a question I'm going to ask you guys in the chat room in a little while. Because what are the 6 basic things? I'm going to say running, I'm going to say swimming. I would definitely say that climbing is one as well. I'm trying to talk to my producer as well about what we're saying. He's saying breathing and stuff. But I think he was meaning 6 sports as well. You can watch on IFSC.tv. What do you watch on IFSC.tv? There's a question for you. What do we watch on IFSC.tv that will be part of our 6 basic things? But yeah, this is what I was going to say about asking people whether they're a climber. I think everyone's a climber. Who can say that they didn't, at 1 and 2 years old, get up to somewhere ridiculously high when they shouldn't have been there and had the full name shout, what I like to call the full name shout from the mum, as they list off your full name to have a go at you for climbing on something you shouldn't have been climbing on. I think everyone's a climber, whether or not they're going to a gym or not. It's such a basic human thing. It's just fun to do. How many of you guys are climbers? I would imagine quite a lot of you are. And then the other thing is, yeah, I want to know what these 6 things are. I can only think of a few. Running, swimming, I can think of climbing. Would cycling be in there? I'm not sure whether cycling would be in there. And I think someone just said as well, bad climber, according to Chris Parsons. Thanks for that. No, I have no ideas of greatness, I can assure you now. Jumping, that's a good idea. That could be one. A basic thing. Yes, it definitely is. Of course it is. Jumping. Pitts Attle, you can pat yourself on your back. Right, guys, we're up to 4, I think. Running, swimming, climbing, jumping. What else is there? Hunting. And falling. Hunting. That's an exciting one. Hunting water orbs. I'm not sure shooting is a basic human need. Well, a basic human sport function. Ryan, flying. Only the special ones of us. Hey, Ryan. Only the special ones. I thought we discussed this, Ryan. We're not going to talk about our wings or jetpacks in the chat room. Throwing. Genius, Pat. Thank you. We're up to 5. Guys, come on, we can do this. AJ Scott, cooking. Throwing, fantastic. Hitting. Now that could be fighting, maybe? Could fighting be one? You're talking about sports? We've had climbing already. We've got my producer's going, climbing's a 6th one, come on. But we've had running, we've had swimming, we've had jumping, we've had climbing, we've had throwing, and I'm suggesting fighting, like wrestling or karate. But Mike's saying sleeping. But that definitely can't be one of the sports because me and Mike are definitely into our sports. probably going to be like fighting, you know, like karate or a martial art or wrestling in general. Or is anybody else disagreeing with us? Horse riding, we like horse riding, and I've just had... Matty, you are a genius. Pat, you are a genius. Larry, you are a genius as well. All of you confirming that one. It's definitely not going to be fighting then, is it? Because you've all just got there. Right, we have our 6. Aren't we good? Nice one, guys. We've managed to find our 6. They are running, swimming, climbing, jumping, throwing, and lifting. Those are the 6 basic human sports. And you know what? 5 of them are already in the Olympics. Lifting is, throwing is, running is, swimming is. Why have I gone blank at 5, guys? What's the other one? Running, swimming, jumping. Jumping is as well, but no climbing. Do you want to know how you can change that and get one of the 6 basic human functions actually in the Olympics where it should be? Well, you can change that by going over to Sport Climbing 2020 on Facebook and liking the page there. You can change it by going over to Facebook and liking 247.tv. You can get a bit of a difference coming along as well by going over to the IFSC.tv YouTube channel and watching as many videos as you can on there. You can change it by going onto Twitter and watching as much as you can there as well. And just get yourself over to Sport Climbing 2020. Because Sport Climbing 2020 has already started skyrocketing thanks to you guys. We're currently on 5,513 likes, which isn't bad, but I'm sorry, I'm not that impressed. I want to see more, guys. I want to see us hitting into the tens of thousands, please. It's what we need to get the sport into the Olympics. It is one of the 6 basic functions. We want to be there. So yeah, I've got a challenge for you guys. We are on 5,513 likes on Sport Climbing 2020's Facebook page. Can we set 5,600 by the end of today? Who are going to be my elites in the chat room? Who are going to be my hardcore climbing fans that are going to go out there and make sure we get to 5,600 by the end of the competition here today? That's only 487 more. We can get 487 more by the end of this competition. I'm going to be very, very happy. Larry is going to do it. Orbs has just liked it. Love it. Keep them coming in. Get out to all of your friends and try and get as many of them to like. Now remember, it's not just the competition today that I'm going to set that for. I'm going to set that for a general thing as well, for the ARCO competition that's going on. We go straight over there. No, I'm not commentating there. I'm going to pass it over to my good friend Johnny. I'm going to chuck you over to Johnny Bryant, who is another fantastic commentator. I say another fantastic commentator, like I instantly assume I'm one. But yeah, Johnny Bryant is a fantastic commentator, and you'll be able to see him there in ARCO as soon as we finish here. So we've got ARCO as well. I'm going to give you ARCO as well to try and get those likes to 5,600. I want an extra 487 likes today. Get onto whatever network you possibly can and get the word out about that one. It looks like we are about to get started for our semi-finals already. It's going to be a long one, guys, I think. Are you all with me for the rest of it? I suppose most of you are just getting up, aren't you? You lucky, lucky people. So, who are going to be my new Frank bots? Thank you, Orbs. Stick with us. Who are going to be my new Frank bots? Because Frank bot's there doing what he can, but I need some other people in the chat room doing what they can to try and get people over to the Sport Climbing 2020 Facebook site and get us up to 5,600. I'm going to keep giving you updates on what we're on. V2, you're quite often here as well. I am sure you have a big climbing network. Get out there and talk to as many people as you can. Ryan, you too, you're a regular, I know you as well. So let's get you guys in that chat room, making sure we can try and get as many likes on that page. Let's get it to the Olympics, guys. I just had a really nice chat with you guys about the 6 essential movements of human beings and what they can do in sporting activities, and we have found them. Climbing is one of them, And it is an atrocity in my eyes that it's not in the Olympics already. It's such a basic thing, it should be in the Olympics because every other one of them has been. EJ Whitson has been here for 5+ hours now. EJ Whitson, what a coincidence, because so have I. It's nice seeing you in the chat room. AJ Scott, thank you very much for linking it to the Facebook page as well. So every now and then, guys, just drop that in there as we get set for our semi-finals. We will bring you the male results for the juniors as soon as we get them, and keep you updated about that as well. One of the other things I love about climbing as well is that it doesn't just, it's not just one thing. You know, there are multiple different throwing activities in the Olympics. And I don't think that climbing should only be able to take one aspect of it with the Olympics. I think it should be able to take all three. For example, you've got javelin, you've got shot put. Two completely different throwing activities, but it's a basic activity that humans do. Now climbing, we have speed, as fast as you can get up a wall. We have lead, how long and how far can you go on a wall. And we have bouldering, which is how hard can a wall be, basically. Can you solve the hard wall? Or not just the, multiple. So we want to take all three of these things, right? Do we enjoy the fact that we have three different aspects of climbing? And if so, which is your favorite? Right guys, we have started with female lead B, and I have to agree with you on that one, that for me, bouldering is the peak, but we are here for the female speed. 8 finals, 1 in over 8 finals, for female youth B first. So that would have been 4:05 and 4:28. Yes, Obs, I was at Munich. I was the commentator there. Fantastic show over there as well. And then we literally flew straight here to bring you the coverage from this. We packed up on Munich on the night time and literally then got on a plane. Ah, there we are from L. The male junior results are up. So we're now with number 424 and number 427. We're just going to bring some graphics up for you as soon as we can, so you can see exactly who is climbing. I think that's Stasha there. It is, I think. Yes, it is. 12.18, which I think means that she has just been beaten and won't be making it through. Only one attempt here, guys. They only get one. Fantastic quote there in the chat room about the three aspects of climbing. Speed, faster, lead, higher, bolder, stronger. And we want to see all three of those disciplines in the Olympics. And Orbs, yeah, I didn't even get my swim. Oh well. And here we go, 422. We're going to get our names sorted in a few seconds' time. Bring them up for you. Only one climb at a time here. Well, guys, our Ecuadorian climbers are now coming out. You can see them all actually gathered at the bottom of the wall there, which is one of the nice things I think about not actually having an ISO here. It's more of the warm-up area around the back, and then the athletes are coming down and sitting just next to the wall there. They're not hidden away from you. You get to see them at the side of the wall. And it's going to be Ecuador again into the next round of the finals for female Youth B. So remember, guys, that when we finish here, we go straight over to Arco for another Speed World Cup with the seniors. That's why they're not here. They're already out there. So that's another reason for you not to sleep. Exactly. Very good reason for you not to sleep there, Alves. I'm liking it. Because we don't stop. The climbing doesn't stop. We're bringing you today quite a few hours of live coverage. It's pretty much a 24-hour day of live streaming from around the world. Incredibly close there. 11.57 against 11.72. You're talking about a 20th of a second difference. Not 20 seconds, a 20th. So 0.2 of a second. Next two athletes out. This is when I think speed climbing gets really interesting, because the quick draws are just so interesting to watch, because this is against each other. It's not about time overall anymore to make it into that 16. It's about the one-on-one battle for the placement here. Now, do you think in the chat room watching that's a good thing? Do you like that it becomes the one against one battle for the next placement to move forward into the finals, or do you think that it should still be about time, like the qualifications is? What do you make of that? Really desperately trying to claw this one back there, but having problems at the last. Such a shame, but what an effort. Remember, this is female Youth B category. Can I stress the age range for female Youth B? Talking about 14-year-old girls right now that are making it up that wall in instant seconds, which is just phenomenal. Just over 10 seconds. And we did actually have a 10-second athlete earlier from Venezuela as well. So that marks, I believe, the end of Youth B speed. Such a shame. I don't think Stasha made it through. She's a fantastic young climber. But again, what I was saying, these athletes are like 14, 15 years old. They're about as old as the seconds that they're doing it in. And if that was the count, if it was a second a year, I'd have a very slow time indeed. Already onto our male Youth B now, and our Russian athlete has surpassed there, Dmitry Timoviv. No surprise whatsoever on the right-hand side with a score of 7.5. Now, I will take you through I've been handed some names, which is always wonderful. So Tel Aviv through to the next round. So the next up will be Marcin Dzienski and Reza Ali Poshina are our two next athletes out, joining us here. Oh, I'm sure that's an American athlete on the other side of the wall. It is an American athlete. I do apologise. Oh, a stall, but is he going to pull it back? He is. He's pulling it ahead. Oh, that is absolutely phenomenal to see. He's got it. He's got it. What an amazing comeback. There was a stall halfway up the wall there. And then all of a sudden, straight back again. What an amazing performance. That must have been Ryan Strickland, I think. Number 459. No, sorry. This is me. I've been handed my results in the wrong order, and I've just ran with it. Right, let's recorrect this, shall we? Our first Russian athlete to get through was Alexander Shikov. I do apologise. Alexander Shikov was the first one to get through. Out of those two there, it was Brendan Mitchell that just pulled it back, the phenomenal comeback that we just saw. Apologise to any Russians and US athletes or people, the peoples that are watching in the chat room. I got my facts mixed up, but here we are. We are next two climbers, which will be Maxim Dayashkov and Yu Huiji of Singapore. And they're away. Singapore athlete trying to match there, but look at the speed of the Russian athletes.
And the winner is Dachkov from Russia.
And that's Dachkov, Maxim Dachkov. So Dachkov goes through to the next set of finals. Our next two athletes are going to be number 541 and number 532, which will be Ludovico Fossali of Italy and Abulfazl Hassanpour. I just like saying Abulfazl Hassan. Actually, it's a tongue twister, but I just like saying his name. Abulfazl Hassanpour. You can see Abulfazl Hassanpour on the right-hand side of the screen. Anybody watching at home, just try saying that name. I guarantee you'll end up smiling by the end of it. I am. On the left-hand side of the screen, then, you have Ludovico Fossali. They are away. Abulfazl pulling ahead slightly, but Ludovico's matching him so far at the moment. He's pulling ahead now, Ludovico. Abulfazl falling behind, and it's Ludovico. Unfortunately for me, because it means I don't get to say that name anymore. But 9.62 seconds, Ludovico moves forward into the next round of finals. And one last time, guys, Abulfazl Hassanpour. Unfortunately, a fantastic effort there, but not enough to see him through to the next stage. So Fossali through to the next round. I'm going to move back over and have a look at what you guys are all talking about in the chat room now. Have a chat to you guys as we bring out our next two athletes, which are going to be Daniel Zakharov and Sormugao Tansoto. Wouldn't it be great?
Good job from Zakharov.
So close, but not quite. Just had an update from our ARCO team as well, guys, just to keep you updated about that. Just bear with me 1 second, let's just go do this US battling it out here. Joint US, and it looks like it's going to be on the left-hand side there.
From the USA.
John Brosler going through. Amazing, 9.6 there, but a nice battle between Brandon Liu And there's a lot of support for Brandon in the chat room. But yeah, we just had an update from our team over in Arco. So to tell you guys now what's happening, after we finish here, we're going to play the closing ceremony for you guys. And then there's going to be a 6-hour break in Arco, which means that you're going to go back to Arco straight after we finish here for the closing ceremony. And they're going to replay for you the qualifications that are happening right now as we are going into our final rounds. So you will not have missed a single second of the coverage in Arco. You can go straight there and start from the qualies again. So that's nice for you. While you guys are doing that, I might even come and join you in the chat room to have a little bit of look at what's going on over there. We might watch it ourselves. But over here now, look at this phenomenal pushing forward there. Guys, this is Male Youth B, and we're on 8.23 seconds there. On Male Youth B, and that means that we are now having Vladislav move forward, Miznikov, Our next two athletes are 5:30 and 5:24, which is Li Guangfeng Li, and Mehdi Aposhina, about to coming out and joining us here. So that's Guangfeng Li and Mehdi Aliposhina coming out. John Brosler moving forward as well, and Daniel Zakirov. Well, here we go, Guangfeng Li and Mehdi Aliposhina. I think it's going to be Guangfeng Li here, just ahead. 9.06.
Li from China.
So it's Li moves forward. And that, my friends, is the end of the first section of finals for Male Youth B Speed. So these are the ones that are through. It's Alexander Shikov, it is Brendan Mitchell, it is Maxim Daishikov, it is Ludovico Fusali, Daniel Zakirov, John Brosler, Vladislav Miznikov, and Guangfeng Li that move forward into our next draw. So rather a lot of Russians. So our next one will be us moving on to the quarter-final for the female Youth B, and then it'll be the quarter-final for the male Youth B, and then we'll start with our 1/8 final from female Youth A. So we're going to go back to female Youth B now. So here we are now on final for female Youth B Speed. Obs, Ryan, that's a really nice thing of you to say. Set me one up and I'll come over and join you. So we're looking at who's been drawn here. I can see that it's...
and they're off.
Oh, they're off
It's
already.
Romero versus Spade.
It's Jara Spade.
For the female UP category, it's a tie competition. There goes to the top, and who wins? It's Romero.
2-7, which means that Leslie Romero of Venezuela actually there that pulls forward. She was on the left-hand side. So Romero now, of Venezuela moves forward. Remember, she was the athlete that climbed it in 10 seconds earlier as well. Very young athlete to hit such a phenomenal time. And so our next two athletes to come out very shortly.
The round we have gone into single, both from Russia, and another tie competition is both of them climb their way up to the top. They're jumping, they're climbing, they're sprawling all the place, and who's gonna win?
It is Daria Khan.
It's Khan from Russia. Well done, girls.
It's Daria Khan. Next two athletes coming out very shortly now. It's an Ecuadorian climber, number 420 on the left-hand side, and an Italian climber, Chiara Rogora, number 428 on the right-hand side. And there they are, Nicole Major-Jaramillo and Chiara Rogora on the right-hand side.
Off again, Major-Jaramillo from Ecuador and Rogora from Italy. They're both all over the place, they're climbing up. This one is really sad, I have to say. There's no clear lead yet. Oh wait, just at the top. Oh, and she's won! Major-Jaramillo from Ecuador. Well done, girls. Good fight.
Against 11.38, which means that Nicole Major-Jaramillo moves forward now. Major-Jaramillo moving ahead here, but how close was that? Are we excited as we move through into our next section? I think we should be. I'm excited, only one more now to come, which is going to be Anastasia Klochkova, number 429.
Up again with Klochkova from Russia, and oh my god, Klochkova has the best start, but she's catching up to Liu from the USA. She's going to overtake her. It's a close competition. Liu has to keep her lead. They're going to the top. Who's going to win? And it's Klochkova recovering from a bad start. Very, very good fight here.
Taylor Liu, we've just seen the loss of two. The two Lius. We've just lost two Lius. But we are now about to see Anastasia Klochkova move forward into the next round. It really is all about the Russians, isn't it? I'd love to see some of the US start to really push forward now as well. Hopefully we'll see that as we move through. Make it more and more exciting for you. What a phenomenal comeback that was just as well. Well, we are back now, remember, over to the male youth B speed. We've got Shikov, number 542, against Mitchell, number 511. Shikov on the left, Mitchell on the right. So the US versus Russia, number 542 of Russia, Alexander Shikov on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, we are looking at Brendan Mitchell. Let's get some support in the chat there now, guys. Who's going to win out of these guys? Brendan Mitchell is phenomenally fast. We do know this. 5-1-1, here we are, we're off. Alexander's pulled instantly into the lead. Can Brendan? No, Brendan's coming back a bit here. Alexander, is it going to be Alexander? It is, I'm afraid. Brendan has just stalled there, and Alexander finishes it off. Alexander Shikov with 8.06 and a 9.91 for Brendan Mitchell. Fantastic effort there from Brendan Mitchell, but we're on forward now with Alexander Shikov. So Shikov goes through into the next one, and our next two athletes are going to be Maxim Daichikov, number 540 from Russia, and it's also going to be Ludovico Fusali, number 541. So we've got number 540 and number 541 next up. Maxim Daichikov and Ludovico Fusali. Maxim on the left-hand side, Ludovico on the right. What are your bets here, guys? Who are we supporting? We are away. Maxim pulling into the lead. Ludovico trying to match him here. He's pulling a little bit closer. Maxim makes a single mistake, but he's not gonna. 8.51. Maxim Daichikov moves forward. Unfortunately for Ludovico Fusali.
Depends how long the...
So Shikov and Daichikov are up next. But it was close, wasn't it? The Russians are so strong, though. Do we hold that against them, or do we stand back and just marvel at how fast these guys are? Right, the next one up are going to be Daniel Zakharov, number 539, against John Brosler, number 515 of the USA. They're about to set off. We've got Daniel on the left-hand side. John, can John hold this? Daniel again powering forward. Unbelievable. The Russians are rushing it here. 7.91. 9.47 though from John Brosler. This is male youth B, guys, remember. But again, the Russian athlete moves forward. Zakharov, Daniel Zakharov. This is what I mean about it being a mostly Russian podium. I did warn you guys. We've still got another Russian athlete in the final quarterfinal that we're showing you now. He's about to come out. Sorry, we have Vladislav 538, Vladislav Mazinkov against Guangfeng Li, which is 530. Li on the right-hand side, and we're looking at Vladislav on the left-hand side. I think we're going to see 4 Russians here. Here we are, we're away. Wang Feng Li really trying to hold. He is holding neck and neck at the moment. Can he push forward? Can Li do this here? Oh my, that was so close. Unfortunately, Wang Feng Li didn't actually hit the button. Vladislav Mizinkov with 8 seconds. How close was that? Wang Feng Li phenomenally pulling up his game there. Vladislav Mizinkov, though, moving forward into the finals. And exactly what I told you was going to happen there. We have 4 Russians moving forward. So, again, it's Mizinkov. Okay guys, so now we move on to the female youth A 1/8 final, not the quarter final. Does anybody know what the word is for that? You have quarter and half instead of 1/4. Instead of 1/4 we say quarter. We would say it's the 8th final? It's not, it's confusing, I'm not sure. Not yet, Pitatl. Not yet. Semi-final is after this one. We're starting off with our 1/8 final female youth A now. I'm just going to pull out my sheet. I can tell you that the first 2 athletes are going to be Binbin Zhang of Singapore against Polina Shelpakova of Russia. So 3-3-9 against 3-8-9. They are away. Binbin unfortunately stalling, but so does Sheplin. And then can Binbin pull this back? She's pushing forward. Can she? Oh, Binbin's back there. Oh, it's going to be Binbin if she can move now. Well, she doesn't need to. Our Russian athlete, Shelpakova, is off the wall. Binbin now moves forward. A phenomenal pullback there from Binbin Zhang. Polina Shelpakova came off the wall. Ryan, brilliant. That's what we're going to use. It's the quarter. Ryan, more points for you. Guys, can we keep reiterating the Sport Climbing 2020 page? I told you, I want to see that reach our 5,600 like by the end of our coverage for you on the IFSC.tv today on the 24/17. What a phenomenal little turn of events that was. Okay, our next 2 athletes coming out are going to be Megan Carr of the USA, number 392, against Nina Latch of Austria, number 395. 392 and 395 up next, guys. Binbin moves through, and they are away. Here we are, Austrian climber moving ahead. Nina Latch, can she do this? Megan Carr's pulling it back. Megan Carr's pulling it back. No, she stalled for a second. It's Nina Latch. Oh, there was a point there where Megan was really going to do that. And it was so close. 11.8 against 11.3 there. But Nina Latch of Austria moves forward. This is so tense. So tense. Well, our next athletes about to come out are going to be number 397, Svetlana Motovilova of Russia against Michaela Facchi of Italy. Oh, well, apparently we've only had 12 new likes. I'm going to come back to that in a minute when we carry on with our Russian athlete powering ahead here. Hang on a minute, we could have something happening here as well. Michaela trying to pull ahead, but no, it is Svetlana. 11.46 seconds. Svetlana Motovilova, sorry. Our next 2 athletes are 394, Valeria Baranova, 394, against Elena Britova of Russia. 2 Russian athletes. Do you think we might see a Russian move forward here? I don't know, I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know how you guys are thinking, but I think the winner of this one is definitely going to be Russian. The one thing I was going to say to you guys, we've only had 12 new likes on our Sport Climbing 2020 page. That's not enough, guys. There's loads of you watching. Please, if you are listening right now, get yourself on to Facebook and start liking Sport Climbing 2020. We want to see as many as we can to push ourselves towards the Olympics. I chatted to Marco, the president of the IFSC, and that's what he's asked us to do. Right, here we are, Valeria and Elena. Which Russian do we think is going to win? Left or right, guys? Left or right? It's Valeria, I think. There was 5 hundredths. Was that 500? That was 5 hundredths of a second difference between the two of them there. But Valeria takes it. Valeria Baranova. Our next two climbers, number 398 of Russia is Anna Emets and Yuzuri Nadra of Singapore. Another Singapore athlete now. Can she follow in Binbin's footsteps? Is there going to be another Russian mistake that sends a Singaporean athlete into the next stage? We are away. Anna Emets flying ahead. Yuzuri Nadra still down, not even on the screen at the moment. Such a shame. But here we are, Anna Emets. There she is, determined not to make the same mistake. Anna Emets with a score of 10.68 seconds. So, Emets making it through now into the next stage. It is, isn't it? I have noticed that. I'll have a chat, Sheila. Give me a second. We're going to try and kick the music up a notch. It is Jacqueline Wu. I can see her face. It's Jacqueline Wu against Bailey Dickinson. What a shame that they've been drawn together, which means that there won't be any more. There could be. Kyra Condi could hold it back for the US. But we've got number 385 and number 383. Jacqueline Wu and Bailey Dickinson. Wu on the left, Dickinson on the right. They are away. Jacqueline Wu and Bailey Dickinson still neck and neck. Jacqueline Wu falling a little bit behind. Bailey's really pushing forward here. Can Jacqueline pull it back? Can she fly ahead of Dickinson? No, Dickinson's going to make it there ahead. 11.16 seconds. Bailey Dickinson advances forward. We say goodbye to Jacqueline Wu. And that's Mike just next to me having a chat with our resident DJ, saying, "Come on, guys, let's pick up the pace here. Let's match the excitement that we're seeing on the wall." With Hendricks. Okay. We are away. Our next two athletes are Alexandra Elmer on the left-hand side and Andrea Ebner on the right-hand side. Elmer pulling ahead of Ebner at the moment. It's going to be Elmer, I think, unless there's a mistake here or a stumble. But it looks like Elmer's going to make it. She does. 11.12 seconds. We have Alexandra Elmer moving ahead now. Now, this is the US's next hope of moving forward. This is a nice change, though, don't you think? We've only got 3 Russians so far in this group out of a possible 8. But we have a Ukrainian athlete and they are exceptionally strong. Margarita Zakharova coming up. Yeah, you can't argue with a bit of Hendricks, can you? Oh, Matty, sad to see you go, bud. But thanks for being with us. We are away with Kyra Condi and Margarita Zakharova. Margarita has pulled back, which means Kyra can do this. Kyra's got to keep pushing. Margarita's going to come and catch her up. Come on, Kyra, you can get there towards the top. Margarita Zakharova trying to, but no, it's Kyra. So we have 2 US athletes moving forward. Guys watching over in the US, you'll be happy to hear that one. 11.73 seconds sends Kyra Condi through to the next round. This is where speed climber gets exciting, guys. Speed climbing gets exciting here. Sheila, you are a Facebook fiend when it comes to improving the climbing knowledge of the world. You have to help us and our guys that we've got in the chat right now to get people into the Sport Climbing 2020 Facebook page and liking it there. I've set a target We have 487 to get to. I want to get 487 likes today because it will get us to 5,600. We now move on to the male A speed. And it's looking like it's going to be a very clear win there with 7.31 seconds. So an extra 2 seconds ahead there for the male A. And that was Luzgetsky making it through. So our next two climbers are going to be 499, which is Maxim Sherbakov, and 483. So here we are, our next two climbers. 483 is Tae-Zi Yi Gregory from Singapore. It's great to see so many Singaporean athletes making it through into these first stages of the finals. Russian athlete against Singaporean athlete. What's going to happen here, eh? We are away. Currently not doing too bad at all. This is a close one, guys. Tae-Zi's pulling ahead. Can he put it here? Oh! So close, but Maxim Sherbakov manages to progress onto the next one. Our next two climbers are going to be number 503 and number 477, and that will be George Artamanov and Dominic Labage. We see Sherbakov moving forward. And we wait for George and Dominic to join us. As I was saying, guys, get yourself onto the 24/7 Facebook page. Get yourself onto the IFSC Facebook page. Get yourself onto the Sports Climbing 2020 page. I want to reach 5,600 likes by the end of our overall coverage today, which includes Arco. So I've given you a little bit extra. I'm not setting the bar too high, I don't think. It's only 487 likes. Come on, we can do that. There's that many people here. And don't worry, I'll be asking them as well. There's that many people here, and we're in the tens of thousands of you watching online. Well, here's Dominic and George. George on the right-hand side, Dominic on the... George on the left-hand side, Dominic on the right-hand side. Who do you think is going to come through on this one? We are away, George Artamanov, I can already see pulling ahead, but Dominic Labage, a phenomenal effort, really trying to pull it back. It's George Artamanov with 7.46 seconds for Russia. So another Russian athlete, so that's 3 Russians so far. Artamanov moves forward, and you'll be pleased to know that we have a break from some of the Russian athletes for the next ones. We've got 510 and 497, number 510 and 497, athlete from the Czech Republic, Jan Kritz, and Roberto Yepes from Ecuador coming up next. Thank you, Sheila. Let's get some support coming in for the 2020 Facebook page as well. We are away, Jan Kritz and Roberto Yepes. Now the Ecuador climbers have been climbing extremely fast today, but Jan Kritz is showing he knows how it's done here for the Czech Republic. There it is, 8.31 seconds. Jan Kritz moves forward. So 3 Russians and 1 athlete from the Czech Republic now moving forward. Thank you, AJ Scott, as well for your help in moving forward. And Ryan still holding the fort there for us as well. Next 2 athletes. Now, this is going to be interesting, guys. Amir Maimuratov earlier today, just so quick. So quick. Watch the left-hand side, but also don't forget Andres Pazmino from Ecuador on the right. The Ecuadorians have been putting up a hell of a fight today. Let's see who wins out of these 2 guys. We are away. Amir Maimuratov, there you can see, look at the speed of him. For Kazakhstan there. 7.49 seconds. Incredible effort there for the Kazakhstanian. He moves forward on our next one. Amir Maimuratov there as well. And as I have said, with you all going over onto Facebook, make sure while you're there that you like the 24/7 Facebook page. That's our team, 24/7 TV. Have a search for that and give a like on that one as well. Get onto Twitter as well, guys, because Twitter's kind of where it's at present. So get onto that one as well and get onto the IFSC page on there. Or find me and say hello. Here we are now with Switzerland, Gianluca Grischting against Alessandro Santoni of Italy. It's going to be Antoni, I think. It is Santoni with 7.65 seconds. We have an Italian moving forward, which is fantastic. It's exactly what we like to see. Would have also liked to have seen our Swiss athlete moving forward as well. But they've been drawn together. So Santoni moves forward in the duel between the two of them. We're away with the next two climbers, which is going to be Ruslan Feyzulin of Russia and Thomas Guevara. Oh, that was a fall there, but still Thomas Guevara didn't manage to outmatch Ruslan Feyzulin there of Russia. Ruslan fell, then got up again, and then managed to make it at the end there. That was an incredible holding off of the Venezuelan athlete Thomas Guevara. So Feyzulin moves forward. We've got number 501 and number 490. Collier Skin. The man that we talked to earlier is on the right-hand side there, and Alexander Bolshakov on the left. Oh, come on, Collier, you can pull this back. I had a great chat to him earlier. Is he going to make it here? So close. Oh, unfortunately not enough, but that was a great effort there from Collier Skin. But 7.75 means that Alexander Bolshakov moves forward, and that also means that we have 5 Russians out of our 8 athletes moving forward to the next stage in our finals here. So Bolshakov moves forward. Right, we have had our quarter final for the female youth A and for the male youth A. Now let's have our quarter final for female youth A, and then we'll have our quarter final for female youth B. So it's going to be Bimbin first out against Nina Latch. This could be interesting. Bimbin might have a chance here, guys. We are away. Bimbin, can she do this? It's Nina Latch on the other side as well. What's going to happen here? It's not. It is close in a way. She's trying to get there, but it's going to be Nina. But what an effort there from Bimbin. 11.03. Nina Latch moves forward into the next section there. Number 397 next up, and number 394. Latch moves forward. So our next ones are Svetlana Motovliova and Valeria Baranova. So 2 Russians here fighting it out. So Svetlana Motovliova and Valeria Baranova of Russia. Now 2 Russian athletes bringing the field down. How is everyone doing in the chat room? The man that has just entered the chat room, I think, or either that or he's just started piping up. He's having a chat now with Sheila that you can see in the chat room. He's the man that's going to be bringing you Arco a little bit later, so do say hello to him. Is that boss, Adrian? Here we are, Svetlana and Valeria now. And Svetlana's falling behind. Valeria's pushing ahead, but Svetlana's trying to pull back. It's Valeria though, Valeria Baranova. 10.76 seconds. Baranova moves forward to come up against Latch in the next final here. And our next athletes are going to be Anna Emmets and Bailey Dickinson. I know some of you are joining us to watch from America. And yeah, as I said earlier, I'll update you on the Arco situation just briefly. Once we finish here, once we finish showing you the closing ceremony, you're going to go straight over to Arco, and there's being a 6 hours break in Arco so that they can replay you the qualification rounds that are happening right now, or have probably just finished now, over in Arco, so you're not going to miss a single second of Arco as soon as we're finished here. We're here with Anna Emmets on the left-hand side from Russia, Bailey Dickinson on the right-hand side. Anna Emmets and Bailey Dickinson almost neck and neck. Who's going to win here? I think Anna Emmets is going to take it. She does with 10.60 against 10.78 of Bailey Dickinson. A fantastic effort from Bailey Dickinson, but Anna Emmets of Russia moves forward to become our second Russian athlete in the semis now, Anna Emmets. AJ Scott in the chat room, they're saying that's the way to make sure the Russians don't take a clean sweep. Put them up against each other early on. Because then at least one of them has to get knocked out. I can't be biased in that job at all. I think the Russians are incredible. Look at the speed that they move. There are a lot of them. I like it being from a different area, but look at the speed that they move. Alexandra Elmer and Kyra Condi now. Alexandra Elmer's going to take it, I think, 10.82 seconds against 11.63. Alexandra Elmer there. So we have an Austrian moving forward up against the Russian Anna Emmets in the next round, and that brings a close to our quarter-final. We start to move into our semi-final in a short while's time, but we're about to bring you the men's now. So this will be the male youth A quarter-final. Our first two athletes, again both from Russia, Luzgetsky, number 504, and Sherbakov, which is number 499. And here we are, the two athletes starting off. It's going to be Luzgetsky, I think, here. 7.26 seconds. And Maxim fell just before the end there, but Sergei Luzgetsky moves forward. Yes, guys, the one that you are now watching is the quarter-final. We've had our quarter-final, which is 8 athletes. We're now down to a quarter-final, just 4. So our next two are going to be our Tamanov, which is 503, against Kriz, which is 510. So 503 against 510. Jan Kritz of the Czech Republic, George Artamanov and Jan Kritz. Here we are, we're away. Jan Kritz really desperately trying to pull ahead here at the very beginning because the Russians are so fast. Oh, Jan makes a bit of a stumble there, George. Pulls it back, so 7.48 seconds, George Artamanov. Got to get my names right as best as I can. George Artamanov of Russia moves forward to come up against his teammate, Luzgetsky. Next two coming out are going to be 507 and 509, which is Maimuratov and Santoni. And my money on this one is going to be on Maimuratov, the Kazakhstanian, I think. But what are you guys thinking in the chat room? Here we are, we're away. Amir Maturamov is pushing up ahead here. It's going to take him, I think. Alexander Santoni desperately trying to cling on, but there he is, Amir Maimuratov. 7.05 seconds. The Kazakhstanian moves forward to the semi-finals. And the next two athletes that are going to be coming out are going to be 502 from Russia, which is Ruslan Fayzulin, and also 501, Alexandra Bolshakov, also from Russia. So the two of them are coming out now. Five 0-1 Bolshakov on the right-hand side, Fayzulin on the left. Here we are, we're away to Russian athletes again. Russian Fayzulin is neck and neck again here, guys. Alexander Bolshakov makes a fall and Ruslan takes it with a 7.70 seconds. Ruslan Fayzulin moves forward into the semis. Right, we now move forward in our scheduling. We've had our Youth A speed quarter-final. We're now on our quarter-final for the female juniors, guys. Are you ready for this one? A quarter-final, our 1/8 final for the female juniors. This is intense. I've never had to deal with so many different pieces of paper in my life before. Female juniors. First two up are going to be of Russia, 371, Yulia Kaplina, and 368, Eva Kruzova of the Czech Republic. Eva's on the right and Yulia Kaplina on the left. And we are away. Yulia pushing into the lead here. Can Eva pull back here? Kruzova? No, she's too far behind, I think now. It's going to be Yulia Kaplina. No surprise here. Another Russian powering it into the quarterfinals in 9.55 seconds. Under 10 seconds, Yulia Kaplina moves forward. Our next two athletes are going to be Natalia Stepnova, 369 of Russia, against Francis Gullian, which is 310 of Venezuela. They come out and get ready here. Getting ready to step up. Thank you for your concern about my paper cuts. It's fine. Got it all covered, guys, don't you worry. We're about to start off with Natalia Stepnova on the left-hand side and Francis Gullian of Venezuela. Can a Venezuelan athlete beat a Russian athlete here? I'd love to see a Venezuelan through to the next one, but it looks like Natalia... No, in gone, Francis Gullian's coming back! Yes, it is! What a phenomenal comeback there from Francis Gullian. What a surprise. We're so used to seeing the Russians just power through, but there was a stumble there, I think, from Natalia Stepanova that made her pause, which meant that Francis Gullian is now going to be through to the next stage here. What a surprise. So, Gullian of Venezuela, number 310, moves through. Our next two athletes I have to update you with quickly now are number 367 and number 362, which is Esther Bruckner and Janice Ng Lee. Number 367 and number 362, a French athlete and a Singaporean athlete. Let's see who you guys are supporting in the chat room here. Let's start off now. Esther Bruckner on the left-hand side, and here we go. We are away. Esther Bruckner pushing into the lead here. Janice, can she pull it back? Janice Ng Lee trying to. Getting there. Esther Bruckner's still fighting so hard, though. Esther Bruckner's going to get there, I think. Of France, it's 10.27 seconds. Esther Bruckner takes it here and moves forward. Were you surprised there by the Venezuelan athlete beating the Russian? I was. Took me a bit of surprise. I have to say another shout out as well. It's Esther Bruckner's birthday, so happy birthday to her. She's having a good one so far. She's moved forward into the quarterfinals. We are now with our next two athletes, number 308 and number 360. Svetlana Okolinchenko of Russia and Federica Mingola of Italy. Here we are. Svetlana on the left, Federica on the right. Svetlana powering ahead, though. Definitely determined to make up for the lost ground that we've just had with the Venezuelan. Surpassing the Russian, Svetlana is going to outdo Federica here with a score of 10.41 seconds, which is not the fastest we've seen, guys. Though I think the fastest we have seen was set by another Russian. That was by Kaplina, Yulia Kaplina. Russians are so strong. But there we are. Okolinchenko. I'm going to get this pronunciation right. It's a big one. Okolinchenko moves forward, number 308. And we now move on to 372, Alexandra Rudzinska and Sosa, number 361, for our next final. And here we are, Alexandra Rudzinska of Poland against Sosa of Korea, and it's going to be the Polish athlete here, Alexandra Rudzinska. I think she is just dancing all over that wall right now, and there she is with 9.45 seconds, which I think is the fastest we've seen so far in this category. Alexandra Rudzinska of Poland dancing all over the wall. In a few moments' time, I'm going to go and check the Sport Climbing 2020 page, and it better have improved. Right, we're now with number 370 and number 307. Anna Zaykina of Russia and Faith Sullivan of USA. US athlete on the right, there's Faith, and Anna on the left. We are away. Anna Zaykina pulling ahead, but Faith Sullivan desperately trying to cling on to neck and neck pace here, but she's going to have to make a move if she wants to win this. Anna Zaykina still powering, but she paused there, but she's still got it. 10.69 seconds. And unfortunately, Faith didn't manage to hit the button. That's why her clock's still going there. But it definitely wasn't 17 seconds. It just missed on the button, I think, at the last. But Anna Zaykina moves forward into the quarter-finals. Next two athletes are going to be Anna Zhuba, which is 373, and 309 Ashley Norton, another US athlete. So 373 and 309 next up. Anna Jalbert, another well-known lead climber. We've seen her on the lead circuit. Let's see who you're supporting in the chat room, guys. Give me some support, please. Here we are away. Anna Jalbert pushing forward here. It's going to be her, I think. It's going to be Jalbert. I'm hoping I'm getting the pronunciation right. I seem to remember it being that way with the lead competition in Briançon, but there we are with Anna Jalbert, 10.31 seconds against Ashley Norton, that just tops out there with a 14.82. But Anna Jalbert moves forward now. Next two athletes are going to be Anna Saigonova, 366 against Shannon Russell, 365. So 365 and 366, but 366 and 365. So, Shannon, or Russell and Saigonova. Who are our bets on? Thank you to AJ Scott for updating us. 5,535 likes on that Facebook page at the moment for Sport Climbing 2020. Let's improve it, please, guys, as we get back to Saigonova. And our US athlete, unfortunately, stumbling there, Shannon Russell. It means it's going to be Anna Saigonova, I think, here. Anna Saigonova is an exceptionally strong climber all round. There she is, 10.15 seconds. Condolences to Shannon Russell of the USA, but Saigonova moves forward. So, now we will move on to our male juniors. So our next two male athletes are, it's Dimitri Timofey, 470 against Sungjun Shea, number 464, 470 against 464. They are away, Dimitri Timofey. Oh, we've got a false start, guys. Athlete left too early. Who can answer Kay's question in the chat room? Does anybody know where I can see the Arco Rockmaster? Who can answer that question? I've been talking about it all day, guys. Thank you, Fuchs. You can get that right here, Kay. As soon as we are finished here, we are going to be sending you over to Arco. We have our second team out there. But that now, Dimitri Timofey and Sungjun Shea. Dimitri flying ahead. Sungjun desperately trying to pull back here. He's paused. Dimitri paused for a moment there. There were some cries from down on the ground. I can see the Russians just shaking their heads going, oh, I thought Dimitri was going to come off. Timofey moves forward. But yeah, to answer your question, Kay, as soon as you are finished over here, we're going to show you the closing ceremony of the World Youth Championships here in Singapore. Welcome if you're joining us. My name's Daniel Finn. I've been with you all day. I'll be with you till the end of the day as well. And then I'll be passing over to Johnny Bryant over in Arco to start bringing you the Arco Speed World Cup. Thank you, Mike. I had a little stall then, didn't I? The Arco Speed World Cup. and also the Rockmaster final as well. You'll be able to find it all live here on IFSC.tv. Our next two athletes are out. It's going to be a false start is what it's going to be. I'll finish that question. Wow, that's a very over-the-top false start alarm, isn't it? And there we are. So here we are. Marcin Dziecięcki of Poland against Reza Aliposhina of Iran. It's the same climb again. Reza had a false start. So we're still with Marcin Dziecięcki and Reza Aliposhina. They are away. Marcin pushing ahead here. Can Reza hold it? Ah, Reza has stumbled there. Marcin Dziecięcki tops there. The announcer telling him he'd won even before he'd finished climbing. Not a good idea. It's going to slow him down. He wants to get there as fast as he can. Marcin Dziecięcki getting through to the next stage. Right, our next two climbers coming up are going to be number 467 and number 459, which will be Vyacheslav Vedenchuk of Russia and Ryan Strickland of the USA. Number 467 and number 459. Dziecięcki goes through here. We're getting set up to go. Vyacheslav Vedenchuk and Ryan Strickland of the USA. So, Vedenchuk or Strickland? Who are we rooting for, guys? Let's get some support in. And Vedenchuk is powering ahead of Strickland here. Strickland's still moving incredibly fast, but there it is, 7.29 seconds. Means that Vedenchuk goes through to the next stage here. Sorry, Sheila, I missed what was that about? What were we talking about there, Sheila, in the chat room? Oh, interesting. I must have just missed that one. Our next two athletes are Konstantin Pale, 432, and Anton Polyakov. And here we are. Polyakov is on the right-hand side here, and Konstantin Pale on the left. Who's going to be the Russian to go through? So close, but it is going to be Konstantin Pale, 6.85 to 6.97. 6.85, guys. Now remember that the world record, not for juniors, the world record for the senior Speed World Cup climbing stands by Putin Zong, the Chinese athlete, at 6.26 seconds. These guys are in the juniors category, and they're making an incredible push here. Right, one to watch on the left-hand side, Gontarek now against Mohamed Hanzala. Look at the speed Yaroslav Gontarek's arms and legs can move at. 6.54 seconds, guys. 6.54 seconds, Yaroslav Gontarek. I was talking to Bimbin earlier about Yaroslav Gontarek stopping by in Singapore recently. One of the top 5 fastest speed climbers in the world, and here he is in the juniors. 6.54 seconds. Next two climbers are going to be number 450, Nikita Shurskin, and number 441, Kevin Apontny. So So Nikita Shurskin and Kevin Apotny. They are away, and it's looking like it's going to be our Russian athlete here instead. On the left-hand side, it's Nikita Shurskin, but only just Kevin Aponte of Venezuela, only just behind there. But we see Nikita Shurskin moving forward into the next stage. Our next two athletes to come out are going to be number 466, Sergei Barkovsky, and Josh Levin of USA, 454. Already the Americans are starting to pipe up there at the front. They're a loud crowd, but great to see them here supporting. Josh Levin on the right. Here we are, Sergei Barkovsky flying ahead here. Josh Levin really trying to pull this back. Can he do it? Sergei Barkovsky stumbled but still managed to hold it down at a score of 7.65 seconds and 8.65 for Josh Levin. Still an incredible score there for Josh Levin, but Sergei Barkovsky moves forward for the Ukraine. Our last quarter final of the male junior speed is going to be 433 Guangdong Li and 468 Guillaume Moreau of France. How is everyone in the chat room? Are we all enjoying this? As I said a few moments ago, my name is Daniel Finn. Thank you for joining us over here at the World Youth Championships down on the beach in Singapore. We are away. Guangdong Li on the left-hand side. Guillaume Moreau trying, but he stumbled. So Guangdong Li looks like he's going to make it through here to the... He has, Guangdong Li, 7.66 seconds. Guangdong Li makes it through into the quarterfinals. Right. Are you ready for what's happening next? We are now going to move from the quarterfinals of the male juniors to the quarterfinals for the female juniors. So we're back over there again. Quarterfinals for the female juniors. A full start, which is great, because that means I can sort out what's actually happening in front of me. Here we are. Kaplina versus Gullian, 371 versus 310. Yulia Kaplina and Francis Gullian of Venezuela and Russia, irrespectively. There they are, Yulia Kaplina on the left-hand side, Francis Gullian on the right-hand side. Let's get some support in the chat room for the guys that you want to see. Another false start there, so, sorry to say. Well, we're just having a bit of a discussion at the bottom of the wall there as to what exactly that means. I can have a little look at in the chat room for you guys at the moment. I'm looking at Fuchs. I want to go to Singapore too, Fuchs. I wish you were with us here as well. The more support we can get, the better. Remember, guys, what have I been asking you to keep doing all the way through this? We want to see as many people as possible heading over to the Facebook page for Sport Climbing 2020. They want to climb. Are they going to be allowed? That is the question here. Thank you, Ryan, for that update. Only 3 more likes, though, from last time. I want to see more people getting over onto the Sport Climbing 2020 Facebook site. And also remember to get onto 24/7 TV on Facebook as well and give us a like on there. Yep, that's exactly what we're thinking down here as well. It's exactly what I'm thinking, but I don't know exactly what is happening at the moment. We have a motion down on the ground here, waiting to see what's happening, but 2 full starts could mean that these athletes don't get to climb again. I'm going to go down here and see if I can find what the decision is going to be. I think they're waiting for more judges to turn up on the scene here to see exactly what's going to be happening next. And whether they're going to be allowed to make a start again. Waiting to see whether a decision's going to be made on the ground here. I can see a lot of judges standing around trying to figure out what to do, but looks like there is a meeting going on over to the left-hand side now. I've just spotted it happening. So I'm moving over to see if I can have a better look at what we decide to do. Yep, I can see the IFSC officials now having a discussion about this and whether they're going to be allowed to climb. Now, it might be that they don't let them climb, but actually if one of them has done the full start more than the other, that one person is disqualified and the other would go through to the next round. I'm not sure what the decision is going to be yet, so I'm going to move back over on the off chance that they start without me. I don't want that to happen, so I want to be over there with you guys when that happens. And there you can see in the chat room, thanks to Ryan there for that one, for an update on the link that you can just click on if you're watching. Just click on that link there by Ryan. And all you have to do is say that you like it. And that's come straight from the president of the IFSC, Marco, who I was talking to earlier today. They're going to let them climb, guys. They are away. This is fantastic news. So Julia Kaplina now pushing ahead, but Frances Cullen, who wanted to climb, is climbing, and she's fighting her way through this one now, but Julia Kaplina tops there with 9.56 seconds compared to 10.97 seconds. And I would say that as we talk so much about the mental aspects of climbing, that surely had something to do with the fact that she had those 2 false starts and was undoubtedly now a bit emotional. But still a great effort. So, we see Kaplina moving forward. And yes, Adam, exactly as I've just said, she is emotionally affected. That could have been an issue there. But the next 2 up are going to be 367 Bruckner against 308 Okolinichenko. I've got to get that name down. Okolinichenko. There we are, I've got there. We are away. Okolinichenko is now actually pulling ahead, I think, of Bruckner. Can Bruckner, on her birthday, excel in this moment? She's catching up, guys. She's going to push for it. Is Bruckner going to make it? It is. It's Bruckner. Okolichinsko is out. We see Bruckner on her birthday, with a birthday witch sending her into the next stage of these finals. That was close. But Bruckner moves forward. Our next two climbers are going to be 3.72 Rudzinska and 3.70 Zajkina. A Polish athlete against a Russian here. And they are away, and you can see Rudzinska on the left-hand side there, Zajkina on the right-hand side. It's going to be Rudzinska by the look of things here. Can she make it? Can she? She does. She secures it with 9.77 seconds. And we lose another Russian athlete here, Anna Zajkina. Unusual to see the Russians bested as the way that they've been performing throughout this competition so far. We've got Anup Jaubert next, number 373 coming up, and also Anna Saiganova, number 366. Are the next two athletes out. So we've got another French athlete against another Russian athlete. We saw a moment ago with Bruckner taking it. They are away, Jaubert and Saiganova, neck and neck at the moment. What's going to happen here is anyone's call, really. Jaubert's pushing ahead a little bit. She has 8.84 seconds, makes Anup Jaubert go through to the next stage, and another Russian is out here with Anna Saiganova. Could the Russians' luck be changing? Can anybody foresee and guess what's going to happen next, now that we've finished that one? We're getting towards the end stages now. Who's going to be next now that we've finished all of our athletes from female juniors speed? Where do we go? Any ideas? They are right in front of you right now. It is the male juniors speed. Well, here we are, male junior speed. We're up with 4.70, Dmitry Timoviv, and 4.69, Dziensky, Marcin Dziensky. Dmitry Timoviv from Russia on the left-hand side. Here we are, Timoviv falling ahead here. Falling ahead? Powering ahead, I meant to say there. How do you fall ahead? Dmitry Timoviv, definitely not falling, flying, with 6.39 seconds. 6.39 seconds, Dmitry Timoviv moves ahead. Again, the world record is 6.26. 6.39 seconds. Our next two climbers are going to be 4.67 Vedenchuk and 4.59 Ryan Strickland. 4.67 Vedenchuk and 4.32 Pale. They are away. Here's Pale. Can he pull it back? Can he pull ahead? Yes, he does. Vedenchuk is out to his teammate Konstantin Pale. Pale goes through with 6.69. So we have 4.30 Gontarek now coming up, and 4.50 Shuyushkin, a Russian athlete versus a Ukrainian athlete. You can see him there warming up. Remember, Gontarek just did this in 6.54. Now no longer the fastest time today. That's been beaten by Dmitry Timoviv with 6.39 seconds. They're still all so close to the world record. But the wall is not, even if they were to beat the 6.26 set by the Chinese athlete, we would not have a world record here. It's not 100% official. Oh, Yaroslav, unbelievable fell there. Shuyushkin moves forward, not Yaroslav Gontarek. Gontarek, I don't know what happened. I think it was a slip on a foothold there. And his arm went out across instead of reaching for the next hold and landing it correctly, and he had to recoup. Still very close, but Nikita Shayushkin moves forward now instead of Guntarik. Next two out are going to be 4.66 Barkovsky and 4.33 Lee.
Up next we have Barkovsky versus...
We are away.
Also making each other.
Kwang Dong Lee falls off the wall. Sergei Barkovsky takes it there with 7.91 seconds. Okay, guys, we are getting set now. Now that we know who our four are going to be for every category, we move on to something even more exciting. We're going to have the semi-final for all categories, straight the way through. Female Youth B, Male Youth B, followed by Female Youth A and Male Youth A, then Female Juniors and Male Juniors. Brace yourself, guys, it's going to get intense. So we're going to start with Female Youth B. And our two athletes are going to be Romero, 4.26 from Venezuela, and Daria Khan, 4.22. Bear with us a couple of seconds while our head resetter has just stepped up onto the stage there. Is either making an announcement or having a bit of a conversation to get set for when we are about to start these semi-finals. So, just very briefly, while we have the time, let's bring you up the lists as they stand at the moment. Here we are, Female Youth A finals. Look at the equal firsts at the moment. Those are the times that are standing there. Those are the ones that went through to the start of these finals that you've been watching with us here, and they're the results for the rest of the athletes as well. We're going to move on to our next category very shortly. I think Laurent Lepore has stopped the climbing just because he wants to have a climb himself. There you can see him in the red top on the wall. He's going to have to move a bit quicker than this if he wants to get a good record score on this. I mean, it's a strong and secure tactic, but he's got to be on at least 30 or 40 seconds by now. He's just cleaning the wall there.
Aku pasti memory. Habis aku format. Aku tengok lagi satu ni, habis aku format.
Are we losing certain people in the chat room? I do hope we're not. I hope more and more people are joining. I can see them now joining. Welcome if you are joining. We are here approaching very quickly the finals of our, well, we're into our finals, but we're our finals on speed for our Speed World Youth Championship. Welcome to Singapore. My name's Daniel Finn. And things are about to start getting exciting, so you've joined just at the right time. Not that they haven't been exceptionally exciting all the way through the day. Remember, when you are joining us in the chat room, do give yourself a handle. Keep seeing people pop up and saying things with names like ZZZZ0141, and I'm just like, who is this person? Here we are with Female Youth B finals now. These are the four we're about to see. at the top there in equal first at the moment. There you can see them with their times and moving through into the female Youth B finals, and the rest of the results as well for that category. And now moving on into the semi-finalists of male Youth B. These are just the results of the last round that we just saw. Message from AJ Scott about our Climbing 2020 page. We're up to 5,543 likes. That's more like it. That's what I like to see. Anybody just joining us who doesn't know what we're talking about, the IFSC president, Marco, I had the privilege of having an interview with him earlier today. Ryan's just posted a link for you if you're just joining. It's just come up in the chat room there. And the conversation I had with him was about the 2020 Olympic movement for this sport. We're talking about the 6 essential sports of man. I'm just going to take a break to say that you now have the female Youth A results up on your screen. Let you having a look at them. We were talking about the 6 essential six essential sports of man. Climbing is the only one out of the 6 that isn't in the Olympics, and we're saying, what can we do to help us get to the Olympics in 2020? Now that we have been shortlisted, we're one of 7 sports that could be there, and his answer was, we need to show that we have our support building. And you do that, and these are words from his own mouth, by getting onto our Facebook page and liking Sport Climbing 2020. It's what's going to get us there. Thank you, Scott, for just making us 5,544. AJ Scott, you're looking for me on the Facebook space, on the face space. I don't think I am actually, but you may find me, if you will, on Twitter and want to catch up at @_Daniel Finn. Here we are, male Youth A finals. 4 equal first place. These are the results from the last round. Moving into this, our now semi-finals. So get excited. Kazakhstani athlete in there. Told you earlier, one to watch for. So if you are just joining us, a very warm welcome to the European, I keep saying this, the World Youth Championships here in Singapore. Giving you the results as they stand at the moment as we move into the excitement of the next round here. How's everyone doing in the chat room? Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat in the chat. So saying earlier, we were talking about those 6 essential sports or actions of man. We had running, we had swimming, we had climbing, he was there at number 3, we had throwing, we had lifting, and who can remember what the 6th one was? I'm telling you, I've got Mike saying it's jumping. Is it jumping? I have to remember, I've got them all there. Just had a bit of an update there. I think the reason that we are waiting is because we're waiting for everything to be finalised. Just waiting for everything to be finalised because the males juniors we don't think is finalised yet, so we're just waiting for that to be updated. Yes, Ryan is agreeing with me. It is the jumping there what we were talking about. So, yeah, guys, out of the 6 essential things that you can think of a human being doing without any equipment, really, the only one of them that isn't in the Olympics is climbing. Do we want to see climbing in the Olympics? Message there as well in the chat just to bring to your attention from Adrian, who's heading our team over in Arco. lead semis is starting in Arco. We'll show all the action once Singapore is finished. So as soon as we leave you here, it's straight over to Arco, guys. Much more to watch. Everyone that's just saying yes, yes, we do want to see it in the Olympics, make sure that you are getting the word out about that Facebook page. Please, let us see that. Okay, so we are here with our female youth B speed semi-final, Romero and Can. So Romero is on the left-hand side, Can is on the right-hand side. Romero is powering ahead. It's going to be Romero, I think, into the next stage of the finals. It is Romero there, number 426, takes it with 10.37. RCR 2020, make it happen. Thank you for that. Keep the support coming in. Right, next two climbers are out. It's going to be Maya Jaramillo, which is 420, and Kloshkova, which is 429. Anastasia Kloshkova, 429 on the right-hand side. And Nicole Maya Jaramillo of Ecuador on the left with bib number 420. We are away. We are seeing Maya Jaramillo hold her own easily here with Kloshkova. They are neck and neck. Kloshkova took a stumble. It's going to be the Venezuelan, the Ecuadorian, sorry. It is. There's names are the other way around. It's our Ecuadorian climber, Maya Jaramillo, against our Venezuelan climber, Leslie Romero, that goes through into the next one. Our next final is going to be in the male youth A category. Male youth B, sorry. It's going to be Shikov, which is number 542, bib number 542, Alexander Shikov, against Dayashkov, which is 540. They are away. Dayashkov on the right-hand side, Shikov on the left. Shikov is powering ahead of Dayashkov, though. It's going to be Shikov, I think. There it is. 7.21 seconds. 7.21 seconds there. Our next two climbers out are going to be Zakharov, number 539. Daniel Zakharov, 539, and Mzinikov as well on 538. 538. Vladislav Mzinikov, 538, and also Zakharov, Daniel Zakharov of Russia, 539. This is the Russian final, guys. Are you ready? Daniel on the left, Vladislav on the right. We are away. Daniel and Vladislav still neck and neck. Vladislav slightly ahead. Daniel's turned it round. Vladislav has fallen. Daniel Zakharov takes it and moves through to the next stage. 7.89 seconds. It is Daniel Zakharov. So we now move on to our female youth A category, and it's going to be bib number 395, Nina Lach, against Baranova, 394, Valeria Baranova. There's Lach on the left. There's not Vladislav Mzinikov. It's Baranova on the right. They are away. Nina Lach against Baranova. Baranova starting to pull into the front here. Nina Lach, can she hold on to it? Can she push forward? Neck and neck. It's going to be close, guys. It's going to be close. It's Baranova by 0.04 of a second. 10.91 to 10.95. That's unbelievably close. Valeria Baranova there moves forward. So now we have number 398, Anna Emmets, against number 396, Alexandra Elmer of Austria. So Emmets on the left-hand side, number 398. And Elmer, Alexandra Elmer, number 396. Emmett to the left, Elma on the right. We are away. Anna Emmett, and now Elma still kind of neck and neck. Emmett is starting to pull ahead. Can Elma outdo her here? Can she shove a little bit more? No, it's Emmett's through to the next one with a 2-second difference. It looks like Alexandra Elma had a problem towards the end of that run there. Anna Emmett moves forward. So now we go on to our male youth A, and we have 504 Luzgetsky against 503 Artamonov. Two Russian athletes, there they are warming up, doing squat jumps. I might do some squat jumps. Mike, should we do some squat jumps? Should we warm up? Oh, you think that's a star jump? Squat jumps. They were doing it. It doesn't matter. Luzgetsky, they're away. Artamonov, and they're still neck and neck. Luzgetsky's going to start pulling forward, I think, here. He's definitely got the... Oh, it's going to be close. Oh! 7.22 against 7.27. 0.05 of a second yet again there between the two of them, but Luzgetsky gets it. Luzgetsky. Our next two climbers are going to be Maymuratov and Feyzulin. They are away. Maymuratov is where Imani is at the moment. I think he's going to try and pull something to get the back here. No, he slipped. Feyzulin starts to pull forward, and there it is. 9.14. Unfortunately, Amir Maymuratov slips there. So Ruslan Feyzulin moves forward to come up against his teammate Sergei Luzgetsky in the final. Which means we now move over to our female junior quarter-final. And there we are, Yulia Kaplina and Esther Bruckner starting us off. They are up on the wall now, and we are away. Kaplina pushing ahead already. She's stalled there. Esther Bruckner's got a chance here. It is her birthday luck coming back to us again. Esther Bruckner of France again pushes forward. 9.63 on her birthday as well. Esther Bruckner yet again has a stumbling Russian, and the excitement that follows to thank for pushing her forward here. Phenomenal climber. Bruckner moves forward again. And our next two athletes come out, Rudzinska and Jobert. Jobert of France on the right-hand side, Rudzinska on the left. It's Poland versus France. We could, Sheila, that's an interesting point. We could have a France-France final if Jobert does this one. Though I will say Alexandra Rudzinska is looking exceptionally strong. She's very, very fast indeed. We are away, Anik Jobert and Alexandra Rudzinska. Anik Jobert is still in the lead though. Can Rudzinska pull it back? No, it's Jobert. Is it going to be Jobert? It is! 8.81 seconds. We have a France-France final, Sheila. It's like all your dreams are coming true. But what an effort there from Rudzinska, Alexandra Rudzinska. And now we are on to our male juniors. 4-7-0, Dmitry Timofeev against 4-3-2, Pale. So, two teammates again here. They're away, Timofeev and Pale, still neck and neck. I think it's going to be Timofeev. No, they're still neck and neck, guys. This is going to be really, really close. Is it?
6.5 and 6.537.
It's Timofeev with 6.50. At the moment, then, I have to have a little look. Timofeev moves forward. And we are here now with 4-5-0, Shoyushkin, and 4-6-6, Barkovsky. Barkovsky, Ukrainian athlete, and Nikita Shoyushkin, the Russian athlete, on the left-hand side here. Now, guys, let's keep the chat room user-friendly, I think. We're here to watch the best climbers in the world do some brilliant climbing. We're starting that off with Nikita Shoyushkin and Sergei Barkovsky, who's fallen a little bit behind. He had a second wind there, a definite second wind, but it was no use because Nikita Shoyushkin didn't stop for a second there, doing it in 6.69, I think that was, which means that Shoyushkin moves forward. And that means that we are now onto the small finals for all categories, which means we go for the athletes that lost the heats a few moments ago and now going to battle it out for the third place position. So we go back to the female youth B speed to start us off. Female youth B, it's going to be Daria Khan, which is 4.22, against Klochkova, Anastasia Klochkova, 4.29. That's going to be our small final that's going to happen in a few seconds' time. So Daria Khan, which is 4.22, and Klochkova, which is 4.29, are going to be fighting for their third place positioning. I think we're going to have a while while they're just setting up. How are we, gang? I hope we're all happy and excited. Right. Two Russian athletes here, so it's definitely going to be a Russian medal. But here we are, Daria Khan on the left-hand side, Anastasia Klochkova on the right-hand side. They're flying up here. Who's it going to be? It's Klochkova. Anastasia Klochkova, 11.20. She takes the third place medal here. Right, now we move on to the male Youth B speed small final, and that is going to be Maxim Daichikov, 5.40, against Vladislav Mazinikov, which is 5.38 for our small final there. There they are, just about to get set up. We are away. This is for the bronze medal position. Again, two Russians battling out. So it's going to be another Russian bronze, whatever happens. But what has happened is Maxim Daichikov is going to take the bronze medal position here in Singapore. And what that means is that we now move over to the female youth A speed category. And that is going to be between Elmer and Baranov. Baranov first will be 3.94, Baranov, Valeria Baranov of Russia, and Elmer, Alexandra Elmer of Austria, 3.96 for our small final. And there they are, Baranova and Elmer. Oh, sorry, it's Latch. It's Latch on the left-hand side, not Baranova. And it's Latch that takes it as well by 1. 1/100th of a second, 5.6 to 5.7 there. It's Latch, actually, sorry, that takes the bronze medal here. And the male youth A speed now is going to be between our Tamanov, which is 5.03, and 5.07, my Muratov. And they are our next two out. I do not know the answer to that question, I'm afraid, at the moment, why Robin Sherwood from RSA didn't start in the speed comp. I will try and find out for you. A bit manic at the moment, trying to keep up with you guys as we go through the speed competition here at the finals. But I will try and find out for you. So, we are about to get set here, guys, with our next small final between our Tamanov and my Muratov. Our Tamanov and my Muratov. And there they are. Amir Muratov of Kazakhstan on the right. Now we've had 2 Russian bronzes already. Are we going to see a third here? Or are we going to see Kazakhstan making a stand? Here we are. Oh, I mean, my Muratov has fallen back again. It looks like George Tamanov is going to take it. And yes, he does. 8.14 there. He stumbled on the off straight away, Amir, my Muratov. So George Tamanov takes it. So now we move over to the female juniors, and it'll be Kaplina 3.71 against Jaubert 3.73 up next, and there they are. Getting set to go, and here we are. Yulia Kaplina looks like she's pushed a little bit ahead, but Anuk Jaubert's trying to hold pace with her now. If Anuk makes a push now, she could push ahead. No, not quite. It's Yulia Kaplina, 8.99 against 9.26. So Yulia Kaplina takes, for Russia, the 3rd bronze medal here. And then we move over to the male juniors now as well. Number 432, Hale, against Borovsky, which is number 466. So whatever happens here, we are definitely going to have... Oh no, Sergei Barkovsky is a Ukrainian athlete. Could take a 4-streak bronze medal victory from the Russians if he takes the bronze here for the Ukraine. Let's see what's about to happen. Well, here are those 2 athletes, so brace yourself, guys, because this could be interesting. This could be a 4-way win for Russia in terms of bronze medals. I did say to you, throughout this competition, I think it's going to be the Russians on the podium, but can a Ukrainian athlete, Barkovsky, take it back here? And we're off. Barkovsky's on the right. Stumbled straight away. Konstantin Pale, halfway up the wall, nearly there. It's going to be Pale. It is a 4-way run for the Russians. Sergei Barkovsky stumbled there, and he knows it. It almost looked like the start surprised him. He sort of started and didn't know what to do, and then caught up and had to make it back again. But Konstantin Pale takes the last bronze medal there. Right, guys, now, stay with me. We're going to go back, now that we've done all the small finals, for the finals. And I know this sounds strange, guys, but it is the finals now, all right? It's the finals. These are the ones that are going to be taking the silver and gold medal positions. We start with female youth B, and those two athletes that are battling it out for the gold and silver medal position are Lisa Romero, number 426 from Venezuela, against number 420, Nicole Jaramillo Meja. So, and Nicole Meja Jaramillo is from Ecuador as well. So we've got a Venezuelan athlete on the left and an Ecuadorian athlete on the right. Who are we cheering for? Let's see some support. They move on to the stage now. Cesar, vamos Ecuador. Sheila for Ecuador as well. Venezuela from AJ Scott. AJ Scott, your Venezuelan athletes have been amazing all day here in the speed. They've really given the Russians a run for their money. But as have the Ecuadorians, I have to say. Here we are away. The next two athletes, Leslie Romero against Nicole Meja Jaramillo. This is for the gold. Remember, guys, this is for the gold. We are pushing up. It's going to be Romero, I think. It's going to be Venezuela. It is. Venezuela takes the gold. Jaramillo takes the silver for Ecuador. We move on now to male youth B speed final. We're going to have Zakharov against Shikov. Shikov, number 542, Alexander Shikov, against 539, Zakharov. We've got a bronze medal position by Daichikov. Who is going to win here between, unsurprisingly, the two Russian athletes? It's going to be a complete Russian podium here, guys. A complete Russian podium, gold, silver and bronze. Whatever happens now, will all go to Russia. Is it going to be Alexander or Daniel, though? Who are we voting for? And here we are, we're off again. I think it's going to be Shikov. You know, he seems to want it more. Zakharov's trying, but Shikov does not want to stop now. It's Shikov. Shikov takes the gold here. And Zakharov takes the silver medal position. So a gold for Shikov and a silver for Zakharov and a bronze for Daichikov. There you are. I told you the Russians were going to be dominating here. Well, they are. We now move over to our next final for the female youth A speed. For Baranova, 394 against Emmets, 398.
Both of which are from Russia. Both of them are tense. They're standing in front of the wall.
And look, it's happening again, guys. But not for all of them though, because Nina Lach of Austria has taken the bronze in this category, which means that it's only going to be a Russian gold and silver. I can't fault them. They're just such a powerful force in speed climbing and in bouldering and in lead. Russian athletes constantly excelling themselves. I am, Scott, I am moved by the Russian dominance. That is definitely what's happening right now. Now, just hold on a couple of seconds. Something is changing down here right now. That is not Anna Emmets right there. It looks like we're having a rerun. Number 432.
Hang on, folks. Now we're back to the finals of the male youth speed category for the small finals. Due to the technical difficulty just now, the judges have decided the true.
Right, so due to technical difficulty, I can tell you this is the revamped male youth B speed finals between Klochkova. No. Right, 432. Sorry, they sprung that one on us then. I'm not sure what happened there. We were not told what happened there. That should have been the male youth B. Small final again.
If you can shift now. Commander from Vancouver, could you please come to the wall right now?
Scott, the world record for speed stands at the moment at 6.26 seconds for the men's. I'm not entirely sure what happened, I will get that information for you again. But now we are back with those two ladies that I told you would be joining us. So let's bring those names back up on the screen. As soon as we can, we are away anyway. It's Emmett versus Baranova. Baranova on the left and Emmett on the right. It's going to be Baranova, I think. No, it's Emmett's. Not Alexandra Elmer, it's Emmett's. Emmett's there for the female youth A category on the right hand side, which makes her the gold medalist there. And the silver goes to Baranova. The bronze goes to Nina Latch of Austria in that category. We now move over to the male youth A speed category, and we have our first climbers out. Lizgetsky, number 504, Lizgetsky against Faizullin of Russia, number 502. Artamanov has already taken the bronze here for Russia. Who is going to take the gold and the silver place positions for Russia again, guys? So, here we go. We are away. Sergei pulling into the lead with Ruslan just behind him, but not much, only about a shoulder's distance away. Lizgetsy's fallen. He slipped, and Faizullin takes the gold. Faizullin, 7.45 seconds, takes the gold because of a slip at the last minute. Though I say minute, there's definitely not a minute in it. There's seconds and milliseconds, and that's all there is. So Faizullin takes the gold, Lizgetsky takes the silver, and Artamanov takes the bronze. Le bronze. Right, we now move on to our next category. We're about to get set on our female junior speed final now between Rodzinska 372, the way round, sorry, it's Bruckner 367 against Rodzinska 372. So 367 and 372. Just coming out now. This is, as we're excited to see all the way through this, Esther Bruckner. It's her birthday. Can we get some support for the birthday girl in the chat room right now? See if we can drive her to the top of this wall against Rodzinska from Poland. They are away. No, sorry, it's the other way round. It's Jaubert. It's Jaubert on the other side. That's a mistake by me. I apologise. And Jaubert is pushing into the lead. It is Jaubert against Bruckner. Unfortunately, Bruckner doesn't take it. It's Anak Jaubert, not Alexandra Rodzinska. I do apologise for that. That was our joint French final. That was Anak Jaubert taking gold there. Gold for Jaubert, and unfortunately, even on her birthday, Bruckner will have to settle with silver there. We now move on to the male junior speed final. Male junior final between Dmitry Timoviv 470 and Shuyushkin 450. So another gold, silver Russian placements. As we move into the award ceremony, I think you are going to like the Russian anthem being on repeat here, full on all the way through. Here we are, Nikita Shuyushkin on the right, Timofeev on the left. Who we want to see here, guys? Timofeev fumbles a little bit there, so Shuyushkin takes the advantage and starts to push up the wall. It's going to be Shuyushkin. It is. It's Shuyushkin with 6.74 seconds. Just over 50, a 50th of a second slower than the current world record. Shuyushkin takes the gold here, and Timoviv will have to settle for silver. Well, guys, we got there. Let's, in a few moments' time, bring up the results. At the moment, just waiting for everything to be confirmed. Remember, guys, that as it comes in, you have to wait for the 20-minute period for everything to be confirmed. Nice comment there from GGG. Russians are in good speed. AJ Scott waiting for Arco. I'm going to be sorry to see all of you guys, but don't worry, you're in very, very good hands when we pass over to Arco in a few moments' time. I know you all want to go and see Arco. You're in very good hands there with Adrian heading the team over there. Make sure you say hello from me. And also you're going to be with Johnny Bryan as well. Johnny is going to be the commentator taking you through Arco Speed Finals and the World Cup there for the Arco tournament, and also for the Rockmaster over there as well. Yes, Caesar, do not turn away, guys. Remember that we are going already. Now that we are going to be wrapping things up over here, you jump over to Arco and have almost as much coverage there. Well, no, sorry, you'll have more coverage there. What am I talking about? You'll have more. So we go straight to Arco for hours and hours and hours more climbing to come. Can everybody hear me? Are they hearing what I'm saying about Arco? I think V2 had a little bit of a problem there, losing me. Hopefully that's just you and you can hear me again now. Just saying to you guys, yes, do not go anywhere. We are going over to Arco in Europe now to bring you the speed finals. You're in very good hands, don't worry. We have to bid goodbye to you in a short while's time. We'll bring you some results very shortly and also some coverage of the closing ceremony, I believe, before we go over to Arco and hand things over to very capable hands of Mr. Johnny Bryan and Adrian heading the team over there. It does not stop here, guys. We have been broadcasting since about 11 o'clock this morning, so we've been going for about 8 hours, but we're going straight over to Arco as soon as we finished here, and you've got hours and hours more of climbing to come, because I'm imagining, guys, that that you guys are kind of in the middle of the day now. Are you enjoying it? How's the day? Because we're coming to the end of ours.
Could I have Kaminga from Canada, please? If Kaminga's around or anybody knows where she is, could Kaminga please come in the front?
So, guys, yeah, there you are, 1 p.m. there. The day will be great. 6 a.m. in the morning. V2 just getting up. So we got a lot of coverage coming for you. It's cooled down as well. Well, it's starting to cool down here. Into the evening, and I think that when we do say our farewells, guys, I'm sorry to see you go, but when we do, and Scott, you've got a day planned ahead of you as well. Very nice. You're about to go and leave and climb some real rocks. Well, I think when I bid goodbye to you guys in a little while's time, I might actually get that swim that I've been after all day in the beautiful bay right next to us, down here on Siloso Beach. Been here for the past 4 days, bringing you the lead competitions and also bringing you this, our Speed World Championship, and we can update those results for you in just a few moments' time. Well, yeah, let's see if we can do that actually. Let's see if we can possibly for a moment pan a camera around before we bring up the results that we have, so you can see a view over the results. Well, guys, I think we're going to go and take you a little picture of that now. I'm going to wander over and meet up with the roaming camera team, which are around here somewhere, trying to get you a decent shot of the ocean over here. Try and find our roamers. Where are our roamers? Having a hunt. I found them. There they are.
and making their way down to the bay, and I'm about to show you what I'm talking about when we say we're about to leave you and go over to Arco, and this is why I want to go for a swim. Can you see? Let's just do a slow pan of this up the beach for me now, please. This is the beautiful Siloso beach. Golden sands down here on the floor in the Sentosa region of Singapore. Had phenomenal volunteers all the way through. Yes, that's a palm tree. It's a palm tree. Lots of palm trees. And volunteers, lots of volunteers as well. Look, if we just turn around again. Do not start dancing. Okay, we're going to do a steady shot for you now, so pan over there so we can results. Okay, so here we are. But what an incredible setting to hold such a prestigious event. Remember, we're going from one incredible setting over to another one as well next year when we go over to Canada. I think we're going to have the handover ceremony very shortly.
Come forward to the wall.
The handover ceremony to Canada for next year's World Youth Championships.
Could we have one representative?
That's going to be a fantastic
Canada,
location as well. It's on Vancouver Island over in Canada, and that'll be the next year's World Youth Championships, so make sure you stick around to see that one as well. Well, guys, I'm going to go through now and just read out exactly what the results are. We can't bring them up right now, so we're going to do it so that you know exactly who's won what. I'm going to go back through now for you. So, in the female youth B speed, Leslie Romero of Venezuela takes the gold, with Nicole Maya Jaramillo of Ecuador taking the silver, and Klochkova of Russia, Anastasia Klochkova, takes the bronze. In the male youth B speed, we have a three-way Russian win, with Alexander Shikov taking the gold, with Daniel Zakhirov taking the silver, and Daichkov taking the bronze. In the female youth A speed category, Emets takes the gold for Russia, Anna Emets. Baranova takes the silver. Valeria Baranova again for Russia. And taking the bronze medal here is Nina Lach
of Austria, managing to latch onto the bronze medal there. In the male youth A speed category, we have Artamanov taking the bronze, we have Luzgetsky taking the silver, and Faizulin taking the gold. In the female juniors speed, we have Kaplina taking the bronze, Esther Bruckner taking the silver, and Jaubert taking the gold. A French gold and silver there. And Pale taking the bronze in the male juniors speed competition here. Konstantin Pale of Russia, his teammate Dmitry Timofeev taking the silver, and his other teammate, again a three-way Russian win, his other teammate Nikita Shoyushkin of Russia taking the gold there as well. And there you can see them setting up on the walls. Remember guys, you will be able to re-watch anything we bring you by going over onto the IFSC YouTube channel.
Where was the budget?
Right, guys, again in the chat, just to remind you all not to go anywhere, because very shortly we are about to start bringing you coverage, and you won't miss a single second, because they're going to replay it all so that you can see it again. You're going to see the live coverage of Arco for the Speed World Cup over there. We'll go over to our second team, our other team, over in Europe at the moment, to bring you all of the coverage of that, and also the Rockmaster final. How's everybody doing in the chat? I've got to do one more shout out about this because we've been talking about it all day. I'd love all of you to get over onto Sport Climbing 2020 on the Facebook page. Is Ryan still with us? Ryan's been fantastic all day. He's been reminding you guys exactly where to go so that we can try and get our count up. Let's see what our count is currently standing on Sport Climbing 2020. Hopefully we're picking it up.
At the command center for your climbers. You could do it right now before we start with the ceremony later. Thank you.
I've got one of the Aussies over here asking to swap my IFSC badge for a shiny new kangaroo. Is it? Who am I talking to? Who's here with me?
Kangaroo. My name's Ethan Jordan.
Ethan Jordan. Have we got people watching in the chat room right now?
I could have some friends at home. One named Harrison Sparvorn.
Ethan, how old are you?
I'm 13.
You're 13. You were competing here?
No, but I'm going to start rock climbing when I get back.
You're going to start rock climbing. So we've got a new fan here, yeah?
Yes.
We're going to see you in the future?
Yes.
Fab. I can't swap my badge though, I'm afraid.
Oh.
It's the most important part of me.
Yeah.
So I have to hold on to it. But you guys have been amazing all the way through this competition. The Aussies have been phenomenal, sticking around all the way through this. I've got the other boys that were promising us a dance a couple of days ago as well, hanging out next to us. I'm sorry, Ethan, I can't swap my badge.
Oh.
It's an important part of my psyche.
Thanks so much.
I hope to see you in the future though, Ethan. All the best. Thanks. So guys, let's have a little chat to you all about how our Sport Climbing 2020 page is getting on. Have you all got on? Have you all liked it? Pala, now you get to see Arco because we go straight across there as well. Just a few moments time we'll be getting set for our medal ceremony and our closing ceremony over here. I've got a band warming up here as well, as we start to wait for a closing ceremony here over in Singapore. Has everybody enjoyed the coverage over in Singapore? Have you enjoyed the competition in general? Our World Youth Championships over here in Singapore? Anne, showing some support in the chat room. Hello there, Anne. I was hoping Ryan might still be around to get you guys over to it, but remember, get onto Facebook and get onto Sport Climbing 2020. Topor, nice to see you with us as well. Hopefully you guys are going to stick around ready for Arco in a few moments' time. But we're passing over the helm to our second crew. Thank you for being with us all the way through the day. I've loved chatting to you guys all the way through the day as well. Well, just to check how all of you guys have been. My name is Daniel Finn. I look forward to seeing you all, I hope, back again for the World Championships in Paris in roughly a week's time. If you're interested in any of the other upcoming IFSC.tv coverage, get yourself over and on to the IFSC website, which is ifsc-climbing.org. And once you get onto there, you can see all of the up-and-coming action. You can also find it on 247.tv. If you type that into Google, you come up with a page on there which will show you all the coverage as well. and you can catch up on any of the coverage that you might have missed so far in the season of climbing, in our climbing overall season. We've had all of our bouldering World Cups. We've still got the World Championship of Bouldering to come very soon in Paris as well. We'll be heading over there in about a week's time. But if you want to catch up on anything, get over onto IFSC on YouTube. Type IFSC in the YouTube search bar, and you'll get the IFSC's page, and you can catch up on anything you might have missed throughout the year so far. It's been a fantastic set of competitions already, and we're sure to keep bringing you more exciting coverage as well for that one as well. So, to cover everything that's been happening, any questions that you guys might have in the chat room right now, send them in to me. We'll do one last round of catching up. Javi, when is it possible to watch the Arco comp? Straight after this, we are about to go live over in Arco and join them. We're just waiting for our closing ceremony over here and our awards ceremony before we pass the helm. So there's my first question answered for Javi. Nice to see you. It's cooling down here now in the evening, but thankfully the weather's held out on us and we've had our sun all day. A beautiful blue sky, and now we have a beautiful sunset setting in.
And from Russia, Ruslan Fayzulin. Please report to the seawall.
How about I ask you guys a question I usually ask when I'm talking to some of the climbers? Alex, tell us, is it hot in Singapore? Yes, it is. It is very, very hot in Singapore. It's getting cooler now, though, which is nice. It's been boiling all the way through the day. But let's ask a question to the chat room now, which I usually ask to some of the climbers. If you could take 3 things in your backpack when you are out on rock climbing, because I know a lot of you are climbers, they cannot be related to climbing. I want personal items or interesting items you might take with you if you are out on rock. What would they be? 3 items. Fox, to answer your question, the climbers feeling about the heat? Not too bad, actually. They've been performing exceptionally well considering the heat over here. A lot of them saying they don't mind. Of course, a lot of them climb in climates that are similar-ish to this. We've got a lot of Koreans, Japanese. How do you find out about Olympics 2020? Topor, get yourself onto Facebook. Have a look at Sport Climbing 2020 for all updates for the future. Click on like on that one, and you're going to be helping us build the support that we need to see us through to the Olympics 2020. Gigi, an answer on the question I just asked. Water, food, and a book. Yeah, but Gigi, what book? What type of food? Shoes, harness, and a nice girl. Nice, Pala. The last one's fine, but shoes and a harness, both of those I have to say are to do with climbing, and I want personal items here. Sheila with an answer of camera, video, and an iPhone. Camera, video, and an iPhone. Is it a camera and a video so that you can film and then watch it back on a TV for your video? I'm confused by the video section. Sheila, you're going to have a video out there. Surely you'd have to have a TV as well up there. That's going to be some pretty heavy extra weight to add into your backpack. Pala, having another rethink. Camera, iPod, and sketchbook. Like that one. Hannah's JW. A sketchbook. What kind of things do you draw normally? A sandwich normally from Gigi? It doesn't really matter which book, really. There's quite a wide variety of literature out there. There's Sheila. Camera for stills, video for TV, and iPhone for frequent updates. Rubik's Cubes from Topor. A camera and a knife from Topor. Loving the Rubik's Cube side of things. I actually managed to get my time down on solving a Rubik's Cube to less than 2 minutes. I love the Rubik's Cube myself, so that's a good thing. Topor, I'm not sure I want to know why you're carrying a knife up there. What happens if you fall? Alex, a huge book. Does that cover all 3 of your items in, Alex? It's too heavy to carry separate things. Hannah, you draw landscapes as well.
Stop! Stop!
A closed knife, well done. Frequent mountaineering knife, epinals. Imagine it'd be something like an epinal. And yes, Topor, you do always need to be prepared. Remember, guys, when you are going out and climbing on rock, to make sure that one of the most important things to take with you should be you taking either a friend or a phone to make sure that you can always keep in touch with anybody while you're out there. Please stay safe when you are going out on rock. As Topor is now saying, you always need to be prepared. Sheila, am I allowed to say Jean McCall, Thomas Ballet and me? You are, Sheila, but I don't know whether you'd get all three of us in a rucksack. FG, any news about Arco? Yes, we'll be coming very, very shortly over to Arco to start bringing you the coverage. FG, and anyone that is waiting around for Arco, do not worry. You are not going to miss a single second of it. You will be able to see the qualification rounds all the way through to the final, and also the Rockmaster final over there. Sheila, I'm not quite sure what to say about that. I'm thinking I should start to be worried. McCallens, I will have a double check for you in a couple of seconds about what time the closing ceremony starts. They are getting set now. We should be about to be having a medal ceremony. And then from Topor as well, hard to second yourself up a long route. I would say so, unless you do have eyes in the back of your head. In which case, send us a picture. I'd want to see that. So let's change the question around a little bit now. I'd like to know what, for each of you, is the thing that drew you to climbing in the first place? How have you ended up here with me at this point in your lives, watching live coverage on IFSC.tv on the World Youth Championships out in Singapore? Addiction. Great answer there from Sheila. Got fed up of belaying and wanted to conquer my fear of heights. Do we have anybody else in the chat room that had a fear of heights and has used it as a sort of therapy and then become hooked? That's what I want to know. I can see the athletes now moving over to the stands to start our medal ceremony, I think. Yep, we've got another one there conquering the fear of heights. Hannah JW. Started climbing to get over your fear of heights. I used to climb when I was very, very young, and the reason that I got into it was my old man, who might very well be watching. Sometimes he does. My old man used to take me down the road when I was a lot younger to the Ackers Centre over in England, on the outdoor walls over there. We used to take a little bag of chalk with us, and we knew the security guards, so we were able to get over the fence at night from our security guard and go and have a climb as the sun set, just as we've just had a climb over here when the sun sets. And that's what I used to do when I was little. I hope no one from the Ackers Trust is watching. Here in the background now, the band are 100% warming up now. We've got our drummer rocking out a little bit here, so I imagine it won't be too long now before we move over to our medal ceremony. We'll take you over to that in just a few minutes' time. One last time, guys, remember, get onto Sport Climbing 2020. I'm setting you a target for anyone that is in the chat room when we hand over to Arco in a few moments' time. I have a job for you all, which is that when you meet Johnny Bryan in a few minutes' time, our commentator that will take you through the Arco compositions, we want to get the likings on the Facebook Sport Climbing 2020 page up to 5,600 by the end of our marathon stint of climbing we're bringing you live on IFSC.tv. At the moment, we've got some catching up to do, I think. I'm charging Ryan if he's still around, AJ Scott, it's been fantastic with us, and Sheila with keeping that going as we move through into Arco in a few moments. AJ Scott, thank you for the update. 5,551 at the moment, guys. Well, I can see our producer, Mike, just talking to Anthony, the event organizer here, about what exactly is going to happen. Looks like we are getting set to go very shortly. Just a reminder to you guys, Ashley, AJ Scott in the chat room, speed qualifiers was earlier, is saying there. Yes, it was, but I have to keep reminding you that we are going to be bringing you those speed qualifications. It was earlier, but you are going to still get to see it when we jump over to Arco in a few minutes' time. And if you do miss it when you do come into Arco, you'll be able to get it on the IFSC YouTube channel, so don't worry there. Any other questions in the chat room that you might like to pose and send my way, do send them over. I will do my very utmost to get answers for you. Enjoying having a little bit of a chat with you guys about what it is that makes climbing such an attractive sport. Well, it's interesting there, Paolo. Youth climbers okay, but Arco is the most famous climbing comp of the world. Yes, Arco, very, very well-known event. I can tell you now that actually our most watched and biggest, I suppose, event of the year, definitely from the IFSC and our perspective, is the World Championships. So how many of you are going to be joining us for that? BB, great question. It will indeed. Will this comp be available on the IFSC YouTube channel? Yes, it will. We post everything that we shoot up on there so that you guys, not only joining us in the chat room and having the enjoyment of that, can come back time and time again and get to see the competition once again. Anybody watching this currently on YouTube in the future, hello from the past. BB, it's been an absolute pleasure. I've loved every minute of being here. It has been tiring, but it has been well worth being here. Some of the most phenomenal climbing I've seen, and I follow the senior World Cups constantly. And to see it, to see the standard so high over here as well. Well, how's about just before we pass things on and move forward, how's about we finish things off with a dance fun fact? Are we excited? see some interesting things going on in the chat right now. Do not worry, we will be in Arco very, very shortly, so don't worry about that one. Let's finish things off from my perspective before I hand over to the medal ceremony with a dance fun fact. Nearly 9 out of 10 Singaporeans live in public housing flats. Nearly 9 out of 10. Nearly 9 out of 10 Singaporeans live in public housing flats. 8 in 10 people in Singapore own cell phones. In fact, telecom companies issue new numbers at the rate of 30,000 to 40,000 per month. Swimmer Ang Peng Seong was ranked world #1 in the 50 meters freestyle in 1982. So there you are, there are 3 fun facts right there, right now. We're going to wrap this up now, pass you over onto the medal ceremony. I'll see you shortly, guys. And here we are.
We would like to call upon Mr. Marcos Colares, President of the International Federation of Sports Climbing, and Mr. Lim Teck Yin, the Chief Executive Officer of the Singapore Sports Council, to give away the medals. Sir? Are we ready, everyone? Now we will start with the female youth B speed. The third winner is from Russia, Anastasia Klotkova. In second place, from Ecuador, Nicole Meya Yaramelo. In first place, for female youth B speed, from Venezuela, Leslie Romero. Mr. Scolares and Mr. Lim, please. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we play the anthem for, for Venezuela. round of applause and congratulations. The girls did excellent. They're really wonderful. Next, we'll move on to the male youth B speed. Any guesses on this one, ladies and gentlemen? In third place, we have the representative from Russia, Maxim Diakov. In second place, we have the climber from Russia, Daniel Zakharov. And the champion for male youth B speed is the representative and climber from Russia, Alexandra Shekov. We have the president of Singapore Mountain Federation, Mr. Yip Sek Hong, and the vice president for IFSC, Mr. Alexandra, to give away the medals. A big cheer for Team Russia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we play the anthem for Russia. Congratulations. Well done, boys. Next is a prize presentation for the female youth A speed. In third place, we have the climber from Austria, Nina Lark. In second place, the climber from Russia, Valeria Baranova. And the champion for female youth A speed, the climber from Russia, Anna Emets. We have Mr. Lim, the Chief Executive Officer from Singapore Sports Council, and as well as Mr. Skelaris, the President for IFSC, to give away the medals. Congratulations, everyone. A round of applause. Please rise as we play the national anthem for Russia. Congratulations. Next in queue for the prize presentation is for male youth A speed. In third place, we have from Russia, George Artemanov. In second place, we have from Russia, Sergei Luzgetsky. And the champion for the male youth A speed from Russia, Ruslan Faizulin. Can we have Mr. Alexandra, the VP for IFSC, as well as Mr. Yip Sek Hong, President of SMF, to give away the medals? Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause again. Even a cheer and a holler. Well done. Let's all rise as we play the national anthem for Russia. Congratulations. I think they deserve the airtime. Let's give it to them. Well done. We've come to the last category, but this is of course the most excellent ones as well, the most exciting. We are now at the female junior speed. In third place, we have from Russia, Yulia Kaplina. In second place, we have from France, Esther Bruckner. And the champion for females junior speed is from France, Anouk Gebert. Have Mr. Alexandra. Sik Hong to give away the medals for the female junior speed. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please rise as we play the national anthem for France. Congratulations. Mic test. Sorry, lost me for a minute there. This is the last, but the most exciting as well. This is the results for the male junior speed. Any guesses? Any guesses? In third place, the climber from Russia, Konstantin Piel. In second place, the climber from Russia, Dmitry Timofeev. And the champion for the male junior speed from Russia, Nikita Suyushkin. We have Mr. Skolaris and Mr. Lim to give away the medals. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we play the national anthem for Russia. Congratulations. No guessing how Team Russia has brought pride back home. Congratulations. Another round of applause, everyone, for all the climbers. Come on, let's give them a huge cheer. We are about to start the next one that's pretty solemn for Singapore. It's our bidding of goodbye. So we're about to start the commencement of the closing ceremony for the World Youth Championship 2012. Can we please invite Mr. Yip Sek Hong, President for Singapore Mountaineering Federation, Mr. Marcos Colares, President of the International Federation of Sports Climbing, for the flag ceremony. Mr. Yip Sek Hong will now pass the IFSC flag to the President, Mr. Marcos Colares. We would like now to invite Mr. Colares to give us a speech.
Thank you. Well, I must say that I just arrived yesterday and, well, I feel uncomfortable with leaving the country, your beautiful country, tomorrow. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you to the Singapore Mountaineering Federation. Thank you to the Singapore Sports Council. Thanks to the sponsors and particularly thanks to all the volunteers who operated during the games in order to make them successful. And of course, last but not least, thanks to all the athletes, the parents, the team managers and coaches. Thank you to the world of climbing. Before we conclude this beautiful experience, I must say that once again, our Youth World Championship is a celebration of the youth and the joy of life. I don't know if it is because we are on a beautiful beach and we have the water, the sea close to us, but I cannot see loser tonight around me. I can see only winners. And looking at our face, you, the youth of the world, gives us inspiration and motivation in going on with the hardest climb we are facing in these days, is the attempt to get in the Olympics in 2020. So thank you to you all for your support. Now it's time to declare the 20th Youth World Championship concluded. So thank you very much and see you next year in Canada in Central Saanich. See you next year in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colares. Thank you, Mr. Yip. Thank you. Well, congratulations to Canada. And for those of you, we see very promising athletes that we probably be meeting there and doing very well. Now, as I promised yesterday, I promised you a big bang, and I promised you a party, and I'm not one to break a promise, and I'm actually one person who would like to give you more than what I said yesterday. So, are you all ready for a good time? I can't hear you. Are we ready? if you are ready, I want all of you to come forward here in this stage to be a part of this, because we have got a band playing and I want you to have a good time. So everybody put your hands together for Super Band.
Test. Hello, mic test. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be running a short sound check in a few minutes, so it'll be a quick one. So stick around, and the fun will start after that. So yeah, just give us a few minutes. Thank you. Test. Mic test. 1, 2. We do a chorus of too late, then start.
I need to check something. I can hold your mic.
Yeah, once again, this is just a line check, so yeah, stick around, we'll start in a few minutes. Thanks. You're a bit too far from us, so come forward please, don't be shy. It's supposed to be a party and we're all freaking young, so put on your dancing shoes, come on! I need more people to come forward! I just want to say you guys did a fantastic job. Climbing this wall is amazing. It's huge, so give yourselves a round of applause.
Just join us up here. Like, yeah. Come forward.
Well,
we're harmless.
we are about to wrap things up here now, guys. Thank you so much for joining us all the way through the World Youth Championships. I've just been walking around talking to some of the people down here in the stadium. There's a lot of excitement about what's coming up over the next few years for these phenomenal young youth athletes making their way into the World Cups as well. The band's about to kick off behind me as well, so they're going to be partying for the next couple of hours here, celebrating the closing ceremony of this year's. Remember, next year's over in Canada, on Vancouver Island out there. I was chatting to Commander, who's the main organizer of that, earlier today. So go out and find out as much information you can about that, and hopefully we'll see some of you guys watching us in the chat coming over to join us for the next World Youth Cup. Now, I know a lot of you are waiting for Arco as well. We will be going live from there in just a few moments' time. They're leaving us with the band behind us as well. I've been Daniel Finn. Thank you so much for joining us here at the World Youth Championships. Now, when you leave us here, when we are finished with you here, all you need to do is close the window on the browser that you're watching right now, on my face, close the window on my face, wait for about 30 seconds, reload the page again, and hopefully you should be magically transported halfway across the world over to Arco for our team there. I'm going to say good night to you all now from here in Singapore. It's been an absolute pleasure being with you. Thank you for being with us. Remember to get onto 2020 for the sports climbing page on there and give that a like as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Good night to you. I'll hand you over to Johnny Breyer in Arco for what you want to see. I'll see you soon on IFSC.tv.
Today, Top 30 is the only company in the world able to design, produce, set up and manage a top-level competition. Everything within the same company. Everything with the trustworthiness and professionalism that an official competition requires. Everything. Top 30. Top 30. The heart of climbing.